Hello? Well, I guess I'll say hello to chat. What's up, chat? This guy apparently isn't even here. This guy joined, isn't even listening, isn't even paying attention. Whoa.
Hitler is dead! He's dead! They got him!
They did. They finally got him. They finally found him. Do you have any clue what he did?
The leading theory is he said he wanted to kill, what was it, Rick Scott or someone?
Yeah,
someone
CEO.
who, like, defunded.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which, like, kind of based. But...
On Twitch, too. You can't...
Oh yeah, joking obviously. Yeah, joking obviously.
In Minecraft.
Yeah. We don't stand by any of Hasan's comments, which actually it's probably true. Yikes.
Hasan banned? Yep, Hasan was banned. What are your bets, Isaac, for how long it'll actually be?
They haven't said anything yet, so I'm worried. There's like a 50-50 here. There's like a 50-50 where like Twitch is gonna actually like consolidate and like surrender the war, and they're gonna be like, listen, we realized that he has actually been breaking a lot of our rules, and that's like a 1% chance of happening, and then a 999% chance is happening is that they're just gonna be like, oh, you can't kill people, no, and then they just like move on.
Yeah.
So I guess it's gonna be like 48 hours, it's like 36 week maybe.
Oh yeah, no, I was guessing 3 days, so we'll see though.
Yeah. You need like a non-fun betting channel. Like, you know how there's like DDG stock, you need a non-fun betting channel where you can bet like non-fun points on like over and unders, and you could be like over or under. What do you think of the Hasan man? What's the over under?
I mean, you can, yeah. I mean, Twitch has their channel points and it lets you like bet, but there's no mechanism for doing bets
no over
like,
or
longer.
Unders. Yeah.
Yeah. Longer than a stream and everything. Are you a Hasan hater? I don't get it. Well, I think Hasan has absolutely violated Twitch TOS and deserved to be banned a long time ago.
I am also a Hasan hater. I think that what he does is detrimental to the liberals of America. Okay.
That is true as well.
And it might seem like I'm joking, but that is also my true opinion at the same time, because what he does is act like he is way more normal than he is, and like then when he actually gets these popularity and this big stuff, he then radicalizes his communities into being like stuff like anti-Semitic
too. It's so funny. It's like, yeah, I go on these podcasts and I like pretend to be a social democrat, and then these people come to my stream and I make them a tanky, and it's like, dog, it's not a good thing.
Like you're just like, I know it seems like it's normal, but you're just admitting to radicalizing people. Like,
yeah.
To be fair though, I haven't finished Karl Marx's the Communist Manifesto, so maybe I'll be on his side when I'm done reading it.
How have you
never know,
dog?
You
it's
never
like
know.
The book takes like 2 hours to read or something. It's a pamphlet.
What? You think it's a... One second.
The Communist Manifesto? Are you talking about Capital? Or are you talking about... Unless it's like a... This is a cool logo.
The problem is...
The Communist Manifesto and other works. Okay, see, that makes sense.
I know, but I'm on this. Yeah, look at this.
Yeah.
Also, bro, look at the embedded Karl Marx photo on the back.
Incredible. Wow. MMT equals Marxist monetary theory. True. Did Marx have a The only thing I've read about fucking Marxist monetary theory to the extent that thing exists is that Marxist labor theory of value actually did rely on the dollar being on the gold standard. Because I think he said the dollar had to be like a produced commodity. But it's not that anymore. It's just fiat. We just print it.
I got into a debate about that, actually. We talked about that. I got into a debate of whether or not the dollar should have some intrinsic value.
I mean, I've never done like deep research on it, but like, I mean, just in theory, I mean, I told you like the gold standard, if there's a shock for gold, a lot of times you're going to end up with deflation for everything else, and that leads to a lot of bad outcomes. There's also there's some paper from like 1980. It shows that like the gold standard actually had quite volatile prices in the short term. In the long term, you know, I mean, if you fix the price of gold, obviously the nominal value of gold is always going to be like the same or whatever. In the long term, there is some price stability, but in the short term, because there are shocks for gold, because sometimes, you know, more gold is found in everything, prices are still like relatively volatile, and that actually matters. It's actually probably better to have like a stable 2% inflation per year than to have maybe 2% inflation in the long run of like, you know, 50 years from now, but each day your dollar is worth a slightly different amount, because at least with the fiat like 2% per year, you know what it's going to be and everything. Short run instability and long run zero inflation. Yeah, exactly, Kiltenica. And also, like you said, we just don't really have enough gold. We just printed too much money. We just don't have enough gold anymore. It's like,
I was like, yeah. Like, at what point, like, do we need to have like gold for every dollar we print? Like, and then what do we do if we don't have that? Do we just stop printing, or do we just keep printing and have like a promise to pay it back? And if we're just gonna have a promise to pay it back, doesn't that seem really similar to what we have now?
Yeah, that's also the issue. Is like there are probably times where you want to be able to print money pretty quickly, and it's a gold standard wouldn't really let you do that unless you kind of just get off of it for, you know, temporarily. But then you're trusting the temporary thing to actually be temporary, and technically it was supposed to be a temporary thing when we went off the gold standard, but obviously it was not temporary. We can devalue. I mean, yeah, there's like literally, I mean, an easy way to think of it is that like, and you know, debts are usually denominated in nominal dollars, and it's really hard to pay your debt back when and GDP falls, when nominal income falls. And we probably want to just be able to devalue the dollar so that nominal income doesn't fall. And that way people can pay their debts back and businesses don't go bankrupt and they don't lay off employees, which causes GDP to fall further, which causes more bankruptcies. And it's a really bad cycle. You probably just want to be able to print money and devalue the dollar a little bit. And GDP explains this unironically, Copeland K. Read Scott Sumner. By the way, have you seen any of the GDP numbers, Isaac?
Yes, actually, I've referenced them actually in a debate I had earlier today.
I
stole. I'm not gonna lie. I stole your literal meme actually, and in the middle of it, I stole your like watch this libs destroys economy.
Yeah,
I did steal that one.
I mean, I just stole that from someone else, but
I liked it. Oh yeah, the listener up.
It was so funny. Like a few days ago, I think on the 28th. There was that forecast. It's just a forecast. I doubt GDP will actually end up being negative. It's just kind of the way the data works, is that some data gets released before others. So the forecast will end up being like negative sometimes, but then we get good data to compensate later on. But like when we got that fucking forecast, the negative 1.5%, I was like, holy shit, this is wild. What the hell? Like that doesn't usually happen. And then today, I'm just chilling upstairs and I'm walking downstairs and I get a notification from the Economy Now app. And it tells me new GDP forecast, negative 2.8%. Bro, what are we doing?
You're like, don't worry, we'll get things that will like even it out and make it look better. And it's like, oh, the next one, even fucking like worse somehow.
Yeah, I know, yeah. And it's also, dude, inflation has been still high. Like, it's been going up for the past, like, 6 months. Obviously, Trump hasn't been president for the past 6 months, but, like, he hasn't done anything to fix it yet. And, like, at least when Biden had inflation, we also had really strong GDP growth. Like, we're not even getting that anymore. Like,
you remember whenever I would always, well, I don't know if you would hear this time, but I would always hear it. Trump is like the stock market loves Trump. I think he even himself would use that like term. It's like, don't worry, when I get elected, the stock market's gonna climb because everyone's gonna want to invest in it, like, and like everything's gonna go up, and then like the stock. I don't know what the stock market looking like today, but I check it every like once in a while. Like Nvidia's down, like everything's down. It's not really his fault, but it's really funny to see.
Yeah.
Did you see? Oh wait, actually, did you see the fucking cryptocurrency stuff with Trump?
Only a little bit. He said he was gonna have like some strategic reserve of it. I didn't look into it that much.
And the coins he said that he was going to use, someone bought. I think like one of them was something. I think it was either Bitcoin or ETH. Someone bought. It was like 200. It was either I think it was 200 million the day before. I think somewhere around that was purchased, and it was like not. It might have been 200,000. Might have been 200,000. Don't let me spread misinformation. But 200,000 seems too small. But it seems like there was some insider trading going on, which is like, but insider trading in politics, no, okay. I don't hear disrespect of my goat Paul Pelosi. Okay, he just has great. He knows what the market's gonna do.
Exactly.
Okay? You're going to disrespect Paul Pelosi. He just doesn't know game. Yeah, exactly. I actually have an app where it notifies me whenever he buys stock. I should actually send. Actually, do you ever buy stocks non-fun? Do you have non-fun stock?
No, I don't have. I don't have stock money. I have occasionally buy and upgrade to my streaming setup money. That's all I have.
There's an app
exclamation point like TTS Dub in the chat, by the way, guys. Trying to get a new camera.
You mean a camera?
Well, yeah, I guess I mean my phone camera is what I'm using right now, but which is like
pay so he can get a camera, guys.
I mean, I've talked about this before. They're just like there aren't that many good cameras, or there aren't many cameras better than my phone that aren't like over $600, like $800.
Yeah, it's kind of not worth. I have 2 cameras now, and neither one of them are like really good. And one was like 20, and one was like 80. It was like neither of these were really worth how much I put into them. So
yeah. No, I remember you're really.
Why are there not a lot of good?
You're really shitty.
Oh, you mean my great one? Oh wait, I can turn it on right now. What do you mean? Oh, wait, this is the good one. Wait, let me switch. You ready? Drum roll. Wait for it.
Wow.
Bro, I can do the Tommy. Tommy in it, like the jump in the Cadillac, girl. With
the problem is, you know, I don't know if it's my internet that's laggy or your internet that's laggy. But it's laggy to the point
the camera swap
where the joke doesn't work. So,
fuck. It's definitely mine. To be fair, I have a small. Listen, I have this open on my second monitor. I'll just put it. I'll put it in general actually, because I don't care to message. I have a small inkling that it could be mine. Something's going on with my CPU, and I need to buy a new one. It's not my Wi-Fi. It's my CPU.
Wow.
Bro, it's at that, like, by the way, I only have 2 things actually open. I have a League game open and your Discord open. I had to close your stream or else my League would lag. I think my CPU died sometime in the last, like, week. But I don't know how it did it. I don't know what happened. I miss it.
It fucking hates League, bro. You gotta...
By the way, yeah. Like, Discord, yeah, but Discord should be, like, 3% of my CPU. Why the fuck is it, 36? Discord's taking 36% of my CPU.
It doesn't
one
like
dude come back.
It killed itself. What do you
there
mean
was this,
like it?
There was this one dude who joined my chat one time and was like, I was like complaining about my PC, and he was like, and he gave me a list of settings to do, and then my PC like was fixed for like a month. I need him to come back. The problem is his name is like number. He seems like not a real human because his name is just all numbers, but he comes into my chat to argue philosophy. So if you ever had a dude that argues philosophy and is all numbers, send him my way. Okay, tell him.
Okay, good to know. I'm gonna ask him to fix my PC first now. Although mine's not really broken, but it could be better. PCE.
I was literally like, I'll just risk it.
Well, PCE was at expectations. Which I think was down, what, like it was down like 0.3% from last month or whatever, but not going down. And that, keep in mind, Trump said he was going to bring prices down. Trump did not say, I'm going to slow the rate at which prices are increasing. He said, I'm going to bring them down. They should be negative. It should be negative. It shouldn't be plus 2%. It should be negative 20%.
So y'all want to see me crash the economy real quick?
Listen, I mean, the way these GDP numbers are looking, maybe prices will go down because we'll just get a fucking recession. And Although actually, the way
I was gonna say, what
numbers
percentage is required for a recession? Do you know? Is it like 3 months with negatives or what?
There's no like great definition of recession. People disagree, but like I think a technical recession is considered 2 quarters of negative growth. So that'd be like half the year of negative growth.
Yeah, I've heard stuff like that.
But there are times where we trigger that and we don't really consider it a recession, because like if we have technically 2 quarters of negative growth, like we did in 2022 with the original numbers. The numbers were later revised, and it turns out GDP wasn't actually down. But where I think I had an argument with Minar about this recently. We was like, Janet Yellen.
You argued with Minar recently?
It was semi-recently, yeah. He was like, Janet Yellen redefined what a recession was because we had 2 quarters of negative GDP growth, and she said we weren't in a recession. It's like, well, yeah, we also had like 3% unemployment. It's like we're not. That's not a very useful definition of recession if like the labor market's doing pretty well, the stock market's still doing pretty well. It's like, yeah. All of a sudden, Trump people understand the difference between changes in rates and changes in cumulative. Yeah, I know. It is. They've already. I mean, we've already seen stuff like that. It's funny. Thoughts on Keynesian economics? Based, unbelievably based, so based. Oh my God, so based. Me for real.
I'm worried. Why would you? I did realize something the other day. I was like, I need to make new enemies because I want to like argue with people about stuff, and I was like, but I don't want to like argue with Minar for like 20 at a time because that's just like boring, and it's just like dunking on a 7-year-old like over and over again. Like, because the problem is like
Minar might go
on some things. Yeah, like not trying. Like I'm not even good at a lot of these points. Minar is just horrible. I need to argue with a conservative that actually like knows what they're talking about. So because I want to challenge. No, I'm just kidding. Because like there's stuff that I don't know that I actually would like to hear the conservative argument on, but I know Minar's not going to give me a good conservative
unbelievably
argument
cringe.
It's just going to be like retarded for lack of a better word.
Minar was. I think Minar is still streaming. Actually, he was doing TikTok debates. What if he's watching? What if he comes into chat right now? And
well, I love him as a person. Listen. He can know. Okay. His arguments are really retarded a lot. That one time that was the worst, bro. Whenever I was arguing for like the food stuff, like the anti like artificial dye and shit, and then Menard joins and he's on my side, and I had to like fight, I had to fight with him because even though he's like trying to support my argument, he's doing it in such horrible ways that it's going to be detrimental to my. I'm like, no, don't say that. I'm like fighting from behind. It was so bad. It was like I'm doing a 2-legged race and my teammate is like a paraplegic. That's what it felt like.
Yeah.
Or sorry, 3-legged. Is it a 3-legged? Why is it not called a 4-legged? Oh, because your 2 legs make one. Never mind, I figured it out.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, bro, y'all learn when I'm here.
Wow, incredible insight.
What's your plan for today? And don't say reading.
I think it's mostly not reading today, actually, because I don't think I'm going to stream that long, because my friends want to play Animal Jam, but
Animal Jam?
Yeah.
What is Animal Jam?
It's like I didn't really play it as a kid. It's kind of like I don't want to call it a Club Penguin ripoff. For all I know, it could have come first.
Crazy.
It's like a Club Penguin type game that people played as kids. So today we're reading
Neopets.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't. It actually probably is almost exactly Neopets, but I don't really know. What.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't even know what Neopet. I just reference it because I know it's like culturally popular. I don't even know what it is. Like on a real note.
Yeah, I never played it as a kid. I think I played it like once.
I just have no idea what the fuck it like at all. Like, is it just like?
It's pretty close to Club Penguin. From what I remember,
I did play some Club Penguin.
You kind of just like make like a pet, and then you can like go around like play some stupid games with it. I remember you had to pay like in-game currency to do some of the games, so it was like I don't like what the hell am I supposed to do if I have to pay to do literally All these
I did
stupid
come
ass,
off
like,
as a
sledding
communist
games.
to one of my coworkers yesterday, but like in a funny way. We were talking about video games and like we were talking about like what we don't like in the video games, and I was like, the one thing I hate like is when games add like indifferences. And when I was like, what I mean by that is like Clash Royale used to be a fun game, and then they added like I don't know if you played any Clash Royale, but then they added like the Clash Pass, which is like a battle pass that you pay for. And then like people just got better cards because the way the game works is you collect cards and you level up, and then like those units in game become stronger. So it's like then it wasn't really fun because if you didn't pay, like they just had stronger cards than you. So even if you had like the better deck and you played better, their units would just beat yours. And I was like, and I hate games like that in general. I was like, I the games I like is when like you get put into a situation where you all start off the same and just whoever has the most skill wins. I hate whenever I'm starting a game and there's already an indifference like at the start before I even start doing anything. And one of my coworkers was like, you sound like a straight communist right now. And I was like, wait, I do. I was like, listen, bro, we need to seize the means of production when it comes to the Clash cards, okay? I genuinely, though, I can't stand those games. I like skill expression 1v1 games, like TFT. I'm playing actually some TFT right now, okay? TFT, bro, you start in the same lobby with the same shit, and it's just who can play the best over the course of the game, okay? Minecraft, bro, everyone starts with nothing on fun.
That is true.
Well, actually, that's not true. Servers have become pretty capitalist in nature.
Well, yeah. I mean, there's literally pay-to-win servers. Yeah.
Yeah. Bro, I don't know who you watched as a kid, but Sunday made one. It's so sad. Sunday was like my actual like childhood, unironically, and he made a pay-to-win like prison server, and it hurts the soul.
Yeah. I never. I don't think I watched Sunday ever, but I did read about that or saw it.
Ooh, let me get to
Didn't he make like fucking Among Us videos now?
Yes, bro. I don't watch this shit, but every once in a while I'll check out just because I want to make sure he's still doing okay. Like I still like him. Like he was a cool dude. And he was my childhood, so I want to make sure he's like still popular. So like every once in a while I'll just like look him up and see like he's getting like good views.
Among Us, insane.
Among Us, but this time, yeah, Skibbity mod.
It's like,
Skibbity, yeah.
It's like,
listen, we don't talk about that. We don't talk about that. Let's look actually. Let's see what his newest videos are.
I added dragon fruits to a like what?
Who did you watch, Namvan? Who got you?
I watched Stampy. I watched popular MMOs. I watched Dan TDM. I really liked the fucking like burning building series that popular MMOs would do all the time.
I
don't know why.
Yeah, oh, you actually did say his newest video. I added dragon. I thought you were just making shit up. I was like, what the fuck is dragon?
No, that's real.
Among Us, but I have ropes for arms. I am a cat in Among Us. I hope that this wasn't like the level of slop I was watching, and I don't think it is because I can go back and watch the shit I watch now. Like a lot of like the Sunday I don't think YouTube series, I do go back and watch. They hold up, okay. I don't think this will hold up. If I have like a kid and like they're watching
hold
this
up now, it's like he's been doing this for like 2 years. It's already. If you're adding fucking dragon fruits to Among Us, you're already at the bottom of the barrel, man.
I'm just saying, like, do you think like any kid that watching this now in like 5 years or like in 10 years would go back and watch like dragon fruit? Like, I don't think this holds up. I hope it wouldn't. I don't think any kid would go back and be like, let me go rewatch. I put dragon fruits into Among Us.
People will probably
There's
have
no way
nostalgia for it, so they'll probably still end up doing it, but I'm not sure.
I can't believe I can't. I think Skibbity could hold up. I'm not even gonna lie to you. I think Skibbity Toilet, there will be kids that will like in 10 years will be like, I want to watch like, cause like what was I watching, like that type of shit, but I can't.
They'll have nightmares about fucking Skibbity Toilet one day, and they'll have to come back and.
Exactly. What's up with the Jon Stewart in your title? Are you just reacting to a video, or did something happen to him?
Yeah, he I'm gonna react to like some podcast he was on. He was on podcast with a bunch of like libertarian people, so I'm curious.
Oh, bro, he is. I hope he does good because he has like a history of like him like being a very good speaker when it comes to like confrontational situations.
Oh, this
I don't know if you ever watched his like.
Yeah,
old...
I know. I've seen some of those. This is not going to be that like confrontational. It's not like totally like insane people. It's not like he's confronting Tucker Carlson and like Tim Pool. These are like it's the, I don't know if you know, it's like the Reason TV podcast or whatever, and like they're generally like more libertarian leaning, but they don't like Trump that much, and yeah, it's like
I did see Elon tweeted about wanting to talk to him and like confront him, and I was like, please God, please let Jon Stewart v Elon would feed my content for like a week.
Yeah.
And bro, he's gonna be the VP behind Stephen A. Smith. I'm trying to tell you, you're just not ready for it,
dude. If the primary is gonna be, if the primary is fucking Kamala Harris, Jon Stewart, and Stephen A. Smith, I will shoot myself. Oh my God.
What is your true opinion on? Do you think Kamala should run again?
No.
Really?
Yeah, she already lost. First of all, she's already
True,
shown.
But like, do you think that there was anyone that could have won in that position? Like with like the liberal talking points, like the voting shares of every country in the world except for like Mexico went down.
Right. It would have been really hard.
And she wasn't even the president. Like, do you think that she got blamed for a?
I don't want to say it was impossible. It would have been really hard, especially if the time Kamala had too. Like, I don't know. For how long is Hasan going to be banned? We don't know. Probably 3 days. I'm sure Twitch will undo it soon, but we'll see.
I hate to think. Here's what I would hate to think that they would like lose out on like their political career because of like an unwinnable election. I know you don't want to say that, like unwinnable, but like that's what it felt like in hindsight.
I'm hesitant to say like literally unwinnable, but it would have been really hard. Yo, this is Animal Jam. Trump's first big win? What? I don't think Trump has had many wins yet. I don't know.
What? It was crashing the economy. That's the first big win.
That is true. GDP down.
This is going to show
the banner Hasan. That is true. Actually, I didn't consider that. This is Trump's first. He finally got rid of the anti-Semitism on Twitch. Hell yeah.
Okay, it took him to do it.
I wouldn't. Okay. I guess that's fair. I don't have confidence that she'd actually win the primary, but
true. I'm just saying in principle though, I feel like it's weird to like have the first opinion you had is the one I dislike. We've already given her a chance and she lost. It feels like that's like a really shitty one to hold because like there wasn't a lot she could like. Are we really gonna say like that a person who ran like a 4-year campaign in 6 months or a 2-year campaign in 6 months, who was in the presidency but couldn't also use the office of the presidency to bolster their record because they weren't the president? Like, it doesn't seem that like that they had a lot of fair shots there.
I mean, I do also. This is what I mentioned on Twitter. She did also almost get the state of California held in contempt of court, but.
Listen, okay. Was that by her actions, though? Listen, okay. Listen.
Yes, but it was arguably at the direction of the governor. So how much you want to fault the attorney general for listening to the governor, to what the governor, who's like technically her boss, told her to do? There might be some disagreement or some room there. Because like I don't know. Like maybe her only other option was resigning, which at that point like.
Would also kill your career, though.
Yeah, am I gonna fault her for like not resigning rather than like filing like legal filings that she knew was not gonna fly? Like, wait,
I don't know. I listen. Pete worries me. Kamala worries me. There's gotta be another option.
I mean, if fucking, I can fucking see Jon Stewart doing. I don't know if they'd be good, like actually governing.
He says he won't, and it's pissing me off.
Jon Stewart and fucking Stephen A. Smith could probably fucking win the primary, and they might even do well in the general.
So the problem is one, Jon Stewart says he doesn't want to. At least that's what I saw recently, and it really annoys me because it's like he is a very well-spoken person. The problem is, I think he even talked about this on his podcast. I listen to his podcast sometimes at work. I'm currently on the AOC episode because I'm watching it from the beginning. I'm weird when I listen to podcasts. Do you ever do that? Do you ever find a podcast you like and like, let me start on episode 1?
Not really. It's
Yeah, it's psychopathic. I
So many
understand.
podcasts are so long. It's like they have 1,000 episodes. It's like I'm never gonna.
Yeah, it's pretty psychopathic
Never
from me.
gonna do that.
I understand. But I've heard him say that like if he did run, like it would be kind of hypocritical because like he doesn't like the idea of like he always talks about how like the Trump in politics is bad, but then like he would be a Trump in politics. Like he doesn't have a history of like governing. Like that's the only issue I see is that I don't think he'll do it for that reason.
Yeah.
Which sucks because I think he would do it so significantly well. I think I said this to you before. You just played the video of him going to fucking to that fucking meeting to fight for 9/11 survivors' healthcare benefits, and it's like that's a Reagan-esque landslide in the southern states if you just play that on repeat. Or didn't I make the joke to you before? Let's just run a communist. I keep making this. Or did I make that joke to PPG or to you?
I think you definitely mentioned it to me before. Like let's see what happens.
They're gonna call. Yeah, they're gonna call whoever we throw out a communist. Fuck it. Let's instead of like defending them, like being like they're not. Let's just say yeah they are. They don't claim not to be. They would be really funny.
I mean, Bernie didn't.
Bernie, I don't think Bernie would accept.
But
as I said, I don't think he fought too much on the. I think that would have been funny. I wish Bernie did that. I wish Bernie would have got a question that was like, Bernie, people say you're a communist. What do you have to say to that? And he's like, I am. I think that would have been pretty funny. His poll droppage though would have been pretty bad. But
also, do people, by the way, because PPG mentioned in chat as well, is PPG doing all right? Or is he done? Was he like canceled or something? Because he told me people left him because of it. But I saw yesterday.
Are you gonna leave him? Are you gonna stand by PPG?
I'm not gonna leave PPG over him.
So you're gonna stand by PPG?
I will stand side by side with glorious PPG. Okay.
Okay, that's interesting to hear. Not Destiny, not PPG. What do people got to do to get you down?
To get me away from PPG, or to?
No, I'm saying like, what do people have to do to like get you to not interact with them? If that's not enough.
I mean, it's. I mean, realistically, like I don't know if I wouldn't like interact with, as in like be on a panel with like even like a full blown like rapist or something. Like I don't know. Like I just don't feel like online relationships as like that like serious of like a thing. So like I'm not really considering that when I talk to these people. Stream is lagging
from the non-fun.
That could just be you, because I'm seeing 0% drop frames, but it could also be because I have 20 things open. Animal Jam might take a lot of processing.
I'm not seeing any lag right now.
Also, Zach, are you still here? Genuinely, what the fuck is this game? What am I?
Yes, Jam. Have you not made an account yet, or is your account's name literally Guest Jammer? No, that's got to be a non-account name.
I don't know how to make it. How do I make it a count?
Bro's struggling.
Generally, like it just like threw me into this fucking thing, and there's like a million buttons, and I don't know. I don't know what are these.
Yeah, I've never seen this before. This is very weird. Why? Can I ask? Why do your friends want to play this, and why are these your friends?
Oh, change name. Oh, I can't. It costs 5. First of all, I do have a name. My name is Mary Monkey.
It's crazy that you have to pay to change your name, and also you just can't choose your name. It has to be like those 3 safety words. I'm assuming. Which, listen, for a kid's game, kind of based.
Oh, create.
Oh no, I see people with names.
Yeah, create free account. Here we go. Non-fun. Next password, guys.
Smart don't. Are you smart? Non-fun.
Okay, guys. No one hacked my Animal Jam account.
You're not gonna hide your. I was about to say. I was like, you're just asking for it at that point.
Oh, it needs to be at least 12 characters long. Fuck, I can't have it be penis 1, 2, 3.
I was gonna ask. Listen. I'm a big fan of non-fawn ball and non-fawn W, but what the fuck are these other fucking Can we get some better memes? We have non-fawn dumpster dog, which what the fuck?
I mean, there just need to be more like channel memes that originate.
Non-fawn Culver's burger. You need to actually. Here's what you do need to do. Why is there non-fawn clicks? What is wrong with you? Non-fawn
these are inside. Some of these are inside jokes. Oh, my parents' email address, or not like that inside. Some of these were like dumpster dog is a channel meme. Most of the viewers here are not going to know that because that was a while ago. Texas man, that's a channel meme. Okay. So is Frederick. The Culver's burger is a channel meme. Yeah.
What you actually need to do is we need some you need to make some non-fawn W like spins, but do it with other people in your channel that originate. So like I need one, like we need a Menard W spin, we need a sample W spin, we need a Econo Boy W spin. That's what you should actually do. Yeah. So I think it's pretty easy to make us. I think we just put an image and it makes it spin.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I need a Menard W spin for whenever he joins and he's making stupid points, and I can just like I love actually doing that whenever you're arguing with him. I love to join and just act like I'm completely Menard pilled. I love hyping him up when he's just so wrong.
Dude, you hype Localist up too.
I know. Oh yeah, I do that. It's so, bro. It's so fun. It's either I play into it or I just get so disappointed with humanity. I woke up today thinking about like how like we just might lose the Cold War like a decade later because we just don't have any good media presence to defend ourselves. And like I don't know if you saw the polling. As of yesterday, no, the polling ended whatever day Zelensky was in the office. So we'll see what the next ones show. But 51 support Ukraine war, 49 against, and 2% in a different question would support the Russian side of the war. Only 2%. That's good. And it was like 44 don't support either side. But that 51-49, bro, is
Well, I'm worried that like the like don't support either side is people who are like basically just kind of want Ukraine to surrender. Like they're that they don't want like security guarantees for Ukraine. They're like, oh, I don't really support. They're like, maybe the invasion was bad, but
did you see my Pentuple tweet? Because he was retarded.
Oh yeah, it's like
where he was like, I just want people to stop dying. I want it all to end. And I was like, yeah, imagine if people said that. I literally just took his statement and I mentioned it like if it was like the Civil War. Like, well, who cares if people are slaves? I just want people to stop dying.
And also, it's like these people, like, not that like Elon is like or I haven't seen Elon be like a super hardcore Zionist, but they would never say this about Israel, like ever. Like, no one is coming out saying like Israel can surrender at any point, and they just choose. Like Elon Musk tweeted out that thing like, oh, Ukraine could stop at any point, but they don't want to because they don't know if the war could continue without security guarantees. But, and it was the trolley running over people. And it's like, what? Like, you would never say Israel can, like, give up at any point, but they just don't do it because they're not sure Hamas will attack them again. It's like, yeah, obvious. That's kind of how war works. You don't stop unless you get, like, some type of security guarantee or accomplish, like, one of the goals. Why would you care about Ukraine surrendering or disappearing? Because, one, I think Ukraine is a mostly democracy, European ally, and we should probably want to protect our allies. B, I don't want countries invading other countries. I think there is some value to making sure that there is a cost to changing borders. There is a cost. That is BS reason. Okay, good to know. There is a cost of changing borders, and that we do try to uphold like some type of sovereignty for nations. Like,
Jesus, did you see this? I'm about to send you. How old is this? 15 hours? Okay, good. So there's probably not anything bad happening from this, but
Oh, I did see this. Yeah, Emma. I think Emma said she shot someone, didn't she? Yeah.
Yes. Oh shit! There's a video of it.
Yeah, it doesn't really.
Let me watch this.
I mean, I think it was just people like showing up and you can like hear gunshots, but
Apparently, one yells, I got shot." So I want to see. By the way, her dogs are horrible. I'm just watching the video of her dog sitting by the car and just not doing anything while they all three run in.
Turkey, Morocco, Kosovo's not even a recognized country. UAE, Saudi, Azerbaijan occupied others. Some of those occupations are bad too. Some of them probably have justifications. The Moroccan occupation probably is bad. I don't know a ton about the Western Sahara conflict, but that is probably bad too. And I would say that we should probably do more to. I mean, the issue. I don't think we should militarily support Western Sahara because they're, from my understanding, run by some not great people. But yeah, I don't think that's good. The Turkey occupation of Cyprus, I'm assuming. I honestly don't know enough. I think Turkey has also, at times, I don't know if they've occupied parts of Syria. They've engaged in conflict in Syria, I know. But some of that is justified. Some of it might not be justified. The Saudi, in Yemen? I don't even know if I would consider that unjustified. I don't know for sure. But, yeah, some occupations, some invasions are sometimes going to be justified. But I assume Nanfan had the worst take possible in Ukraine. I assume he thinks another 1 million people should die to stop the Russian boogie. What do you mean Russian boogeyman? There's no. How are they a boogeyman if they are literally doing the invading? They are literally. It's not like I'm pretending they're like invading someone or anything. It's just like they're. You are playing with World War III. Accurate. UAE and Sudan. I literally did not know that was a thing until now either. But so I cannot tell you if that's justified or not. But also, I do care more. I think democracy is good. I think it's easier to build alliances with European democracies. So I do, like, I have no problem saying as well. Like, I do probably care more about a European democracy than I do about like Sudan. I don't think that, even just from the point of view of American interest, I think that's a reasonable position.
The liberal playbook just dropped.
Oh, I saw that. Yeah, I think most of this is probably good.
The first thing is the party should embrace patriotism, community, and traditional American imagery. That was kind of, I actually mentioned that to my co-host whenever we were at the Kamala rally back then, about like all the, like, they had like these American flags everywhere, and then there was like the camo hats, and I was like, I like how like these are like becoming like liberal things. Like, that's pretty based.
Why are they invading? Just because they're evil? What happened in 2014? The 2014 Maidan, Maidan, if you want to call it a coup, that's fine. I don't think there's evidence that the U.S. was behind it. But I don't think they're invading to denazify Ukraine. I don't think they're invading to. That was their excuse this time. In 2014, I don't think that they were really that concerned about the Maidan coup. I think they were just concerned about them joining the EU and becoming closer to the West. I do like the second one though. Democrats should ban, or I also like. I mean, the first one's good as well, but ban far left candidate questionnaires and refuse to participate in forums that create ideological purity tests and move away from the dominance of small dollar donos whose preferences may not align with the broader electorate. I don't think you know the whole story. Well, Brass, I'm assuming that you just think that the U.S. did a coup in 2014 in Ukraine, but okay.
But the phone call, non-fun. But the phone call.
Yeah, but Victoria Doolittle don't call. A snippet of a phone call leaked by Russia, but did you see Putin's recent interview? No. But I don't know.
Watch Russian media.
I don't know why. I don't know how much I would trust that. Why is Animal Jam fucking talking about deforestation? Of course I know about the coup. Yeah, okay. Brown Revolution. The Maidan evil coup, evil US orchestrated coup. Okay, actually, what the hell do I do in this game? I've just been running around. Adopt another pet, go on missions, earn gems by playing games. Treasure hunt, pest control, roll, master tracks. What do we want to play, chat? I don't think you actually understand this. What is this? What do you mean? I understand that you... Markets are so cooked. I know, it's wild. Why did the USSR end? I don't know the full history of that. I don't know. I can't give you a great answer to that. Probably a lot of reasons. Why did they make the who is they make the ultimate sacrifice? What were the terms? Why did the USSR make the ultimate I don't know if the USSR like made the ultimate sacrifice. I think there were just too many internal divisions because people did not want to be fucking part of the USSR anymore. So funny, so funny.
Alright, I'm about to head out. My brother is gonna get me shot. Apparently there's like a body of water he found like 5 miles away that's like, apparently he says it's public land and he wants to see if it's a good fishing spot. So if I get shot now, I'm fine.
Okay, good.
My last words on here are
wow. Ukraine society is soaked in very fascist rhetoric. I would imagine that there's a lot of nationalistic rhetoric because they are being invaded by a foreign entity the same way there was a lot of nationalistic rhetoric in the U.S. after we were like attacked on 9/11. And fascist gangs turned into massive militias. I don't know how massive these like nationalist militias are. I don't like how many members did Azov have that were actual neo-Nazis. It's like under 1,000 actual neo-Nazis in Azov or whatever. Government embraced and integrated, armed and supported after 2014. So true. Dude, getting this fucking notification was so funny. It's like, oh, you know, the 1.5% contraction. That's just, again, I mean, it is also, I doubt GDP will actually end up being negative, okay? GDP will probably not end up being negative. It's like getting the notification after the 1.5% decline that I thought would be like temporary and go away. That today, negative 2.8% GDP. And then the nowcast first quarter real personal consumption expenditure growth and real private fixed investment growth fell from 1.3% and 3.5% respectively to 0% and 0.1%. No growth in real consumption, no growth in real private fixed investment. Stocks are down almost 30% today. Damn. Why don't you give a fuck? People lie to themselves when they state they fighting for freedom while defended by fascist militia government has no control over. I don't know. I don't think these are. What do you mean? I think Ukraine overall is fighting for freedom. They're fighting that yes, good. We need degrowth. The right wing cope now is just that like GDP is bad. Everyone's adopting a localist. I'm sure there are factions in Ukraine fighting for the wrong reasons. I just don't think that those are like very big factions. I also think that like, yeah, if you invade a country, they're probably going to turn pretty nationalistic. They're probably going to turn closer to fascism, closer to extreme ideologies. We saw this. I mean, it happened in Iraq too when the U.S. invaded. Like, if you don't like fascists, if you don't like these people, then why are we like supporting invading them? Like, why? Like, okay, what is this? It's pretty. I can't even. This is like super diversified. Centrifuges, cars, broadcasting equipment. Hold on, what is this? Machines, transportation. Does want to take G out of the GDP formula? Yeah. I saw so fucking. Because a public bridge is actually just non-existent, no output. Yeah, obviously no value. Didn't you see Elon Musk's tweet? If you make everyone work at the DMV, there's GDP stays the same, even though it would actually stay the same. But there's no additional value. Is no overall in this situation. You can't fight for freedom. Will you ally with white supremacists? USA posted. I don't think those necessarily preclude. I think your government can be fighting for free. They can be fighting for their own freedom. Well, they need support from, you know, like white supremacist militia groups. They don't think those necessarily preclude each other. USA posted travel advisory regarding USA fascist movement going to join Ukraine forces. Government officially integrated fascist. I'm aware. It's also it's just Malibu on another account because you kind of speak with the same fucking broken grammar. But yeah. I really don't. This country is fucking like too. Portugal. I don't know. Holy fucking shit. I'm a genius. Oh my god, are you kidding me? I thought I did not. I'm a fucking genius. Okay. I'm goated. I'm not even gonna lie. I just saw wine. And because one of the examples are comparative advantage, just like, oh, Portugal makes wine and the UK makes cloth, I just put Portugal. I ain't even gonna lie. That. Welcome back, Ron. I bet PDF files would join and fight. Real. No, they all fight for Israel. Isn't that they? All the PDF files go and fight for. they all flee to Israel. David Ricardo would be like, true. But and just on the real quick on the GDP thing, before we move on. None of this is due to the government spending component was only reduced like 0.2%. See, it was 2.0. The last estimate we have, which was still negative 1.5, and now it's 1.8, which is still, this is all like, it's all like investment in imports that are. Do you agree with the paper I sent? What paper you sent? What, this? I don't know. I already gave you my take. I already said, like, obviously when you're invading a country, you're going to have a turn towards nationalism, and to some extent a turn towards fascism. And like, I'm aware that there are whatever white supremacists in Azov. I don't think it's that many, but I mean, also, like, again, the reason Azov got popular in the first place is because they were the only militia fucking winning battles, and like in 2014, like they're in the Civil War, like or not Civil War, but they're, well, it's fair to call it civil. We'll call it Civil War, whatever. They're in the Donbass, like. But anyway, Hasan seemingly is banned. We'll see how long it lasts. I'm not convinced it'll be any more than 3 days. What do you think caused a fall in spending and investment? Probably uncertainty. Which, I mean, I'm going to read these two today. It's probably just uncertainty over tariffs. Do you think the approach presented in the paper is better than communist stuff? I don't have enough information to tell you that. I don't care. But Hasan he's gone. He's gone. We have been without Hasan for 3 whole hours. I don't know if anyone has the clip that supposedly got him banned. We've done a lot of insane shit, but I think it was I think what people said it was is he basically said he wanted one of the a CEO killed.
If you cared about Medicare fraud or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott.
Yeah.
Okay? You wouldn't make Rick Scott, former governor of Florida, Rick Scott, you wouldn't make him the current, what is his current office? What is he? He's the Richard Lynn Scott, is an American attorney, businessman, politician.
Ukraine is not a country. Thank you, Kim Jong Love. Thanks for the feedback. I want to see his reaction to the ban. Go to Twitter, see if he I'm sure he's probably, I don't know if he's done anything yet. I'm sure he's probably DMing his Twitch like assistant or whatever that he probably has. I'm sorry, I'll choose my words carefully next time and say, if Mike Johnson cares about Medicare fraud, since he wants to cut $800 million from Medicaid less Medicare, he'd call for max punishment for the current Florida GOP Senator Rick Scott, who has done the most Medicare fraud in history. Which, by the way, if this is your response to being banned, you should not be unbanned. If your response is basically, I'll switch my wording a little bit to avoid getting banned, but I'm not gonna change any of my behavior of actually, any of this whatever dangerous rhetoric or whatever you want to call it. Then you probably should not be unbanned. Tim Pool loves it. Rick Scott's caught overseeing the largest Medicare fraud in history. I mean that probably is true. I don't. I don't know, but we'll see. I'm guessing. Shit, there's a fucking day-night cycle in this game. I'm guessing it is a. Probably no more than a 3-day ban. What is Rick Scott COVID record? I actually don't know. Wasn't he not governor or senator or whatever during COVID? I don't know actually. Or 2019, so maybe in office 2021 to 2023. What was he doing in 2020? So he wasn't governor or senator. I don't think he did anything in 2020, so I don't know, he looks pretty old. He's probably hiding in a fucking basement. Oh, wait, sorry, hold on. Chair of the Republican Senatorial Committee, but he was Senator 2019. Okay. So he was a senator. I have no clue what he did. I gotta do these Animal Jam. What the fuck is this shit? Huh? This is like the stake gambling. Okay, I know I don't want to. Okay, fuck that shit. Trump crypto king. He's rich. He's on a yacht. Probably. Is he rich? I don't know. I don't really know that much about him, honestly. What is this shit? In the U.S. and Europe's best interest to side with Russia against China. I don't think... What the fuck? Bro, what? Oops. Oh, I need 20 block. How high can I make it? Why is there no... Is shift space? Nope, space breaks it. Why is there no up button? Is there a place button? Oh, okay. I don't have it. Fuck this stupid fucking game, man. Anyway. We'll probably read in a little bit about uncertainty and why uncertainty is a pretty bad thing. Why it's not good for presidents to play with maybe doing tariffs at this percent and maybe we'll delay them for a month and then, maybe we're gonna have tariffs on only car parts, or maybe we're gonna just put tariffs in China and not on Mexico ever. And well, that's probably not a good thing. But I forgot. I hate mini player.
So you just gave.
I'm curious. I saw a clip of this come off my YouTube feed. Uncertainty is good for the economy. Getting into Keynesian theory. Well, I'm just gonna read. We're not gonna go that far in debt. They're just these two blog posts. One from Krugman, one from Brian, whatever, however you pronounce his last name. I don't know. We probably will read. I'm sure there's something on uncertainty and general theory. Maybe I should read some of that as well. But do you think mineral deal with Russia Trump has hired is in the works? I thought it was yeah. Isn't that public knowledge by now? Yeah. The king of uncertainty is basically this whole theory. Yeah. Anyway, but I saw a clip of this come off of my YouTube feed. I didn't watch the clip because I was like, I should react to this on stream. So that's why we're here. Jon Stewart. I don't know if Jon Stewart as fully committed to socialism at this point, but the title implied that like he was debating whether socialism is good or not. Now this is from Reason, which is like a libertarian show. So maybe by socialism, they just kind of mean taxing the rich or something. But I'm curious, so let's find out.
Gave me in many ways the perfect segue kind of into our conversation, because I think I want to talk to you about Doge and how you're feeling about that, the Trump administration, all those things. But first, I think I've always been libertarian curious, if that would be the right.
Yeah. Every comedian is, right?
I think you would probably
you have to be, because you want to go where the jokes are and you want to be able to think a certain way and then express it. And,
that's right.
Yeah. So like every.
But here's what I always come up against, and you just brought it up. Years ago, there was a lot of lead in kids' cereal, and through government regulation. The lead was removed. So how do you square that kind of essential tension?
Yeah. So, and this is where I guess I am grounded, because I'm not an anarchist or an anarcho-capitalist, which a lot of people say, where, no government is ever necessary, or kind of the same thing that anything the government does is by force and theft and it's illegitimate. And they also suck at everything they do. Why would we have them do anything, et cetera? That's one strain of kind of libertarian thinking. I'm much more like Milton Friedman, a proud New Jerseyan.
Friedman? Where was he from?
He's from, I think he was born in Newark and grew up in Rahway. Rahway's two most famous residents are Milton Friedman and Reuben Hurricane Carter.
I was going to say, if you don't name somebody from the prison, you're just not working hard enough.
What the fuck
But
is any of this shit, man?
what I'm interested in, and this is definitely over the course of my career, I become much more of what I call a directional libertarian, which is that I'm not that interested in like, okay, let's build a perfect philosophical foundation
whole
that
ass
makes
tower
perfect
defense game
mathematical
in
and
here.
philosophical sense. It's like, are we heading in the direction of more individual freedom, where people can live how they want to, where business owners can do what they want to, where where things are looser and people are able to make more choices that matter in their lives. For me, the question isn't whether or not the government is funding something; it's are we going in the right direction or not. And so to bring that back to this question of regulation of things like lead, the single biggest thing to help air quality in the United States, arguably, was the environmental pollution kind of standards that were passed in the late 60s and early 70s under the Clean Air Act.
By Nixon, who would be considered at this point, I think, like a gay leftist for neighbor. Like he would, you know what I mean? Like we've so shifted in terms of the paradigm. But go ahead.
Yeah, and by banning, and it took many years.
DDT and all those other things.
Well, no, because I'm a libertarian, I will pick a nit with you about DDT in just a second. But with leaded, getting rid of leaded gasoline, and the atmosphere is a common, so it's not like you can't say, the lead you're emitting, I'm going to sue you in court for that, because it would take forever and it's never going to work or anything. But when there is a true commons, like air can be that
you think the market won't address. Like there's too many externalities, and so if the market won't address it, the free market, that's a place where, in your mind, you're able to come in. Okay, that makes sense.
And by saying, okay, we're taking leaded gasoline. I mean, most people in America now, I think, probably were not grew up with leaded gasoline versus unleaded, and all of that kind of shit. And it's like by taking leaded gasoline out of the air, that had a major positive effect on on the environment.
Listen, Nick, you and I grew up at the same time in Jersey. I'm sure you did what I did, which is ride your bicycle behind mosquito trucks. Like that, we didn't even get excited about the ice cream man coming. It was when the mosquito guy with the giant, he had a pickup truck with a giant fucking fire hose of who knows what. And we would ride our bikes behind it and be like, this smells interesting. Just let it wash over us.
Yeah, no, it's like just breathe in. Yeah, breathe in, because you're huffing anyway.
That's right.
So, but this is where you can also do things, even when you're saying like, okay, we're going to build a consensus and say we want to get leaded gasoline out of the air because it has these negative effects. You can do it smarter and dumber. And like the way the government did it, and this was Nixon's EPA said, okay, we're going to mandate catalytic converters, which is a particular type of technology that takes a lot of the lead out of emissions. I mean, as well as changing how we formulate gasoline. But it's like the government probably shouldn't be dictating technology, or it could set a goal and say, you have to reduce pollution by so much, but then we're going to let you and we're going to let the market innovate to figure out what's the best way to do it.
Are you for government then incentivizing those kinds of changes? Like, would that be, or is that considered an intervention that sullies a free market?
Yeah, well, it gets complicated pretty quickly, and obviously, right? Yeah, right. But it's where it might be that we want you to reduce your amount of pollution.
Are we just gonna say subsidize instead of mandate everything to subsidize it? Oh, I'm fucked. I'm not paying attention. No.
Fine it. That's one thing. But then say, and by the way, we're going to give you a massive taxpayer subsidy, and then give taxpayers credits to buy this one kind of technology. It could be a solar panel. I don't think build your own wind farms have taken off yet, but I'm sure they're coming. Like you want to make it as simple as possible to say, like, okay, we've come up with, like, here are the basic rules. And then what free markets are really good at is figuring out innovative ways to do stuff for lower costs with better outcomes. And that's not always perfect, and it's not always, sometimes it needs a kick in the pants, or sometimes you just need a top-down regulation or restriction on something. But I think things generally work better, when you let markets operate more freely.
Tariffs are good for Vietnam. Do you mean like Vietnam, like placing tariffs on Vietnam would be good, or do you mean the tariffs that Vietnam has are good? I'm not convinced of either. I don't know what tariffs Vietnam has, but I would bet that they would be doing better without them, even if marginally.
Because a lot of times we don't know what we want, and then how to get there more quickly. With DDT, if I may, just because this...
all right, pick the DDT, and then I'll go back to the sort of more macro view, and then we'll get into sort of what's happening today.
Yeah, DDT is a really interesting example. For the kind of planetary ban, almost complete planetary ban on DDT comes from Rachel Carson in Silent Spring.
Sure.
And she was making a series of cases. And, the modern environmentalist movement in a lot of ways comes out of that book and the movement that she helped inspire. And it turns out that DDT is really good at killing mosquitoes.
The best.
And its banning was not necessarily a good thing, because everything has costs and benefits. And it turns out in certain places, people are using lower levels of DDT in order to really powerfully eradicate mosquitoes. We are constantly held captive by these old things like, DDT was killing people, as if like everything good didn't come out of an era where boys were riding spider bikes, jumping ramps into vats of DDT.
Yes.
But, it turns out that it gets much more complicated, and it's worth going back and thinking about this stuff. And you mentioned polio. I'm sure we'll talk about Robert Kennedy at a certain point. Robert Kennedy, who's old enough to really remember polio, is like, the polio vaccines have killed more people than they saved. Right. And it's like, I want to see the kind
Hasan
of stream of
banned.
iron lungs, going up in front of Health and Human Services.
We'll see for how long, but he said fucking Rick Scott should be killed. So
it's really difficult right now, Nick, to make those choices and balances, especially now because you bring up the point about DDT, and you're right. I mean, it was an incredibly effective killer of mosquitoes, which were causing malaria and all kinds of disease. But then it was found to have mutagenic properties and cancer properties. And
well, at certain levels, right? Because
certain
this
levels.
is, and then this is, one of the things I gave a talk last fall, which was about what I call the agony of abundance. Like the biggest problem.
Bro, half the shit Hasan does, like, probably should have been a fucking perma. But Hasan's Hasan. I'm not convinced. I doubt it will be a perma.
Problem I think we have.
Oh, also because Hasan, I mean, we know Dan Clancy loves Hasan, and Hasan is popular enough that he definitely has a fucking Twitch representative that he's already probably messaged, and they're like working things out. But
today, in a kind of macro sense, is we forget how to learn from the past. And there was a poll last year,
which is overregulating Hasan and crashing his streaming economy. True.
Said that life was better in America in 1974, and I was like, okay, let's go. Yeah, let's go look at 1974, and like the Pinto was the best-selling car in 1974,
which was invented to make the Gremlin feel better about itself, as you know.
Well, I was partial to the Pacer because I just remember them having an ad where a guy delivered a 6-foot sub in the back of the Pacer.
Sure.
But then it was all glass, so it would, by the time it got there, it would have flies and maggots on it.
I had a Gremlin. I was the idiot who worked his whole fucking high school career to buy an $800 off-brown Gremlin just to find out it's front-heavy, and making a left meant you fishtailed into the neighbor's yard. So it was a nightmare.
But the Pinto not only was explosive, literally, but it was a bad car. And like we have done so much better to make better cars, but yet people are constantly being born back into the past, thinking that it was a simple, a simple decision.
A simple time when cars were cars and segregation was allowed. But let's talk about that central tension, because I think this brings up, here's where I probably have the hardest time embracing kind of the foundational philosophy, which would be kind of the way that Jeff Bezos is going with the Washington Post now. Personal liberty and free markets.
Yeah.
And this is the part that's hardest for me, because in my formulation, right, one of the greatest limiters of personal liberties oftentimes turns out to be free markets.
Okay. How and what's an example of that?
All right. So the way I would look at it is this. The greatest inhibitor of personal liberty in my mind is not necessarily overzealous regulation or something along those lines. It's poverty. It's struggle. It's the inability to get enough of the fruits of your labor to allow yourself the personal freedom that you need. Survival and being on a tenuous razor's edge is, for my calculation, the greatest inhibitor of personal liberty. Free markets, the operating system that we're running, capitalism, whether it's free or not, is by its nature exploitative of labor. So their goal is to get you to work for them for the least amount of money they can pay you, because they need to drive the biggest profits, right?
Sure.
So because of that, it's hard for me to reconcile.
I wasn't paying attention. What is this? Why correlation is unreliable? What? Huh? Why do I care about this right now?
This is why I wrote Skin in the Game. About 20 years ago, I gave a talk at the Greenwich thing, explaining
those two dynamics feel at odds.
I totally hear where you're coming from, and libertarianism historically, it's like a post-World War II phenomenon, really a post-1968 phenomenon, really, as an organized movement.
Really? Why 1968, do you think?
Well, it was partly the people who founded
the MMT people did go on The Daily Show, didn't they? It wasn't with Jon Stewart, but that was so fucking funny, man. Or not funny. That was, if you're me and you're base and correct, that was maybe depressing, but
modern libertarian party, people who were working at places like Reason, they felt left out of politics. Republicans and Democrats, when you're, especially if you're a young man in a draft year and your choice is Richard Nixon or Hubert Humphrey or George Wallace, you're like, okay, where's the exit, right? It's not good, right?
Would you draw it further back to like objectivism, or would you say that?
Yeah. A huge factor, and people like Ayn Rand. I never personally went through an Ayn Rand phase, but she was massive.
I definitely have told this before. Like literally, so fucking. My dad, I when we were on like some family, we were on like a family trip, and we were at a camp where like there's no internet, and I had like a bunch of books for him, or I brought a bunch of books with me, and the only one he found interesting was the fucking deficit myth, and that's the only one that he read. He didn't read the whole thing, but it's the only one that he was willing to read. Then in South Korea, car companies do good with tariffs. They were being so. Maybe I'll do a deep dive one day on the infant industry thing. So there's an argument to be made that sometimes tariffs are effective at building out infant industries. What I will mention with Korea is that a lot of their, are you fucking kidding me? A lot of their, oh, I'm fucked. Wow, I should not have put a gecko. Korea was actually operating closer to free trade than most people think, because Korea had tariffs, but they also had export subsidies. And, a tax on imports is equivalent to a tax on exports. So if you tax imports, but at the same time subsidize exports, you're actually not that far away from free trade. It's just that you're kind of, you might have a very distorted version of free trade because you're applying export subsidies to different sectors than you are applying import tariffs on. So I will mention that. I'm not convinced tariffs are necessarily the most effective way to develop infant industry in the first place, because mathematically they're just a subsidy plus a sales tax, and we have more efficient ways to raise revenue than tariffs. And because tariffs also increase the price of the good, demand for that good can go, like we saw this with steel tariffs. Steel, there was a short-term boost in domestic steel production because of our steel tariffs, but because you increase the price, demand kind of fell, and that just reduced steel output back to below what it was before the tariffs were in place, right? So a subsidy oftentimes is more efficient because it's just more efficient to raise revenue a different way than a tariff, and you also don't reduce the price of the of whatever, or you don't increase the price. You in fact reduce the price usually with a subsidy. What are good alternatives to tariffs? I just mentioned you subsidize them. There's evidence also that tariffs just reduce productivity. There's a paper on this from looking at U.S. history, because we used to have a lot higher tariffs. It found that industries, manufacturing industries where goods were tariffed, their labor productivity decreased or didn't grow as fast, mainly because you just have less of an incentive to innovate if you don't have to face as much foreign competition. But I just don't. I'm not convinced. First of all, whatever infant industry argument may work in developing countries, certainly that does not exist for the U.S. Isn't productivity loss the main driver of tariff downsides? Probably. I mean, well, not. I mean, do you mean productivity or do you mean labor productivity? I like productivity on whole, yeah. And people usually just don't focus on just labor productivity or whatever, but yeah. I'm gonna say another thing, but I'm also not convinced that I'm not convinced countries should develop infant industries. I think there's evidence that trade. I don't think there is evidence that trade leads to increased growth. There is evidence that multinational corporations, when they invest in other countries, do pro-productivity enhancing reforms. There's evidence that trade is just better than trying to develop infant industry so that later on you can trade effectively or whatever. But
Through it.
oh wow, the objectivists I knew, they were always like, oh, you should know. They didn't even get drunk. Much as smoking weed. So it's like, okay, I'm out.
That was the only time I ever found it interesting.
Yeah, because for me, the 1950s, I mean, post-war America is the first time when America became, kind of a wealthy country. And also
Right.
it was, that's when individual liberty flourished. Suddenly you had, even among minorities who had it really shitty in the 50s, if you were black, Brown versus Board of Education only took place in 54.
the only proven
Schools
method of
didn't
development
get
is
fully
neoliberalism.
desegregated until Nixon.
There is actually a paper that doesn't say exactly that, but there is a paper called The Washington Consensus Works, and it does have evidence that when countries undertook, the Washington Consensus reforms, they did actually perform better because of the reforms. So, I mean, it's not like there's evidence for that. There is evidence that neoliberalism is based.
in the early 70s. I mean, it was bad, but at every level, people were doing so much better, and there was so much more stuff to buy, so many more choices to make on every level. It makes sense that libertarianism started to become more interesting and
fucking
attractive.
need frogs.
I was more into Jack Kerouac and the Beats, who were exploring individual liberty.
The Merry Pranksters and
So these are all like parts of a broad movement. But in any case, I was going to say that I'm a libertarian because I grew up lower middle class, not because it's often characterized as this is a philosophy for upper middle class people, highly educated people, men mostly, and some women who are
I should put frogs down.
Use cigarette holders or something. And my whole point,
or monocles. Yeah,
that's right. My whole point, I agree with you in the questions you're asking. I think capitalism, broadly speaking, as an operating system, generates more possibilities for people. I agree, and this is why I'm not an anarchist. When you talk about poor people,
not even poor people. I mean, like working class or even regular middle class, which is how I grew up. Even that suffers through that kind of more.
Yeah, I guess part of the problem with political discourse in America, and I think it's always been this way, is that 90% of us say we're middle class, and so you get middle class people, and this happened under it happened under George W. Bush, it happened under Trump, certainly under Biden, where suddenly households who are making $400,000 are being subsidized by the government, and you hear this. I'm talking to you from Hell's Kitchen in New York, and you'll hear people in New York say with a straight face, like, "Oh, making $300,000."
It's very true.
It's not happening right now.
It's like we're pinched, and it's like then
Welcome
move
back,
or whatever. But what I was going to say is that the libertarian argument for helping people who need it and assistance in the market goes something like this, or part of it is that if you're a kid and your parents for whatever reason aren't they're not well off, you don't have a lot of options.
So it's hard. Cope's okay. I can't tell if you're trolling. I think you're trolling. Homeownership is genuinely fucked though. I think the data shows that Zoomers are doing relatively fine, but part of that is because a lot of Zoomers were able to buy homes like during fucking COVID when rates were really low. I think homeownership is fucking genuinely just fucked, but yeah.
Giving kids access to education and to healthcare.
These snakes are fucking useless, by the way. Why do I keep wasting money on snakes? I don't know what they actually do effectively. They just
to grow so that they can fully participate in society, which is a good thing. Then we can say, okay, well, that's why we have Medicaid and why we have public schools. And then it might be the case that we say, well, you know what? Let's maybe give.
Who's better at econ, socialist or libertarian? It kind of depends how far you go in either direction, right? So like, some people like Matt Brunegg classifies himself as a socialist, and like he's probably better at economics than Fabian Liberty is, if he calls himself. I mean, Fabian Liberty's fallen like anarchist, but certainly I think Matt Brunegg has better economic policy than a lot of libertarians who aren't like, who are relatively far libertarian. But I mean, maybe. Oh, hold on, wait. Oh, fuck. What eats the ladybugs? Oh, no. Oh, no. Fuck. Was it geckos? You lost the debate to Fabian, though? Well, yeah, but that's not I don't think that showcases that he's a smart understanding of economics. Most of that debate was not really about economics. It was about, like, the philosophy of the NAP. Fuck. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh, but like maybe, I don't know, like maybe if you had me choose between like Scott Sumner and Matt Brunegg, who I think Scott Sumner classifies himself as a libertarian, like maybe I would say Sumner has a better understanding. I don't know. I think socialists are worse at kind of just like rejecting economics like from the start, right? Like there's a lot of socialists who kind of just like, I literally will never accept ain't no way you lost to Fabian Liberty. I mean, you can go watch the debate somewhere, but we had like a healthcare debate a while ago. It's on my channel. You can go search up non-font Fabian. I think I've debated him 3 times. So I might have to search a little bit. But socialists are bad at just kind of like incredible. Are kind of bad at just like totally rejecting economics from the start. And like libertarians a lot of times are kind of better at accepting economics in the first place, but kind of bad at understanding that there's in fact nuance to things. What's up?
But I was gonna say, but I have a theory that explains all of this. Remember the theory that I broke down for you? It's that I don't think a right wing or even a fake libertarian right. I'm not saying Fabians. I'm saying most libertarians are that though. But like, they'll never like concede though the point that they have, or at least I'll never see Pentuple as a judge go the left wing way just because they had a better argument.
Well, sure. You're saying for why I like. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I explained this a lot. I was like, the way this is like constructed is made for like the actual base liberal to always lose, because the liberals will admit whenever someone has a better argument than they have on a topic, but you will never see a Pentuple or a fuck. I need more retarded right wing people, but you'll never see them like be like, even though I disagree. Yeah, he is the only one. You'll never see like another person being, or a right winger being like, this is actually like a good argument. Although I do not like agree with this person has the better argument. Like Minar, there we go. Minar will never say that. Anyway, bye.
Let's see, has Pentuple subtweeted me anymore? So it's cool that they make decisions about companies and blatantly insider trade stock more, but bad when whales buy crypto during the most obvious and clear catalyst towards its legitimacy in financial markets. I love when people are like, those federal workers in the red state got fired. I bet they count what they voted for, as if those federal workers aren't all wokies in their red state. What? Is Minar a schizo conspiracy? Minar is, yeah. Minar is totally insane. Minar is like a pretty hardcore like Islamist and simultaneously a hardcore MAGA Trump supporter. He's odd. Like he's like hardcore, like have multiple wives and like marry children, and super pro. I mean, he is just pro Hamas. At the same time, supports Donald Trump hardcore. So you're not ashamed of the Confederacy? No, I'm not ashamed of American history. The men who died wearing Confederate uniforms were better men than you, John. What? What? Who is this guy? Comedian, actor. What?
Their kid goes to. Like, the government doesn't have to run the schools, etc. But there should be some aid and assistance in the interest of helping people fully participate in society. I think I can make a case that is consistent with libertarian beliefs and a belief in mostly free markets and laissez-faire, and certainly personal liberties. That the state can exist to help people in terms of safety nets and in terms of
MAGA Islamic communism stock still strong. Welcome back, Patrick. Yeah.
The reason why
cars
became
from 4 years ago, he a couple days before Jan 6 said shit. We'll go down to the Capitol. I mean, Minar must have had insider information, because Minar is now a big proponent of the Fedsurrection theory. He thinks all the literally all the instigators of the riot were just federal officers. Yeah.
A subsidized loan in order to buy that gremlin. It actually, cars in America got better and cheaper when you think about it in terms of the amount of work that people have to do to buy them when we opened up to competition. And throughout the through the mid 70s, the car markets in America.
This part is obviously true. Yeah,
but we're basically, it's very hard to get imports, and as a result, we got the cars that you and I grew up.
But I mean, I don't know. I don't think Jon Stewart is. Maybe actually, it wouldn't surprise me if Jon Stewart has like some cringe takes on like offshoring. He's the reason I know Jan 6 wasn't just spontaneous, but it was planned. He literally told me a few days before. Damn. Bro, hurry up and write a Substack. Dude, Substack. Want to know what's funny? Is that Substack sent me a fucking email saying, people are waiting on your next post. I've not been writing. I haven't been writing. I haven't been editing. I haven't been doing shit, man. Write your next post. Your audience is waiting. I'm working on it. Barely. A little bit. Go read Econoboy Substack. Econoboy is a Substack. He just posted. He's got a bunch. He's on it, working on a new tax series. Okay. He just talked about the expenditure tax. Okay. Go read some Econoboy.
Driving, where you know, if you know, the one good thing is, you know, I think about this all the time, and again, this is a question of progress
Two
that we
frogs
should
are
not
enough.
celebrate uncritically, but take note of. I can remember people would have parties on the street if their car made it to 100,000 miles and
Sure.
the odometer went to zero.
The rollover, baby. You had to get to
and
them
that was
zeros.
like, there were like 2 or 3 in your lifetime,
Yeah.
and now you don't even change the spark plugs on a new car until
can't read
100,000
Econoboy.
miles.
Become-
You know, and it is true
no,
that business owners want to. You know,
You're right. Okay. You're right. Fuck, Econoboy got nothing. Econoboy is a lot. Econoboy is really smart. You're right. You're right. Okay. That is true. But this is actually because he's talking about a consumption tax. This is what I like. I was actually worried. I remember when he first told me he was just writing about the expenditure tax. I literally said, like, hey, yeah, I was like, oh no, it's gonna be cringe though, because you're probably gonna be like in support of fucking taxing savings now. But he's not. Like, I made a video talking about literally I read it would actually, he might have even read the same fucking thing. I read like a whole paper on the personal expenditure tax a while ago. I personally think if you're going to propose new economic theory, you should publish it in a journal around it. First of all, I'm not proposing new theory. Neither is Econoboy, really. But I read this fucking thing here, I believe. Yeah. And I like consumption taxes. I mean, Econoboy has it like super progressive, which, I mean, honestly, as long as you're only taxing consumption, like, I don't know if I care that, good, like, fine. Maybe some people would have issue with that, but what is a concept? What is a conception tax? Conception tax would go crazy though. Explain it like I don't know. Econ. Basically, the consumption. Well, the different types of consumption taxes. Consumption taxes tax consumption. It taxes your spending rather than your saving. So, like a retail sales tax that we all pay here in North Carolina, I think most states have them, is an example of a consumption tax. The personal expenditures tax is basically imagine an income tax, but all your savings and investment is deductible. Consumption tax is inflationary. Well, I wouldn't say it's inflationary. You could say, I mean, obviously it increases the price of consuming generally, but that's not really, that is kind of how all taxes work. But what was I saying? The way this tax would work, basically, you would just be allowed to deduct all your investment and savings. So if you earn $80,000, but you save $20,000, you would only pay taxes as if you made whatever 80 minus 20, not 50,000, $60,000. I'm bad at math. Forgot what 8 minus 2 is. You'd only pay taxes as if you made like $6,000. I mean, generally, you just don't want to penalize saving. You don't want to penalize investment because then you get less savings and investment, and savings and investment is generally a good thing. Yeah. Fuck, I might need it. It should be good. Just tax bad thing, subsidize good thing, economic rent's bad. Yeah, exactly. I think Econoboy did a good job of explaining this. I mean, you just read the article rather than have me like regurgitate it to you. But it also it's so funny because it puts like a lot of libertarians in a really weird position where like ordinarily like even I make this argument that like you know, if we want to fund some program and we have to tax rich people a lot to do it, or if you just want to tax the rich because you think inequality is bad, well, that's going to have some like pretty like negative effects on investment generally, and that's going to affect a lot of other people than just like, you know, rich people. But if you say, hey, I'm only going to tax consumption, well, now like suddenly you're kind of being forced to defend, like you're going to have to say like, no, like rich people buying yachts is just like so, like just like so good that we don't want to penalize it. That's just like a good thing. Like I want the rich to be able to buy yachts without paying much taxes on it, and that's a lot harder to justify than saying like, you know, if we tax rich people 70%, they're going to invest a lot less because the after tax return is so much lower. I mean, you can kind of make the argument that like, oh, but what if, you know, the industries that were taxed, if rich people consume less, the industries that rich people consume in will be hurt. And you can kind of make that argument. But it's just a lot less damaging than taxing investment. And it's also, there's going to be distributional effects, right? So like we're going to tax the consumption away, and then like if we spend it on affordable housing, well, now maybe instead of people building yachts, those people are employed in housing construction. It's not like a total loss. But it's a libertarian stream, not here for drama, just overheard it. Is this a libertarian stream? No, not really. Right now we're reacting to Jon Stewart talk about libertarianism with some libertarian guy. Oh, snakes are good for scorpions, which just showed up now when I have no snakes down, of course. Okay, so time to put down a ton of these. No, I mean, I'm a capitalist generally, but I would never call myself a libertarian.
You know, they want you to work for as little as they have to pay you. But then if you're a
this
good
is
worker,
Animal Jam,
you're going to
bro.
be competing. Other companies are going to be like, you know what, this guy is actually pretty good at what he's doing. I'm going to woo him away with a better wage.
Yeah, I think that's probably where you and I would disagree a little bit.
Yeah, no, I also think it's kind of, you can push it too far. I was looking, in anticipation for this, I was looking at the percentage of households and whatnot that are on SNAP benefits. Mm-hmm. I think almost everybody in America, regardless of political persuasion, ideology, or anything, would say, you know what, like, we don't want people to starve.
Yeah, I would even question that at this point. There's a Republican congressman the other day who was like, kids should have to work for their lunch at school. And you're like, okay, that's interesting.
Anti-cap socialism somehow you ended up in my algorithm.
Controversial. Yeah, they really are within the government.
Well, I mean, depending on how far you are, we might not be that far apart. But
and the other side I would say to it is when government.
I'm fine with begrudgingly calling myself a social democrat. I don't like. There are plenty of people who would consider me a social democrat, but I mean, I don't usually brand myself as that.
Provide that, right? They attach all kinds of
conditions
to it that they don't attach to
yeah.
subsidies that are for corporations
or for mortgages and things like that.
Right. I mean,
to be fair, there are plenty of libertarians who are utilitarians or even like threshold deontologist, whatever the fuck it's called. I don't know. I can't speak today. I'm forgetting. Deontologist. It's not pronounced deontologist, right? It's pronounced whatever. There are libertarians who would do that. Some of them, not Fabian though.
Billions for things, and yet food stamps, you're not allowed to buy hot food.
Yeah, no, it drives me nuts. And
right.
This is, again, from a libertarian point of view, I think you can say, okay, we're going to have certain social welfare, safety net programs. Those are important. But then when you start getting to like, well, okay.
Is this guy even a libertarian? So we're going to have a social safety net? What the fuck? You're going to violate the NAP just to give to the people who could otherwise pull themselves up by their bootstraps? What? What do you mean?
Who are making 3 times the poverty line or something, are still getting a benefit. Maybe that's.
I mean, I'll probably go one day and do. I need to learn statistics just more generally, but I also need to. What the fuck? I don't care. Malibu, this is just you on a different account. I can tell so easily, but I'll probably the social democrat. Social Democracy in the 21st Century blog has a lot of anti-praxology stuff, which I'll read at some point.
Taxpayer money, because that money's coming from somewhere else. But also, and you find this in all sorts of giveaways under COVID and whatnot, where people just, okay, well, why do seniors get prescription drug benefits, regardless of how much money they make, or why are they getting them anyway if they don't actually need them?
I mean, if we're that concerned about it, just tax away the benefits. He's a libertarian. I mean, there are a lot of times libertarians are even more in favor of like the universalized system. Because there's administrative efficiency in just like giving out like flat benefits, just giving every I don't know who Praxben is, giving out like flat benefits and just for the rich people, taxing them away. So on net, you don't actually get the benefit.
So you're more of you would say means testing is the most important aspect of the safety net.
It's two things. One is I would say it would be better to give people we know people are poor because they're below the poverty line. Like give them cash, just give them cash and say, okay, here, we trust you not to buy.
Okay, so he's actually he's actually so anti-means testing that he's that he's just saying let's do a UBI, and that way we don't have to have these benefits for seniors or whatever. But okay, fair enough, I guess. Fair enough. If you boil it down, the only praxeologist that actually might hold is just low-key Econ 101. The rest is schizophrenic delusion. True and based.
Not simply to buy Letio cereal for your kid.
Which, by the way, they don't. I mean, almost entirely those benefits are used to the positive and not,
absolutely.
The whole idea is like they're gaming the system for gambling money and cigarettes. Like, it's
and it's like, well, they'll figure out how to do that anyway. But what, to get to this point, because you mentioned Jeff Bezos, who just recently said, he wants the opinion section of the Washington Post to focus on supporting personal liberties and free markets. And it's true, like when government gives a benefit and then says, oh, but you know what, you have to get the 2% milk or the non-fat milk because we don't trust you to make a good decision. That is so patronizing to my mind. It shouldn't be allowed.
But you're not against the government subsidizing those that are left out of whatever economic prosperity comes from the capitalist system, which is, I think for a lot of people would be surprising. I've always said, Rand Paul is kind of the avatar for all this in my mind, only because having lobbied down there for the Zadroga Act for 9/11 and PACT Act for veterans and other things, I always started to get the impression that like a libertarian was a Republican whose town hadn't been hit by a tornado yet.
Right.
It was like no money for Sandy relief, and then Kentucky gets hit by a tornado, and they're like, come on. Which made me feel like it wasn't a practical operating system for people to be talking about.
You'll have fights over where the line gets drawn, exactly,
That's
right?
That's
Things
right.
like that. But to me, it's that question, and I like the way that you phrase it. It's it's like who are the people who are left out, and particularly the people who are left out, through no actions of their own. How do we give them a shot at participating in society?
But Nick, that's a much more charitable view, and this I think is going to surprise people. I think they view libertarianism in some ways as kind of a purist form of a kind of selfishness, right? That you don't do, and I would say that's a more charitable view than I hear from the Republican Party almost in its entirety. I think they view poverty and being left behind as vice, as somehow in certain areas. I think if you were to look at, like let's say the Midwest and the Rust Belt, right? I think the view there is those poor people. Globalization has hollowed out our manufacturing base. And then you would say, well, what about Chicago and New York City and minority communities? And they would say, pull your pants up and get a fucking job. It's almost an analog of what happened to our manufacturing base.
Premises, buying
almost entirely
real estate to conduct
and without
business
any sympathy.
What you're describing is broadly
is a
lot
big
of
factor
Republicans
in
think this
high
way, I think a lot of
prices. How do
conservatives.
libertarians address this issue? If you can make that sentence in English, maybe I can tell. Maybe I can tell you. I don't know what you're trying. I think it is your point just that the high cost of land and rent is a big factor in high prices? Is that what you're trying to say? Libertarians would just say, and I think they're mostly right in this view, is that the reason that's so expensive, rent and everything's so expensive, is because of government restrictions on land use. I think they have a point there. There are a lot of land use restrictions and zoning laws that I am against as a based YIMBY. I think that's probably what they would say. Some of them would also just say the only way you actually get inflation is, or the bigger concern is, money printing, and we should be on the gold standard, and we're printing too much money, and the Fed, and then prices will be stable. Yeah, probably that.
Roles go back and forth when you're talking about Chicago, and it's like, oh, we got to help these people. But then if it's
I'm gonna upgrade them. Oh shit. I don't know how I'm gonna do that. What the fuck?
fat Walmart shopper in a small town in Indiana. It's like,
Right.
just buck it up, pal.
No, you're right. It does. It goes across lines. People have their prejudices against different groups.
And this is one of the things that is fascinating about Donald Trump is that he is a master of playing all of this kind of stuff against himself. Because when he's talking about tariffs and when he's talking about help, he just was praising the longshoremen for getting a good deal by resisting modernization of containerized shipping. He knows how to play all of this.
Do you think that's genuine? Because I find him to be incredibly dismissive of labor and workers, and he views them. I think in his unguarded moments, like the podcast he did with Elon, where he was laughing with Elon about how badly they had cut the workers at Twitter and unionization being a fool. Where do you think they are in reality?
Well, Donald Trump, and this is probably the only time the sentence has been spoken in the English language. I think of Donald Trump like Bob Dylan, and by that I mean that he.
Hold on a minute.
Okay.
Are we recording this?
Yeah. He has.
We're certainly blowing in the wind, but
a million different persona. And at any given point in time, Bob Dylan absolutely
point I really like
singing. When he was
is that due to USPS and public schooling, you can live in buttfuck nowhere, subsidized by the government, put it to market, dictated this to
and then when
actually
he
be
thought that God was going to come and kill his friends and throw them into a lake of everlasting hellfire.
It was only a couple of years, Nick. That was only a couple of years.
No, but I'm saying,
quick.
But Trump believes what he's saying.
I did not
don't
comprehend your point. I don't know how messed up your brain is that somehow you can comprehend the shit that you typed and you can't comprehend my response to it. I think if what you're trying to say is that high rents lead to high prices, the way a libertarian would respond to that is they would say the government is responsible for both rent and high prices. They would say for high rent and high prices. They would say land use restrictions like zoning laws that dictate what you can build and where is responsible for high rent, which I do believe is a lot of that is true. And they would say high prices are really caused by the growth in M2, and that's all done by the Fed and/or government overspending, depending on if they're like a fiscal theory price level guy or quantity theory of money guy. Yeah, that's how most of them would respond.
Calculating, saying I'm screwing around with the longshoremen.
It's a Costanza thing.
Yeah, that's right.
It's not a lie if you believe it.
Yeah.
And in that moment, he believes it.
Yeah, but it does get into this larger question for the country, and surprisingly, I think my worldview would fix just about everything in the world. But
why didn't we talk to you sooner, Nick?
I've been waiting. Yeah, what we have now is a government that pretty much at all levels, but certainly at the federal level, is spending way too much. It cannot or won't raise revenue to cover its costs, so it's creating debt, and we can talk about why debt is a problem beyond some kind of accounting fetish. But the government is trying to do so many things, it is doing them poorly, and it's unsustainable. And I think we're reaching a moment where this long period after World War II, and even after the Cold War ended, where there's a reset coming. And you can't keep spending, $7 trillion a year and taking in $4.5 trillion, which is what we're doing. And we're going to have to make choices. And this is where, I think if we would say, here's the goal of government. The goal of government is not to make sure that everybody everywhere keeps the job they had when they were 25, even if they're 65. But it's like government is here to provide several core functions and to kind of keep things moving in a direction. Then how do we pay for that? Like, how much does that cost? How do we pay for it? And how do we empower people to, to use, whatever money we're given?
Listen, I think you're putting your finger on the essential questions that we talk about. I guess the way that I would maybe address that is slightly different, which is government exists. Getting back to the operating system being capitalism.
Yeah, which is a wonderful
32% recession. What the fuck? Wait, did that has that jumped because of the new GDP forecast?
for everything.
In my mind, the government exists to soften the blow that by definition, exploitative system is going to extract. Capitalism is extractive. They're goods, raw materials, labor. It's got to be the cheapest, drive the highest profits, and the people that will.
Well, sure, we bet, guys. Putting $50 down, no recession.
Benefit that are necessarily a smaller slice of people because it's a shareholder operation, not a people operation, and the labor is not valued in the the that investment or capital is. Capital is king.
Can I push on this a little bit? Because what I was going to challenge is capitalism is inherently exploitative, and that labor is always getting, punched in the head or hit in the kidneys with a baseball bat by, who was the guy on the waterfront, Johnny Friendly, I think. No.
How did he get that name? He wasn't.
I mean, and maybe he had a bouncer who was really fat that they called Tiny. I think it was an ironic universe.
Oh, that's how it worked.
Yeah. But I don't necessarily agree with that. And in a lot of ways I would push back on it because when you talk about, Okay, the boss man, and now we're back in Springsteen universe,
The
right?
boss.
Because for Bruce Springsteen, things have never recovered from the Great Depression. He's still mumbling along the mean streets of Rumson
Hey.
with his hat in his hand.
You know what? We can argue about economic systems, but you were in dangerous territory, my friend. Dangerous territory.
What I'm getting at is that, employers are desperate, generally speaking. Like, if you are a good employee, and I worked as a manager at Reason for 20 plus years, like, if there was somebody who was putting in a better, than average effort, I would do everything to keep them, including, like paying them more money.
But you're running a small business. Reason
I
is a
get
small.
that.
It's not a multi. I'm talking writ large about multinational corporations, and I'll make the case, I think, because if you look at wealth in systems that are poorly regulated in terms of capitalism, right? There is, in the same way that political power is accrued through a kind of contrived incumbency.
I'm gonna bet on there being a recession, just so people think there'll be a recession, and that'll actually increase the odds of there being a recession. I do kind of like. I want to know what people's reaction would be if there actually was a recession under Trump and if prices didn't actually meaningfully go down. Obviously, if there's a recession, I would expect inflation to fall. But I am curious, like, what the fuck would MAGA be saying what if we had just straight up had stagflation? Like, what if we straight up had, 1970s, like 13% inflation and, no growth? Like, what the fuck would, I'm so curious what Rob Noor would be saying about that. What are these people, what is Menard going to come out and say? But libertarians do not address the fact that investors will allocate a small percentage of their investable assets in areas where profits are uncertain, where people are struggling, and thus huge part of the country would be underdeveloped if we were to accept and implement their theory. I don't, may or not understand, but I don't see how that follows. Most investments would go to high growth established economic centers. Well, yeah, that's it. Well, yeah, that happens currently. Yeah. Yeah. But I just don't think that's. Libertarians would definitely say that's not a bad thing, and even I don't really think that's necessarily a bad thing.
See, I think wealth also accumulates.
And they would just bring up, like Bob Marley brought up earlier, if we didn't have things like the government, like public schools and USPS, you would have a much bigger incentive to actually move into these cities, because they would be the only places you can actually get the shit you need.
Through a contrived incumbency by those that are wealthy. And what you find is, so let's go back to times when capitalism was less fettered, and that would be sort of Gilded Age, as it moves through. It's one thing to say, oh, competition, iron tempers iron, it makes everybody stronger and it gets. But what happens is, as we've seen with monopolistic tendencies in capitalism, once wealth is accrued, it becomes much easier to then keep tilting the table more in their favor. And it almost inexorably, it's a law of nature. It's a kind of Newton's law.
I hear you, but we will disagree with this. We'll disagree to a large degree on this.
Oh, okay.
I don't think it changed, but and I'm not saying.
No, he's gonna. Monopolies can only be made if the government protects them. Oh boy, let's
there
go.
weren't times where capitalism was red in tooth and claw and exploitative.
When was it not? I guess that would be the easier question.
Well, the reason what I'm getting at is saying that when you if you go back, and this is something, there's a type of school of economic thought called public choice economics, which talks about how the story that progressives tell, capital P progressives in particular, tell about capitalism is that it was awful.
Not awful, but it's a system that requires exploitation and extraction.
Well, here, but so
it generates more wealth than any other system, no question. But that wealth accumulates unusually at the top. You brought up earlier the 50s, which I thought was a great time, and you're right.
Oh no, he's gonna say we had 91% marginal tax rates. Oh no, he's gonna say the corporate tax of 70%. Oh no, Jon Stewart, don't do it, Jon.
Tax rates then were 80% or 90%.
No.
And the GI Bill, which was a giant government expense,
John, no,
is what helped build that stable middle class that you're talking about.
Well, first off, nobody paid those tax rates because those were the printed rates. No, seriously. But that's why things like
literally 500 people, less than five. It was 446 people had paid those tax rates. Basically, nobody paid those tax rates. If you look at income tax as the amount that income tax collected as a percentage of GDP, it's actually been basically flat. It's fluctuated between like 13 and 18% in the last like the entire time we've had it, essentially. Like
accounts, and all sorts of things were invented for upper level people.
Sure, and they cut all kinds of deductions, and
The main engine,
rich people always find a way out of it. True.
the main engine of things like people being able to buy their own homes and whatnot, it was increases in productivity through industrialization and mechanization. I would argue it was not unionization. It wasn't the GI Bill. I'm not saying those things didn't have an effect, but that it's because we became wealthier, because suddenly we were building an economy that used machines and other things to become massively more productive. Wages went up, not because...
But not at the same rate as productivity. You will always find that.
no, John, no, no, no. He's doing the pay versus productivity meme. No, John, no, John, don't trust the EPI chart, John. Why? No, I don't know. I mean, presumably this guy is gonna mention this, but that the chart that John is citing here, the EPI chart, lines diverge. Yeah, I know. So that chart one uses two different deflators. It uses, I think, like GDP deflator for the productivity, and it uses CPI for wages. CPI tends to be like the highest measure of inflation, and GDP deflator usually is not as high. And then secondly, it looks at the wage thing is for production and non-supervisory employees. That's, those are jobs that supposedly represent like the middle class, right? But it's a subset of workers, yet they compare productivity for everyone. They compare productivity for all workers. That includes workers not included in the, oh yeah, he's gonna do the paycheck for paycheck thing coming up. I'll almost guarantee it, actually. That includes workers not in the wage thing. So they're comparing everyone's productivity to a subset of workers. What that chart actually shows, which is, you can argue there's a problem here. It's a chart of wage inequality. It shows essentially that high skilled labor is becoming more and more productive, while low skilled labor not so much. So their wages are relatively stagnant versus high skilled workers' wages just keep increasing. It's a chart of wage inequality, not of a pay versus productivity cap, really. Which you can talk about wage inequality. You might think that's an issue, and you might want a better tax system to address that issue. But it's not really a. It's not really. It's not a real thing. It's just a meme. It's a meme chart. What is EPI even good for? Real. What did Hasan get banned for? Hasan said that he wanted someone to kill Rick Scott, basically. Or he said that if you care about this, about Medicare fraud, you should kill Rick Scott instead of cutting the budget.
Wages do not match productivity gains. They'll always lag.
Sometimes they're higher, sometimes they're higher,
Right.
sometimes they're
Mostly.
lower. But like right now
Yeah.
in America, we're
Oh,
basically
come on. I mean, I don't. Maybe he didn't know. Maybe it's like too annoying to like explain the issues with that graph in this format.
we
but
have like the highest median household income.
that is true as well. Also, what's the I forget the title. Oh, how not to be fooled by viral charts.
That we've ever had, adjusted for inflation.
Maybe I'm wrong about it. Isn't
believe it's
50 to
part
60% of Americans living paycheck to paycheck?
No, but you have to look into.
Cat tricks, you pre-what? John, no. What's the debunk of that one? I don't remember. It's first of all, they're just like surveys. Paycheck to paycheck's not like a well-defined economic term. This is just a survey that like marketing companies put out. Oh, what's up?
Yeah, I don't know why you're laughing. I don't know why you're laughing at that. I mean, 160% of Americans. No, I think it's. Did he say only 60 Americans or only 60% of Americans?
60%.
No, I think only 60 Americans now.
Of what? Or
Of all Americans, like 60 Americans.
Are living paycheck to paycheck? What? Huh?
Yeah,
That's probably the true number, but it's not.
that's right.
That's not what he
That's
said. But
No. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. But yeah. My God. I mean, what's next? Can we try to predict what's next? Okay, let me guess. Stock buybacks. Bad. No, that's obviously not it. I just saw the neoliberal channel I sent you. Yeah, it's like a really good video on stock buybacks. It's a good video. You should watch it. It's like all his videos are really short, but they're like really good. Yeah. Did you see that video?
I don't watch that one. I don't think no. But I watched.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. That's how I found out about it. I looked up. Look, sometimes I don't do confirmation bias. Okay, that's for bad people. But sometimes when I want to research an issue, I will type it into like r/neoliberal, and like read the threads. But I don't do confirmation. Okay, I have like my own Python code. Okay, that when I want to look up something, it looks it up only on like my approved subreddits.
I lied. I did watch this.
I want to look up like buybacks. I look it up on like bad economics and like neoliberal, enough commie spam and stuff like that. That's how I do research. Okay.
I think
not
he
really,
just,
but that's one way.
he's relatively pro stock buyback. But
So
it's more just about the like bad history.
Capitalism is so tiring, dog. It's so tiring. It's like, do you know that it only takes like $20 billion to end the homelessness, and that what is it? Like, if you're a Marxist, then like you can say everything is like slavery, colonialism, blah blah blah, and fucking $4 billion% of Americans are paycheck to paycheck, and productivity and wages have separated, and farmers, they used to work way less than us. You know that, and like all of that is misinformation. All that is false. All that is false. All what I said is false. But like, how like?
Thank you for the follow, K Martinez. I really appreciate it. Welcome to the stream, buddy.
Why are we doing this? Oh my God! And like, people just feel, I don't know how to tell people, like, no, your wages are not lower than in 1960. They're not. They're way higher, actually. It's just like, stop using CPI, and even if you use CPI, it's like 4% higher. Okay, and also you should not look at just wages. You should include compensation. Okay, because everyone really cares about the fact that you get health benefits from your job, but why are we not counting that? That should be counted.
Blackstone owns 30% of single-family homes. Yep, that's a good one.
Oh yeah, fuck. Oh my God, that's also in my notes. Yeah, I have like a dedicated section to all the misinfo. So yeah, houses own like a bajillion. Houses are owned by like corporations, and what else? I mean, I don't know. I want to say CEO pay, but like that's slightly misleading. I don't know what else. I mean, also the policies that are attached to all this misinformation. Like, if the policies that were attached to this misinformation were good, I would not really care. I would care less.
Sure.
Okay, but it's like, okay, corporations are buying all the homes, so we got to do rent control, and productivity and wages have separated, so we got to do like a wealth tax. It's like, oh my God.
I don't know how to pronounce it. It starts
Did you watch the recent Three Wonks episode?
The most recent one, no, actually, I need to, but.
Okay, so I declare Econoboy dead to me. Okay, he's dead to me. He's dead. He's gone. He's gone. Full socialist. Full like.
He's just running. Have you seen a Substack? He has a good expenditure tax article. Okay. He was like, we should be taxing consumption. I mean, his expenditure tax is like really progressive. You might not like that part, but
sure.
What did he do? What did he do in the Three Wonks?
No, so what
I saw them talking about Ukraine.
Episode, they're just talking about like. I don't remember. So the first one was about Ukraine. The first half was about Ukraine. The second half was I don't remember the exact name of the topic, but basically they were like whining about what we should focus on. Okay, and Econoboy and SDL are just like, oh, the inequality, bro, the inequality. It's like okay, and it's like rich people in media. It's like okay. And then you can see me if you follow the chat. I'm like every 5 minutes. I'm just like, okay, I get it. The inequality bad. Gotcha. Anything else? Like, what are your solutions? What are your policies? And they're like, we can do a wealth tax. It's like, dog. First of all, wealth taxes are not very effective. They're not very. And Econoboy is like, oh well, but then the wonks, they tell me, okay, well, but do you know about the deadweight loss? Do you know about the deadweight loss and wealth taxes? He's like, okay, look, but you got to listen. Sometimes like inequality is an externality. So by taxing wealth, we're actually
no.
taxing the negative externality. It's like okay, let's suppose you're still not addressing the deadweight loss, but okay, let's suppose still wealth taxes are not very effective. You can look at the Warren tax, you can look at like the Warren proposed tax, you can look at the Swiss tax. There was a study looking at it, and they reduced like the Gini coefficient by like 0.004. Like that. Like that's not how you solve wealth inequality.
I saw
Sorry, that's just not it. So give me real solutions instead of like wealth tax posting when
was
it's
it like
just
on
like
a panel
terrible,
thing? Because I might have seen
policy.
it.
Like what your social? There's nothing. It's just that he's bought into the socialist mentality. Oh, and he went on about how he read like G.A. Cohen and he's like most sympathizing with G. N. Cohen and not like Dissent. It's like so, bro. It's like kill me. He's dead to me. He's dead to me. He's no longer now. And Micah was holding the line. Okay, Micah was also giving him concessions.
Yeah.
He doesn't understand that with people like that, you cannot give any concessions. He was like, "Oh, I'm less involved in all the like Center for Neoliberalism people because they're like very wonky. I think we can fix stuff with wonky, and we got to do populism." It's like, okay, but still, you got to address that the people in your panel are retarded. They're retarded.
I haven't seen that.
Okay,
I
we got
should
to do
watch
something
that.
about that. But it's not.
Oh boy.
It's so. My God. So I'm slightly exaggerating, okay, but like, it's just so. Guys, what are we doing? Oh, the rich people. You're not gonna reduce inequality by like 25%. Sorry, you're not. Especially not wealth inequality. Okay, you can try. Not happening. Okay. So, like, can you give me anything new? Can you give me anything new, please? Anything new? My God. But then you're watching Stewart. What's his name?
Jon
Is it
Stewart.
Jon Stewart? Yeah. It's like, oh my God, the econ misinformation. It's so bad, bro. What are we doing? But yeah.
Oh no! Oh
Yeah,
wait, did he talk about? Conway talked about Matt Bruenig, didn't he? When the biggest change of opinion. Oh no.
What do you mean?
The thing is Ukraine and Russia, and then the biggest change of opinion. Did Conway talk about his Matt Bruenig conversation?
Oh, that was the topic. Yeah. So, no, I don't think he talked about. I think he mentioned Matt Bruenig as like, if anything, I think like one sentence he mentioned Matt Bruenig as like a negative sentence where it's like even Matt Bruenig is like wonky. I think I don't remember, but no, he didn't. They were mostly all like saying, yeah, inequality is actually way more of a problem than I give it credit to. And even then, Econoboy was like about where he should be. I would say slightly too much. It's like, bro, what are we doing, dog? What are we doing? Like, so it's bad. Okay, it's bad. I get it. Rich people are bad. Okay. G.A. Cohen. Oh, you love G.A. Cohen. Oh my God, you love G.A. Cohen, the guy who's like retarded. Okay, we get it. Awesome, dog. Awesome. Now, what are we doing? What are we gonna do? Oh, just use socialism. Why not socialism? That's G.A. Cohen. Like, no. Kill yourself, actually. And no. I would never.
I'm on Twitch
like,
sample.
No.
In Minecraft.
I didn't mean that. No, not even in Minecraft. That's not cool. That's not cool. And it sets a bad example to even say that. And I apologize. I take accountability. But look. No. I'm just. It's just so boring. What are we gonna do? Like, what? Just give me policy. I just want policy.
Where my pet
and
go?
George Stewart is no better. Okay, he's no better. And now Stephen Smith. I suppose he said like my first order of business would be to fix the economy. It's like, okay, what are we gonna do? What are we doing? Just like the left is so stupid. I don't know what to do. But yeah, I don't know. What did Jon Stewart say so far?
Pay, productivity. He did that meme. He did a paycheck to paycheck meme. He did the in the 1950s, taxes on the rich were 90% meme.
Oh my God. Did you see the thing I sent you about like the different deflators, even in official data? Like, what are we? It's like it makes kind of sense because like when they do deflators, they're like doing it on the things composing the aggregate like index. It's not like they're deflating it with different like indices. It's more like they're like looking at the commodities that are purchased or like related to it and then multiplying by their prices. So okay, They're like just taking different deflators and like dividing by them, which is what the EPI did. But like still, that's pretty misleading. I don't know. But yeah. Yeah. My God. I don't know. Do you have notes about like all the econ misinformation or what?
Some of them. I mean, a lot of them are like brought up in like blog posts and that I read. So like, you know, it's like I know.
Okay, but you should
I know whenever
summarize them.
I should probably. Like,
what I do, the way my Notion is structured, is like I have in my economics and policy section, I have like debunking econ misinformation. Then I have a page for each one. So like the first one is the productivity pay. Second is like I don't remember at this point, but like, and then I just like I have a section for memes about this, a section for resources. Like, so the first thing would be like all the useful stuff to debunk it, right? Sometimes I even have like a summary of the claim, and then arguments debunking it, and then maybe resources to dump people with links because that's useful as well, and then memes about it. That's how I structure my Notion. I take it very seriously. But yeah, how are we feeling about export taxes?
Export taxes, huh? What about them?
He doesn't know, Chad. He doesn't know.
I don't know.
He doesn't know. He doesn't know.
You can't do export taxes in the US. I don't know what like.
Of course you can.
No,
what are you talking about?
I mean, you can do tariffs, which are equivalent to a tax on exports.
If the king says it, you can. Check this out.
What? There's no shot. Get ready to start making a lot of agriculture products to be sold inside the United States. Tariffs will go on external product on April 2nd. This is not constitutional. There's literally... it's in the Constitution. It's in the Constitution.
Nope, not anymore.
Oh my God. What?
Don't you love this guy? It's really bad. Oh my God, cannot wait for March 27th. Okay, cannot wait. I, for one, cannot wait. What do you think? Are we going to get to 3% projection?
I honestly, I didn't expect the projection to keep going down. I thought it would go back up. But at this point,
but they haven't even adjusted for government spending.
Well, no. But is that going to go down that much even? Like, would it like?
I don't know, but I'm just saying they didn't even factor that in yet to their projection. It's only consumption and investment.
At this point, I think at this point my bets would be on yes. Honestly, that we're gonna probably get another like downward forecast. I don't know how many more of those we're gonna get, but
nice. My God, don't you know that like you should subtract government spending from GDP?
Kill me, dog.
We already talked about this, no? We talked about this like a year ago with like Rothbard, with private product remaining, where like with Rothbard it's GDP minus government spending. I'm sorry, it's consumption plus investment minus government spending, which is also like no reason to use this metric. But yeah.
The problem is also,
I will say,
Bob Marley, if there is a recession, like people like. MAGA's not
Bob
gonna
Marley's
care.
in your chat? The Bob Marley guy is in your chat?
Yeah.
Oh, he's based. I think I DM'd him like a year ago about like the...
No, we've talked about this before, yeah.
Yeah, that guy's based. Shout out to Bob Marley #1, something like that. That's his name, I think. Something like that. Shout out to that guy. He's a real one.
It's like we're not even... I'm not convinced people would even care. People just like have some bullshit excuse for like why there was a recession. They're gonna... just conjure up some like misinformation and like people will buy into it.
Oh yeah. I know. I've seen an economist that Econ Chris Clark shouted out, and she was like almost crying about how like they're gonna gut the BEA, and like some stupid shit. Like, well, not stupid shit is like stupid doing it. And that's the topic is stupid, and it's like, yeah, she was like sad about this before the election, so. She knew. Okay, she knew. She saw into the future. But yeah. No, it's like I don't even know if by the end of like the next year I'll be able to trust government data. You know.
Yeah.
And I don't know if we're gonna need like
there's
the
already
to be, like the Trump thing. Go ahead.
there's an op-ed by two of the former BLS heads, and where they say I think it's for like in the Wall Street Journal. I think it's called like, can you still trust the unemployment rate? Where they're like, hey, by the way, the BLS needs more funding to update our surveys, which are getting less and less responses, and by 2025 we might have to start cutting some of the surveys we do. So, and Trump is not going to do anything to increase their funding. Doe's might end up decreasing it. They might end up firing half the people there. So
no, it's a vicious cycle. Like his economic policy is so bad, the numbers are going to be bad. And so if the numbers are bad, they're not going to fund them. And if they're going to fund them, the numbers are going to be less reliable. Oh my god. Ugh. I love America. I love America. Oh, well. And the Dan Malik guy is getting canceled over nothing by bullies. Like, the entire left is like retarded. It's sad.
U6 is the real... No, cat tricks. People don't say U6 is the real unemployment rate anymore. They say the true unemployment rate is the real unemployment rate, which counts people who are just like making $25,000 a year or less as unemployed. It's like... Did you see that? The
Wait. No. My friend sent me something, but what do you want?
One of the economic memes is like the true unemployment rate, the true rate of unemployment or whatever.
No, I don't know. I mean, I know the one by fucking what's his name? Localist. Didn't he do a meme about this or something?
Yeah, well, that was his own personal meme that ChatGPT made. But yeah, there's this there's this true unemployment rate tracked by the Ludwig Institute. It was cited in that article that like how Democrats were tricked into thinking we had a good economy. It says the unemployment rate is 23% because it includes.
Oh, the one with the one where if you look at the just like add stuff to the
it's literally it's like the unemployment rate plus a constant literally. It's like,
yeah, actually, did you know that if you add a number greater than 0, then it's higher? Did you know that? It's like, whoa, no way. Oh my god.
And it's also so lower than it's ever been. It's like it doesn't even fit the narrative.
Yeah, even then it's low. No, but it's higher. It's higher. It's still the economy has always been bad.
It's like literally, I think it's either the lowest or second lowest on record. Like,
oh my god, terrible. Yeah, and there's also there's also like the what's it called, the Big Mac index or something. And there's also like the shadow stats. There's shadow stats.
Oh, shadow stats. Yep.
We gotta love shadow stats. Yeah, it's bad. Now I expect Republicans to stop citing shadow stats because they always overestimate inflation by a lot. So it's like, that might be, bad for them if they're guys in office.
Yeah.
But yeah. Yeah, well, I just wanted to vent, okay? I just wanted to vent. I might have an exam in like 9 hours, okay?
Well, good luck.
But yeah. Thank you. Very considerate. And I don't actually hate economy. But the whole point of the three wongs, it's one social democrat, one socialist, and one neoliberal. Okay, why are we having two socialists? Like, what are we doing? Why are we doing this? Why are we doing it? Just call it, just fire economy, and make it like the two wongs. Okay, fire
True.
economy. That's what we need to cut. We need to cut jobs. Okay, and the it's
Doge
waste, fraud,
needs
and
to
abuse.
fire
Okay.
economy.
Okay. Micah is waste. Econoboy is fraud, and SDL is abuse. Okay, that's what it is. The three, the unholy three. No. So, but yeah. Either way. I just wanted to complain. Okay, I just saw Jon Stewart be like productivity pay, and don't you know like 80% of Americans are paycheck to paycheck? And also, if you look at the surveys, so first of all these surveys are like really retarded. Right? Like it's just like some scam company. They don't have. It's just whatever. But even then, if you look at like do you know people cite like there's like 76% of Americans are paycheck to paycheck? Do you know that one?
I think there's one that says 78.
Yeah, 78. I think. Yeah, maybe. If you look at the survey, it's like only 20% say they are like constantly paycheck to paycheck, and then like 30 say like they're sometimes, and then the other 20 are like often. It's like and they say it's all together. It's really bad. It's really bad. And even then, it's just like why are we going by like scam companies? It's just like,
And it's also some of the data doesn't even doesn't make sense because it'll have people like earning over $100,000 a year, living paycheck to paycheck more often than people making like $30K a year. And it's just like that's not really
paycheck to paycheck is like relative to your consumption.
You know, like you know, 60.
Yeah. It's really bad. Like if you have a millionaire starving to death, the guy is not paycheck to paycheck. No, I'm being facetious because that's also true for real wages. But like real wages are not adjusted for consumption, rightfully so. But yeah, it's bad. It's what are we doing, guys? What are we doing? It's like really bad. But also, wait, did I show you this? Give me a second. Do you know what seasonality is?
Not exact. I mean, do you just mean like why we seasonally adjust things? Like we.
Yeah. You know why?
Well, I mean, there's jobs that are seasonal and everything. There's seasonal effects because
So this is like my favorite. This is my favorite graph I made to like explain to people what seasonality is. Okay. Here.
Wow.
Yeah, gotta seasonally adjust, and that's why annual data is never seasonally adjusted because it's over all the seasons. It's why would you seasonally adjust like annual data? But yeah. Either way, so that's funny. But you know, that's it. I just wanted to complain. Okay, keep streaming.
Okay,
you can go stream. Bye.
Talk to a.
+% of Americans own their own home. Compared to in the 50s, it was much lower. You know, they have college education.
Oh, true. We know this. I don't think Jon Stewart brought up this meme, but I mean, another one is like people don't even bring up statistics for this one most of the time. They're just like, Gen Z can't own any homes. I was like, I think home affordability is probably the thing that like they're most accurate on, but it's not really true. If you look at the data, they're still doing fine.
Educations, they have more stuff.
Oh, you're saying that our standard of living is now higher comparatively?
Massively higher. And food is cheaper. Everything is more abundant. Plus you get the personal liberty stuff, which I think is part of capitalism.
True.
I don't think, it's not like capitalism is an economic thing and then, you can, it's the weekend and you're going to go to Plato's Retreat or Studio 54. They're all part of a same system, right?
Right.
Having said all of that, I mean, just to get back to it, it's like what capitalism does, and there's an economist, Joseph Schumpeter, the guy he coined the term creative destruction, and in a book during World War II called Capitalism, Socialism, and Democracy, he said, the great achievement of capitalism was not making more silk stockings for the queens of England, the queens of Europe, but bringing them in reach of factory girls.
You're saying that Henry Ford, the sort of the mechanization of goods and services allowed more people, which I don't in any way quibble with. I think that's why we use this operating system. I'm just saying the basis of this operating system is...
I mean, he could have gone... I mean, listen, if this was me doing a debate, I'd be like way more aggressive when it comes to when it comes to being like, John, you fell for like some like retarded ass like misinformation on this one. Like, this is just not true. But yeah, he's doing good. But he's also not like that insane of a libertarian. Like, he's like, oh, I guess we need a government to regulate lead out of cereal. I guess we can have a social safety net. He's at least not horrible. He's no Fabian.
Quality, and you see it in fits and starts. It's why economics goes through cycles. And that, like, if we hadn't have done the New Deal, we'll talk about it this way. Government intervention to ease the burden of those who are not able to protect their wealth through incumbency and really profit at that arithmetic or geometric level from the fruits of capitalism is what preserves the stability of the system. If we went more libertarian, I think you'd find the system is too volatile, and revolution, if we don't make, revolution then becomes much more inevitable.
So you've heard of the economic crash, the massive economic crash that happened in the early 20s. That was like bigger than the stock market crash in 1929.
No.
Yeah, and the government didn't do anything, and the stock market recovered very quickly.
You're suggesting that after 1929, if we hadn't gotten the New Deal, everything would have been fine.
I'm not saying everything would have been fine and it would have been difficult, but the New Deal, it's worth going back and looking at. How did the New Deal affect the economy, and did it string out bad times? Because there are two economic.
Oh boy. I haven't done reading on this, but people will argue the New Deal actually worsened the Depression. I'm not convinced that's the case, but I'm also not. I'm not convinced the New Deal like went as hard as people think it did when it comes to like deficit spending and like stimulus. Reason Magazine, libertarians becoming a voice of reason, a terrible timeline. It's horrible. Well. At the same time, you do have to consider, okay. We're getting more and more people are just getting their news from like lefties on TikTok. So like, maybe this isn't so bad. Like,
in the 30s that economists talk about, and that every government intervention, has costs and benefits, and oftentimes we have lost sight of things.
Well, let's use a more a more recent example, which would be the 2008 financial crisis versus the pandemic.
Yeah.
In 2008 financial crisis, it's caused by risk-taking behavior within our investment.
Oh no, he hasn't read Scott Sumner. Oh no, John, read The Money Illusion. John, it was NGDP, John.
Economy.
And particularly, that was behavior that was heavily incentivized by the federal government in terms of...
No! He hasn't read Scott Sumner either.
Guaranteeing mortgage loans and things like that. And
Freddie Mae and those guys got into the game pretty late. And I think you'd be hard-pressed to say that the hedge funds did it because they thought the government incentivized it.
No,
I mean this is true. This is a nice, respectful debate. Like I said, I would be aggressive, but yeah.
Federal Reserve, first off, kept interest rates artificially low for a long time, and then the government had a policy of its, government's...
John, or no, what's this guy's name? Bob. It's not Bob Dylan. Nick, no, Nick. It was NGDP. I have to read The Money Illusion at some point, man. Nick, no, you're confusing short-term interest rates with overall monetary policy, Nick. Nick, no. Nick.
Sponsored entities buying up all of the mortgage paper that was going. So banks did not do the due diligence.
But they jumped into that later.
Everybody has, some schmutz on their hands from all of this. But
it's funny. I think you and I, I'm kind of interested in this because I think where you and I would like society to settle.
Wait, how the fuck? Is this a fucking bridge?
Is probably almost the same place.
Absolutely.
I think
What's
you
up,
and I
Chairman?
would look at it as...
Man, I bleed for Hasan. It takes all my energy not to wish death every single moment of my life. Based. If you get aggressive, the other guy will get more defensive, and it leads to worse. Let's get... Well... Okay. That's fair, but also... Usually I'm aggressive towards... If I were... Okay. Realistically, if I was actually talking to these people who I know are like good faith, like I'd be fine doing that. But like if I'm talking to Minar, I'm gonna be aggressive. I'm talking to people who are fucking dumbasses. I'm just gonna be fucking aggressive. If I'm talking to people who I think deserve like Pentuple to be ridiculed and made fun of and beaten, I'll be aggressive. Do I get points for bringing up the Glass-Steagall repeal? I mean, he did. Yeah, that is true. He didn't say it by name, but I'll give you points. I'll give you credit. He did. He did mention that.
And here's my path to get there. And you would say, here's my path. And you've got to trust both of those paths. You got to go. And ultimately, you got to trust me.
Yeah. Well,
that's where it comes down to theology.
I would argue that it's also, we would probably agree on similar, on a similar path, because I suspect, I was looking this up beforehand. In 2001, which was Bill Clinton's final budget year as president, he left office in 2000 or early 2001, fiscal year last a little bit longer. He spent less than $2 trillion. That was the entire federal budget. We are over $7 trillion.
Here, we can talk pretty soon whenever, we're not going to watch all of this. I think we're just going to watch up to here, like 10 minutes. What do you think caused what do you think did cause the financial crisis? It was GDP, bro. It was whatever Scott Sumner says. Obviously the financial crisis did have to do with subprime mortgages. What's up?
Bro, did you know that nominal spending 100 years ago was lower? Did you know that?
Whoa.
I bet you didn't know that. Why are we citing nominal spending? Why are we doing... Why are we just saying the number? No, he said in 1990 it was 2 trillion and now it's 7 trillion.
Oh, that's what he said. Oh, yeah.
Unless that's adjusted for inflation. Which doesn't.
It might not be.
But maybe. Isn't. It's probably almost definitely not. Like, what are we doing? Why are we doing this? Why can't everyone be a wonk? Why? It's like, my God, kill me. But yeah. Also, I mean, there's other. Do you know the disinformation about like wealth inequality now is worse than it was in the French Revolution?
I don't know a ton. I've heard that. I heard people say that before. I don't know why that's untrue.
You've heard people say that?
I haven't looked at.
Look it up.
I don't know the debunking.
Look it up. No. Look up the graph. Look up wealth inequality versus French Revolution. Something like that. Tell me what their source is.
Well, the first thing I see is Reddit with a debunk.
A graph.
But if I just go to
okay,
I see this graph.
Half of the graph is red.
Yeah, European Review of Economic History, Federal Reserve Board Survey, Consumer Finances.
Very interesting. So they cite the European Review of History, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Damn, that's really interesting. Let's look at the European Review of History, okay? Because, I mean, whoa, it seems like wealth inequality in the United States is so much worse than wealth inequality in the French Revolution. Wait a second. Let's look at the title of this article. Can you read the title of this article that they're citing?
Income inequality of France in historical perspective.
Bro, why are people retarded? This is so. I hear this like 2 times a month because some dumbass communist is too dumb to understand what wealth is. Why? It's so bad, dog. It's so bad. It's so bad. And then, even then, okay, I don't want to libertarian post too much, okay? There's like this book, the Myth of American Inequality, okay? Where they make a good point. They talk about how inequality stats in the United States. I dropped something.
What the
fuck? Are not adjusted for. Don't worry. What was it loud?
It was loud.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Where they talk about how inequality data in the United States is not after benefits and taxes. Okay, I'm gonna play back to the stream and see how it sounds. But yeah, they find that inequality is slightly decreased. Our World in Data, they report also on that. Well, they don't report; they cite other people on that. And they find that like the Luxembourg income research and like that, they find that income inequality in the United States has like slightly rose, okay, after has risen, right? Has risen after benefits and taxes, like from what, like 0.37.
I saw the graph because you
1990,
linked it.
like-
You linked it to Econoboy.
Oh yeah. And I also linked. Oh my god, Econoboy fucking triggered the fuck out of me, dog. I cited the graph. I showed you, and it says the sources below, and then he's like, sample, and I said from the myth of American inequality, and then Econoboy's like, sample text. You're just posting graphs in my Discord without citing the source. It's like, what? What do you want me to do? What do you want? It literally does that. Why are we doing this? Like, oh my god, it's so triggering. But it's what it is. It's whatever. But either way. So yeah, inequality memes are also really, 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 really bad. I mean, I'm trying to think of other misinfo. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's also I'm right now. I'm just speaking about like popular misinfo. Okay. But when you talk to Yankees, it's so much worse, right? Like they say so much more in misinfo. Do you know about like the CIA like study about the USSR?
No.
They think calorie intake in the USSR was higher, but
yeah. I mean, there's that like Kakeem video about some study that apparently shows.
Oh my god, the 1986 study, the 1986
yeah.
study, 1986 study. Oh my god, that's the worst. By far, is the worst. I think it's the worst thing socialists cite. It's like relative to how prevalent we cite it. Yes, it's the worst. Yeah. Do you know why this study is bad?
Nope. Never looked into it, but
okay. If I told you that like the people who smoke cigarettes are actually not more likely to die if we adjust for like lung health, would you find that convincing?
No, I think that would.
You should probably not control for confounding variables, right?
Yeah.
So why are we saying that like that socialism actually makes your economy develop better, adjusting for income? Why are we doing this? It's not even a good adjustment. They're not like really adjusting well. They're just like separating it into categories based on the World Bank, and even then, I could go talk for hours about why the study is bad. But neoliberal has like good threats on it. I think they even don't mention everything, but like yeah. I don't know how responsible you are with like cherry picking sources, okay? But like, there's like this libertarian fact sheet, and they have like a huge write up on it. So that's useful. I use that a lot, but I don't know if I can link it to people because I think they're going to be irresponsible with it. It might become an NCAP because some other sources there are bad, but yeah. Either way. So much more, so much misinfo, dog. Also, if you're a fucking socialist, presumably you're gonna find that you can cite more than one study from like 50 years ago. You can probably do better. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, 40 years ago. I'm bad at math. Okay. But yeah, you can probably do better. But yeah, I don't know. Also, the Economic Freedom Index. I'm more pro Economic Freedom Index than I used to be. Like 2 months ago. Yes. There's this book I want to read. Capitalism for Realists. Okay, it's by this ex-Marxist who is now like a neoliberal. Not Zach Phelps, by the way. Not Zach Phelps. Another one, I think. Right, and so Ben Burgess. I think Ben Burgess is probably like the best actual socialist. Okay, but he also sucks like real bad. So that he was complaining about the Economic Freedom Index, and so this guy was like, okay, let's drop all the components that Ben is complaining about. And let's look at if we find the same conclusions. It's like, yep. So, and then Ben in response was like, actually, this one component I was complaining. He said, it seems relevant, but I said it seems relevant, but I didn't say it's actually relevant. Oh, and it's like 5% of the whole like index. It's not. Dog, you're retarded. You are retarded. That's not a response. That's not a good response. You should know that. But okay. So yeah, I think I'm pro Economic Freedom Index if you do the right adjustments. Because I agree you should not like include inflation in it. Sorry, you should not. Okay, just sorry, but yeah. But like, I don't know. So I'm thinking. Okay, What I'm thinking is, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna like maybe take a study that uses the Economic Freedom Index to measure capitalism, and then like repeat it with like the adjusted Economic Freedom Index, and see if I find the same conclusions. Because like there's the Friedman-Hayek hypothesis, right? Where it's like economic freedom and civil freedom are like complementary. And so a lot of study, when I say a lot, I mean like 3 or 4, use the economic freedom index to like measure it and find that it tracks. I'm thinking maybe I'll repeat it, but with like adjusting the economic freedom index. But either way, that's about it. I'm gonna go. I gotta go. I gotta sleep. I gotta sleep. I have an exam. Oh my god. So yeah. But if I see any more retarded shit in the convo, I'm not gonna correct it. Maybe I'll DM you about it. I know.
Okay.
I know.
Good to know.
I know it's gonna be hard for you without me, but stay strong.
I know most of the memes. All the memes Jon Stewart will bring up, I'll probably know. Talk to
yeah,
him.
talk to him. Talk to him.
Yeah.
Dollars. Now, in 2019, the year before COVID, we were spending $4.4 trillion a year. That went up to $6.6 trillion in 2020. It is now $7.2 trillion in spending. And I suspect that you would agree with me that we should not be, it's not clear why we're spending $7.2 trillion.
Well, I certainly don't think we're spending it effectively. I think that's for sure.
But like, why at all? Like, how do you go from, we're post-COVID?
Also, that's not even, I mean, like, that's still, what, 26%? I think that's literally 26% of GDP or whatever. That's not that high. In France, it's 60%. They're, I think, the highest in Europe. And a lot of other countries, it's like 40%. Now, they do have, they all have universal healthcare systems, so that might distort it a little bit because we don't have that. But, like, it's not even, I don't know why we're not looking at it as a percent of GDP. It's like, it's not like that, like, horrible yet.
So here's what I would say with that. There are different ways to stimulate the economy. So I think since Reagan, and probably before that, probably Carter, there has been the idea that supply side.
Oh, no, tax cuts to the rich. He's going to say it. We're going to...
sort of what they would call neoliberal policy is the best way to stimulate.
We got a graph on debt to GDP by president and party. No, I don't think so.
For incentivizing wealthier people and corporations and allowing for more M&A and allowing for consolidation within industries, which in some ways, these really, it's the rise of these gigantic multinational corporations. And it gets back to sort of what we're talking about 2008 versus the pandemic. In 2008, the crash came from the financialization of all these products. It came from the white collar markets. We bailed them out as taxpayers.
Which I would totally against.
No, they're both wrong. The neoliberal guy Sample was talking about earlier actually has a good video on the 2008 bailout too. It's really short.
Business trend in modern politics, which is comparing incredibly costly spending programs like the Green New Deal with the Wall Street bailouts. The word bailout seemingly implies that the banks just rolled up to the Fed with hands out and money just got dumped on them, which of course is not true. One of the best ways to seem right about this sort of thing is to be so completely incorrect that there's no feasible way for someone to explain why you're wrong without teaching you at least half of an undergraduate education in the process. So in the wake of the 2008 financial crisis, President George Bush signed the Troubled Asset Relief Program. This authorized the U.S. government to purchase illiquid assets from financial institutions, namely collateralized debt obligations.
Obama brought out his personal checkbook and bailed out.
Primarily made of mortgage-backed securities. It also allowed the government to purchase sizable amounts of preferred stock in these institutions. Preferred stock is a type of equity security in which the holder has no voting rights, but does get first access to dividends. This would allow these institutions, some of whom were in a solvency crisis, to stabilize their balance sheets and minimize loss without the government staging a corporate raid. This would allow them to resume lending.
Complacent in universal healthcare, single payer healthcare drives me nuts. Every country, but U.S. is Medicare. Yeah, that's true as well. The idea that like half these countries in Europe have like some type of managed competition model. Yeah, Philly Hasan got banned. We'll see how long he stays banned. I doubt it'll be long, but he did get banned off of Twitch for threatening to kill a CEO. The Beniki at Allah book of Fates or Crisis is really good. Which one? The Courage to Act, that one, or the 21st Century Monetary Policy.
Confidence and prevent a run the banks. But some of the $700 billion pledged would go to education, healthcare spending, tax cuts, and other things that might help the average American, as is the stated purpose of the bill. And obviously, quantitative easing isn't a bailout, it's just an interesting way to enact monetary policy. Round 1 and 3 of quantitative easing focused on purchasing the toxic assets mentioned previously in order to keep liquidity high. Round 2 bought government bonds to change interest rates, and then the profit off the top of these bonds was used to pay the interest on reserve debt securities, and the excess was given back to the government. So in total, this cost the taxpayer negative $107 billion. In other words,
that makes sense, but like that I didn't even know. That was interesting that we actually fucking profited $100 billion off of that.
The taxpayer made $107 billion off of this. So this CNBC article that's cited,
and also, this doesn't quite fall into like the meme misinformation thing, but like the people who just like scream quantitative money printing, quantitative money printing so much money. It's like a lot of it just this video is dumb, like really dumb. What's so dumb about this video? A lot of QE is it's just trying to manipulate long-term interest rates. It's not even like it does add to the money supply, but like you buy long-term securities to drive down the interest rate because you drive up the price, which drives down their yield, and like that's just how you manipulate long-term rates. Like,
gets a lot of numbers out of mysterious places, and I frankly can't tell you where. Namely, the $29 trillion, the working paper that the article cites, measures the size of the Fed's lending commitments, which isn't a
I'm not expecting people to understand monetary policy. Yeah, my
the cost
bad.
in total
Shit.
was $632 billion, but was ultimately paid back in full. To quote Dr. Hamilton, an econometrics professor at UCSD, Felgerson takes the gross new lending under the term auction facility each week from 2007.
What about asset price inflation from QE? Kill me.
And 10. And adds
That
these
one
numbers
actually, that might qualify as the meme, as like a meme argument. I think No Opinion has a blog post about it. Just asset price. It's like an old blog post. Asset price inflation. Asset price inflation is not inflation. I feel like that was a No Opinion thing. Or is it Matt Iglesias thing?
together to arrive at a cumulative total that comes to 3.8 trillion. To make that number sound big, of course, you want to try to count only the money going out and pay no attention to the rate at which it is coming back in. If instead you were taking the net new lending under the TAF each week over this period, that is, subtract each week's loan repayment from the week's new loan issue, and add those net loan amounts together across all weeks, you would arrive at a cumulative total that equals exactly zero.
Opinion was dumb on his arguments about healthcare. His arguments about like SSDO shooter thing, the insurance thing, him saying insurance wasn't the main villain. I don't think he was really wrong about that.
The number zero because every loan was repaid, and there are no loans currently outstanding under this program. But zero isn't quite as fun of a number in which to try to browse rabble. The whole point of interbank lending and the Fed acting as a lender of last resort is this short-term style of day-to-day lending. So in the most misleading way possible,
He didn't reply to me on Twitter, therefore he's a bitch. Based.
The government had $29 trillion in taxpayer money at risk. It just wasn't
watching Gary's economic video for the first time. Now I know it's
ever at the same time, and it wasn't ever in the same place.
In our modernizing world.
Wow. By the way, hold on real quick. How do we feel about you guys? I gotta see this. First of all, it's a new shirt. Okay, new blue shirt, new black jacket, a new haircut. Okay, this is all it's all I wear. But it's a different black jacket and different blue shirt. Sometimes I wear green shirts, and very rarely I have like one red shirt, but the rest of the time, black jacket, blue shirt. And we got the haircut. Anyway. But I mean, he's a libertarian, so he's going to be against bailout or whatever. Halloween outfit? What?
That as was, but not against bailing out homeless.
The dating panel's really changed.
Maybe where you and I would differ.
It depends, but yeah.
But in the
I
pandemic,
bought it just for the. I think I probably will be on the next dating panel whenever. Like I think it's gonna be another one on Friday. I probably will be on that one. You look older. I'm 23. Hopefully they don't ask me my age again. That's my weakness on the dating panels. They ask how fucking old I am. You're older. I'm not actually 23. I'm not. I lie. I was on the dating panel and I lied about because they're not going to choose a 19-year-old. I joked about being 23. I'm not 23. You're both gay. True. Accurate. What's up, PPG?
When the era that rent assistance went out and the $600, the stimmy went out, what it showed to me was it took us 10 years. It took us
I sold myself as a femboy to Skyana, and it worked for a little bit. And then I said I liked. I don't know what I did wrong. I just said I liked Live and Learn. Whereas a femme, have you not seen the dress streams yet? Holy shit! I just made a fucking swastika. Oh man, I don't know what I don't know what I should have done. It's like wait, can't I? Oh, I can't turn with that, I guess, but online girls love femboys, apparently. I don't know if I'm gonna do this. I think it would be fun if I planned a Minecraft stream with her. But I want it to be like a 4-hour thing. I think it would be like me, one of my guy friends, one of my girlfriends, as in friend who is a girl, obviously. There might be 1 or 2 other guy people there. I don't know. Along with Skyana for like a Minecraft stream. I think that would be fun. I haven't approached Skyana about this. I don't know if she's down. But I would want it to be like like maybe a 6-hour stream. So I need mods to like make sure the game is like 6 hours long and we don't spend forever like wasting time. So like I have there's like a friend revive mod, so you can revive your friends before they just immediately die and lose all the stuff. There's like a gravestone mod, makes it easier. The automatic tree cut down, the tree fall lets you get wood pretty easily. I think I might do like a I need to find like an increased ender pearl drop rate mod. So it just doesn't take us. So it's just not as grindy to do a lot of these things. Yeah.
Just a decade after 2008 to even get back to a semblance of where we were. The pandemic, it took us a year or a year and a half financially to be back. What it says is, in my mind, direct stimulus at a demand side level is far more fiscally responsible than these trickle-down neoliberal policies. I think we can spend less and get more.
We can definitely be more effective in intervening in economic, situations. I don't think part of the government's role should be like, hey, you know what, it's not like going to a personal trainer and you come in and they're like, hey, you're looking a little fat. Let's do some abs today, and have the government constantly be smoothing the economy. Or I think it's hubris to think that it can control things. It's one thing when you have a catastrophic adventure,
but isn't it to prevent more catastrophic adventure at some level?
Well, this is where
this is where the theology comes in.
No, but it's also like, remember, in the early 2000s, we had the tech bubble crash.
Yes,
and then we had a bunch of accounting rules that were going to make sure that the financial sector never fucked around with shit anymore. Then the financial crisis hits. I would argue, is largely because of government actions, or was heavily abetted by government actions, as well as greed.
But don't you think those actions were all influenced by the lobbyists from the when the government sets out to do something smart, that gets watered down almost immediately by the moneyed interests?
This is, public choice economics talks about how, like, we think people want to think of the government as acting somehow differently than the private sector, but it's oftentimes completely captured by the interests that it's supposed to regulate, or it is also just trying to build its own empire, so it's going to try and regulate more and more stuff.
So is the idea, Nick, if we were to boil this down, let me ask you this. Is the idea maybe that's fundamental?
It's just more malinvestments, just more hierarchy and triangle misallocations of capital.
Our disagreement that because government can be captured by the same corrupt and corrosive interests that maybe business can be captured by. And I remember having Greenspan on the show and saying, why did we have a crisis in 2008? And he said, well, I think we thought that the banks would have done a better job of regulating themselves. And I was like, well, yeah. But the point being, is the only way to prevent that to remove government? Is that your sort of foundational principle?
Not necessarily remove it completely, but minimize its attempt to rig the system in favor of particular outcomes, whether that's for the little guy or the big guy or whatever.
And let the natural order, and that you don't fear the natural order will be that the little guy's got no chance against money.
Yeah, I don't, and I say this again, this is coming from, my father was born in Hell's Kitchen in the 1920s. He did okay. I did much better than him. What I'm getting at is the idea that I actually think that capitalism offers more opportunities specifically for people to rise up from the, the lower classes and the middle classes.
You mean as opposed to communism or socialism?
Yeah, or like, a super regulated market where you're only getting into schools because of, what family you come from and all of this kind of stuff.
Which is still a large part of the operating system that we work
Absolutely.
with.
No, and nothing is perfect, right? Nothing is perfect. But, we came out of the financial crisis with, now we know we're not going to do anything too big to fail, right? And it's like, in fact, the financial industry, the financial sector is more, is more concentrated than it ever was. And everybody in it knows that, like, we're too big to fail, which also means we can fuck around and find out how bad.
That's right.
So what I'm saying
is, watch us.
Yeah, this government, the government, it is a very tricky thing. And once you start
Wait, am I being stupid? Hold on. How the fuck? Okay. Guys, I figured it out. I figured out the Animal Jam made for toddlers video game. Wait, no, I didn't. But yes, I did. I figured it out, guys.
Like, okay, the government can control stuff and make good outcomes. Like it does until, you realize, oh, this was a big catastrophe. And I think with something like the COVID stuff, when we're talking about, there's economic issues, which are worth talking about. And I think, the massive increasing and extending of unemployment benefits was really bad. And it's generated so much debt that is going to, that's not.
That's your issue, the unemployment benefits? I feel like the PPP loans I could understand because there was quite a bit of fraud with those. I might be able to understand the unemployment benefits. He might clarify that, like, they were so high that, like, people were making more money if they quit and, like, became unemployed. Maybe you could make that argument, but I feel like unemployment benefits are, like, from my understanding, they're like a fairly effective automatic stabilizer.
That's not going away, even if, like, the annual.
Take out the $10 stocks you have in the market before you lose it all. Not fun. I don't think I have any money in the stock market.
Growth.
Not like directly in the market. I think technically I have a savings account somewhere that was made before. I could even open it myself that probably has money invested somewhere. But
is increasing and things like that. There were so many interventions into the economy where if the government had done smaller,
I know I have bonds. I have bonds in my name that were bought for me, like when I was born. But I don't think I don't know if I have stocks actually.
Shorter times, I think we would be better off.
Well, I think they were also not practiced with demand side stimulus, and so maybe they just didn't understand quite what the real value of it was, because the amount of economic activity it generated, even with wrecked supply chains.
Yeah.
So this brings us sort of around, and Nick, I can't thank you enough for sitting and having.
They actually, the names of them are fun. Like they're called like fucking like Patriot bonds or whatever. They're like Patriot bonds. I think there's another one called. Someone over giving like kind of dumb like stupid names. They're funny, but
the conversations because there's so much in it.
Are people actually into Austrian economics, or people just rhetorically appeal to it? I mean, I think there are quite a few people who just rhetorically appeal to its ideas to like post hoc justify their policies. It's like that. And to be fair. That happens too with post-Keynesianism on the left, okay? There are a lot of just, I kind of think like broadly like left-leaning people who like appeal to like post-Keynesianism to like ad hoc justify their beliefs, right? So I do think that happens on both sides, guys. But yeah.
That is
that
relevant
for
to
sure.
today, but also so many places of agreement that people...
I mean, just like there are actually people into post-Keynesianism, aka base people. There are people actually into Austrian economics.
Well, may not have
somehow.
thought.
Well, this is not an extreme philosophy, and it is not a fringe philosophy. It is most people.
Although can be exploited as such by people.
Oh, yeah, totally.
Yeah.
And it can be vilified wrongly, and it can be taken in bizarre directions and stuff. But, like, basically what you're talking about is, like, you want to live in a world where you can, figure out who you are and build the world that you want to live in. And, and not to get too libertarian, on this, like, it means, that, like, if you want to...
Well, I mean, it's people who still call themselves, like, social democratic or, like, still a capitalist that'll also justify or post-Keynesian.
If you want to marry, if you're a man and you want to marry a man, anything that is among consenting adults is good. If you want to smoke weed rather than, drink whiskey, like you shouldn't go to prison for that. And it shouldn't be illegal to buy and sell this shit.
Oh,
and,
fuck. Wait, I'm stupid.
If you want to run a business that does this versus that, like, anything that's peaceful.
And coming from somebody who still believes in government's ability to give people help, yes. Yeah. I also believe government is far too onerous, far too bureaucratic. If I could give it anything, it would be a moonshot to dispel unnecessary paperwork and to make it so that they don't have such ridiculous rules for every project that has to satisfy every interest group that ever walked the earth.
But that's part of what government is designed to do, right? I mean, I don't think that's a bug. I think that's a feature of government. And you would argue capitalism's the feature.
That's what I'm saying, right?
It is like really, no, we need more girls in the shirt waist triangle factory.
I mean, in some respects, like, because they started off with imperialism and colonialism and slavery. And so everything that they give us from that feels like, it's a concession. What are you talking about? We're paying you. You're not a slave.
Yeah.
Let's flip it now to at least
Trump strikes Iran. I mean, he's busy on trying to take over Greenland and Canada first, right? We'll see.
I think.
I don't want to say I don't think Trump will strike Iran. I think that very well could happen. as long as the ceasefire holds, which it is looking like that might not be that long, I don't think Trump will do anything with Iran. After that, though, I'm really not sure. I do think I probably would put it like a 30% probability at least that he would strike Iran at some point.
No, there is a feeling that the Trump administration is.
Not much.
I saw someone was in your waiting room, and I was like, does he know, or is he just not letting them in?
I'm getting through this video. I told him. Yeah, we spoke about it earlier. I said we're watching this video, and then we'll chat. Yeah.
Text me.
And now you're distracting me. Okay.
Libertarian.
Oh, my bad. My bad, OG. My bad, OG. What were you saying?
I said, and now you're distracting me from.
Oh.
And that Doge is libertarian friendly. And I guess my vision of what they're doing does not match. Like the idea that, RFK Jr.
Okay. Well, now they're talking about Doge. Okay. So we're good now. What's up?
Hey, young man, how you doing?
I'm doing good.
Oh, I gotta hang on, wait. I should probably mute you on the fucking stream, so I'm not listening to myself.
Probably.
I understand technology very well. I'm very intelligent. I don't even know what to talk about. I was just watching.
Really?
Hey, Isaac, how you doing, man?
I didn't know they were just about to.
Really?
I didn't know they were ending the section I wanted to watch. Yeah. Okay.
Y'all, what completely fucked Isaac over in public. You publicly humiliated him. You basically stripped him down to his ankles. You spanked him a little bit. I can't fucking believe you just did that to him.
You did.
I can't believe you just did that to him. I didn't know you had a dominant streak in you, non-fun, but I fucking believe
it's the 5'7" in him. That's where it comes from.
It's the 5'7"?
In him, yes.
Is that like a reference to October 7?
No.
Oh, his height. Right.
There we go, yeah.
I forgot.
You just forgot it's a real height. I understand.
Yeah, no, it's easy to forget because you don't actually meet people that tall in real life. They only exist on the internet. I'm glad this was a very productive chat from the very beginning. I'm glad that the last guy came in. He was talking about like nominal GDP shit, and I'm like, hey, welcome.
Wait, let me guess.
First time chatting.
Sample?
It was Sample.
Sorry, what do you say?
It was Sample, yeah.
Oh, it was
I'm not a big fan of Sample. He's a cool dude. Personally, cool dude. Politics, I'm not a big fan.
Not a big fan
of Sample. What? You mean the other way around? What?
No, I like Sample. I love Sample as a person.
Oh, you just hate his content?
Yeah, the way he distributes politics is really bad.
Oh, the way he distributes politics. Okay.
Creator? That's terrible.
No, it's not drama. I love Sample. I checked in on him the other day. Actually, I saw your chat say, "Oh shit, drama." No, actually, I love him as a person. Yeah, because I haven't seen him in your chat in a while. Because I haven't watched stream in a while. Because I've been off politics doing you know what. And I was like, no, stop saying drama. I hate non-fun. Me too.
God damn it.
But no, I haven't heard from him in a while. So I texted him. I was like, "Are you good, man?" And he's like, "Yeah." And I was like, "Okay, just checking in." I love Sample. Okay, it's just he doesn't bend the knee and admit that RFK is our Lord and Savior. Okay.
Oh, kill me.
RFK is our Lord and Savior. Man, I'm actually like, I don't know about you guys, but I'm genuinely a little bit anxious that RFK is gonna cut off key medications that me and my family rely on. You know, I'm actually concerned about that for once in my life, and I was like, man, I wasn't pricing this shit into my life. I wasn't ready for this. I genuinely wasn't. I'm not feeling good about it, but yeah, I don't know. I'm just having a good time. I'm hanging out.
I think. Listen, here's my actual based opinion. Okay, the correct opinion I have. Although there easily could have been better people in general. When you're looking at Trump selections, there wasn't a lot of better picks, and at least RFK is someone that's used most of their life to do good. Like he's someone who's gone against the U.S. government with like Native American land. He's fought for like water treatment his entire life. Like. At least, like, with other politicians, he's done some fuck shit. Of course, everyone has in politics. Like, I can at least see that he has, like, a history, though, of, like, trying to do good. Does that good usually stem from anti-establishment, and that's very scary? Yes. But isn't that entire fucking, the president's anti-establishment, the VP's anti-establishment, the fucking secretary of everything is anti-establishment. We were gonna get anti-establishment either way.
Non-fun, I'm gonna wish death to this guy on your stream. You better watch out.
Whoa, don't get him banned. Don't get him banned.
Oh boy, here we go.
I like
they
RFK.
banned Hasan for what he did, okay? We gotta be...
They did.
If they're banning
Listen,
Hasan, we...
I am very pro RFK, okay?
Wow.
Are you actually? Wait, hang on. No,
Yeah,
no, don't,
I'm not
don't
memeing.
Start my chain. Don't start.
I listen.
No,
okay.
no.
I will,
We've had conversation about this before. He's
and also, to be clear, while non-fun disagrees with me, every policy that I brought him from RFK, he has either agreed with or learned he was wrong through the policy.
Oh man, but he just seems like such a difficult human being.
Here's the thing: every week I wake up and I'm like, please don't have him do something that he hasn't said yet that's gonna be retarded. Please don't have him do something that he hasn't.
Man, no, it's gonna happen. We're gonna clown on you collectively when that day comes.
Yeah, then that day comes.
When he bans the autism-creating vaccines and
he said he wasn't gonna ban any. Please, he said he wasn't gonna ban any. Okay, he said he wasn't trying to take away any vaccines. I need him to say like that. Please stay like that.
Wait, Isaac, did you see recently? Like literally, it was either today or yesterday. No, it was a good thing. He actually he came out and he said like, we need to do shit about measles. We need to people actually need to get the MMR vaccine. Like it was a
yes. Oh my god. Maybe if you didn't listen to all your fucking if we didn't listen to all your fucking establishment media non-fun, you would learn that RFK is not that bad.
I mean, I didn't think that he was gonna like actually ban the MMR vaccine or anything, but
yeah, true. But whenever me and you fought, it was over him being anti-vaccine. Now it seems like you're.
It was him getting rid of the vaccine mandate, which I'm still not sure if he'll do, but we'll see.
Also, you also didn't even know. Listen, not to tag you too much. You didn't even know what the vaccine mandate was.
Yeah, the vaccine. Yeah.
See, the problem is that, fuck, I feel like we're in such a timeline right now and I can't believe people in the Trump administration, like, I have such automatic bad faith with anybody that Trump appoints, because if you were appointed...
Yeah, that is true. I understand
to the
that.
cabinet
A lot of people do that.
by Donald J. Trump, that's automatically a massive strike against your character as a person for the rest of your goddamn life. Like, it's already, I already can't trust anything you say. I'm already levied that you're a liar. So it's like I get anxious when he says like,
thanks,
oh, I won't
Dimbo,
ban
for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome to the
true,
stream.
yeah.
How you doing?
In my defense, though, well, in his defense, I will say this: two things. One, he is unlike the other appointments because he is not someone. Well, depending on what you know about the other appointments, he's not someone who like got their position by being pro-Trump. He got his position by being a threat to Trump. Actually, you got to remember there was because he was I think he was polling at 15%, around 12%, right? And he went to both parties. He went to Kamala Harris and he went to Donald Trump. And he was like, I think he did this to both of them. I will suspend my election and throw my sword behind you. Can you guarantee me a spot in your administration? Kamala said
veganism
no. Trump said yes.
With
like in that circumstance, like, he's not like the other appointees where he's not a Fox News
just because I say
right,
I'm pro-establishment because like generally
Trump,
I support establishment
and he got an
candidates.
appointment
That's what I
because of
mean.
that. He got an appointment because he was actually
I'm
a threat.
vegan because of
I think the
moral
difference
reasons.
is what I will say for that.
But this has happened to a lot of people, like Marco Rubio and so on.
When they were an enemy and now they're not.
Yeah, but yeah, exactly. Like Trump is very, very good at bringing people into
He did say that.
And reintegrating
he did say the Jewish vaccine thing.
Into his game plan,
he wasn't sure.
Whoa! Someone in chat just said something retarded. RFK did not say that. One, you're talking about the wrong groups of people. He said it was. He said.
That's my chatter. You. Hang on.
Okay, sorry. He's stupid.
I apologize for calling him retarded.
He is. He 1 second. He's already being bad faith. RFK did not say COVID-19 targets Caucasians and Black people.
I think RFK
just
said he wasn't sure.
No, he said that it's affecting different ethnicities at different rates, and he was saying that it does seem like I think it was Jewish people are less likely to get affected by it. I think that was the biggest statement.
Also
and then when he was brought on,
he wasn't sure if it targeted Jewish people or not.
Listen,
I think that's
no, it was the opposite. It was the opposite. Not if it wasn't. If he thought, listen, he was kind of doing a dog whistle that the Jews had some involvement. That's a different thing, though.
So
I know the quote. Okay, he was just saying maybe there's some.
And we need to talk about
he was saying it's weird that he specifically said Ashkenazi Jew and Chinese people. Yes, exactly.
At the very least, if you're gonna call him retarded, call him like a Forrest Gump kind of charming retarded. Don't just call him straight up retarded. Like you gotta You gotta compliment sandwich people, man. You can't just be calling them. You can't just be calling them. Retarded.
Also, I'm watching the video that was linked in chat. All he was saying is that there is an argument that it is ethnically targeted because it's attacking certain rates disproportionately.
That's an insane.
Well, at the time, wasn't the two leading theories either from the wet, what is it called, the wet
lab or lab leak? But I don't think lab leak was ever even.
Yeah, but again, this is
that it was
probably around the time where.
It was just that gain in functioning.
Well, depending
research.
on what you listen to, right-wingers thought it was leaked like purposely. Yeah, they probably actually. I bet they still do. He said fluoride causes diseases. He wasn't, and also if you look at the quote where he also said that, he cites a WHI actual study that supports that. He was just.
Wait. Is that one of those studies where it's like fluoride causes diseases, but only if you?
No, it's fluoride. It was saying that fluoride at certain increased amounts. It is increased amounts. Outside of the healthy spectrum, yes, outside of the healthy spectrum, causes IQ disadvantages. And the way they showed it in the study was they looked at areas in which the fluoride most of the time, like not most of the time. I don't know how they did it exactly. I don't know the actual methodology. But they looked at in areas where the fluoride was constantly being messed up. And they were testing that. They were saying, well, in these areas, these people will be more likely to end up with lower IQ points because of this. They linked it to it. Listen. I think we should probably have fluoride in the water. It should probably be monitored safely, like every other thing. But, what?
Oh, yeah.
Sorry. We're at a point, though, where you also just brush your teeth. We're not at a point where we're all drinking out of wells. Like, if he took the fluoride out of the water, I don't know how detrimental that will be. As a man who doesn't drink water, my teeth.
You know how good your children are. You know how good they are at brushing.
True.
Their teeth?
As a man with
to brush their teeth, it's a fucking.
As a man with a fake set of teeth right now, that is a base thing.
Yeah, I admit I brush my teeth 4 times a day out of like some kind of horrible compulsion. But most people just.
I have a football injury, so I have my top row is actually entirely fake. So fluoride will never affect my top row of teeth, because they're all like porcelain. Isn't that the weight they use?
Yeah, I don't drink water either, but I am also bad at. I brush my teeth probably an average of once per day, just because my sleep schedule is so fucked that I'm usually bad at doing it whenever I wake up.
You don't drink water? I thought you were vegan.
True.
I mean, yeah, but that's where
also he's a bad vegan.
That's where the fish live. What do you mean I'm a bad vegan? I'm a
bad vegan.
What does that mean?
You say that yourself. You say that like you're bad at some stuff. You said you're bad at stuff. When I pressed you that one time.
Dietarily, I am not fully committed to veganism yet. So if you want to call that being a bad
that's what I was referencing.
That was the joke I was making. Vegan.
Oh, he is. He is actually. He can't go in an argument without mentioning slavery. Can't go in an argument without mentioning slavery. Can't.
That's not true. But we're working.
That is true.
We're working.
Non-fun really just goes on stream and says black people are like cows, and I'm like, what the fuck, non-fun? You can't say
he
that.
He does. I know. It's crazy.
That's insane.
And then when I'm like, maybe black people are different than cows, non-fun. He's like, well, you're just saying that because you have the power.
You can't say that on stream.
Okay. Okay. To be. I only recently committed to veganism philosophically. Okay. So that's why dietarily we're still working on the veganism. I am vegetarian dietarily and have been for a long time, but
hang on, wait. But okay, clarify this for me, please. And I'm not gonna get into a huge argument about it because I'm not like a debate bro. I'm not gonna be like, oh, you fucking idiot. You should align your life with my preferences. But honest question is like, do you got something against like eating like free range chickens who like have happy lives?
I am
not eating them, but like their eggs specifically. I understand you don't want to fucking execute them and wring them by the neck.
There's like, I could imagine like an ethical way to eat eggs,
to kill,
right?
To take their rights way non fun.
To eat eggs, but the killing there's ethical ways to eat chicken. I don't know if I would say it's ethical to like raise a chicken specifically so you can kill and eat it. But like most vegans say like fucking roadkill is vegan. Like it's not necessarily unethical to eat
RFK.
Roadkill chicken. Yeah, exactly.
RFK loves roadkill.
I just I don't think
that sounds like fucking awful.
I don't think most eggs in the U.S. are like ethical, and I think there's an article about this, I think in the Atlantic recently, that was like, it's weird that eggs were ever cheap, and it was people on Twitter got mad about it because they're like, they're manufacturing consent for $15 eggs, and the article was mostly just like, hey, it's kind of crazy that like we got so efficient at producing eggs. Like, look at this. Like, look how efficient we are at making eggs. And also, that came at the cost of making a bunch of chickens really sad. So, are you going to debate against Pentuple again? I will gladly debate Pentuple again, but he is scared of me and runs away from me.
Yes. Yeah. I'll speedrun that. Yeah, that's the answer. Double's afraid of him. Also, with the video, someone linked a video of RFK talking about it. He brings up a what is it called? Well, I'll just say a source, but a study. And the study is a real study. It's a study that did show that there was genetic differences, which I mean everyone agrees with. And also, to defend my hero, okay, he did also say afterwards, he does personally not believe. He personally does not believe, sorry, that it was ethnically engineered or deliberately engineered. He was just talking about the effects it has against genetic groups of people.
You know what? Your take was so bad it actually sparked
post link right here. Look how long that took. Click on it and read it. Read the conclusion. Read the conclusion. 1 second. Someone just said post link. I did, pussy. Now read that fucking link. No, I'm kidding. I love you. You're a lot.
No, in my server right now, I'm watching them do like a 10 minutes of hate against Isaac goes insane.
They'll do it.
They're saying things that would get them banned on Twitch instantly. They're saying
Guess
this
what,
guy's gonna get hacked to pieces and go.
I looked for those studies and Isaac wrote them. Why don't you click that link, buddy? Unless I became randomly 15 people, 3 of 4, 5, 6 of them are being Asian. Unless I randomly have transformed. Isaac is bait. Don't say that.
You're Asian?
RFK definitely read and understood that. I mean, he sourced it correctly. I mean, if we want to say like he can't read, listen, I might be behind you, but like, I mean, he sourced it and he mentioned it, and it's a correct study. I mean, here, just for you,
I'm fine. In my Discord.
No, I'm fighting with chat right now. I do this like every lot. Isaac likes Asians. I actually do like Asian women. Not the point.
Okay, cool.
I'm just sorry, not to fight with your chat too much, okay? If you guys have any other RFK hate, bring it over. I've prepared for all of these. I will pull up my old Notion page that's just titled RFK fighting.
Honestly, for me, it's just that I don't even know that much about him. It's just that if I were to use all the basic heuristics I use for judging a person, the vibes are fucking terrible. You know, like his whole family's disowned him. He's willing to work with Trump. He's a little kooky. Like a lot of those things are enough for me to be like, this guy might not be good news. This guy might be an honest problem. I'm concerned about his.
Here's the thing I ask every person. I say, give me an action that he's done. Isaac, the study's conclusion and abstract does not support you. I'm sorry. This study suggests that the DNA polymorphs were likely associated with genetic susceptibility of COVID-19, which calls for a human genetics initiative for fighting COVID-19, which means they want to look at how it is affecting their genes differently. I'm sorry, would you like, I mean, maybe you don't know how to read and understand it, but, would you like to?
He did do that
Wait,
thing
can I not buy a fucking pet?
He did do that thing with that bear. That bear, listen.
Yeah.
My favorite defense.
Log in 100 times. I've never done anything like that.
My favorite thing to say about that is he does this and it's really retarded, and he'll be like, listen, he'll be like, listen, I was a young man, and he did this like when he was like 40 or 30, so it's really funny.
Yeah, exactly. Like well past the age.
Yes.
Like a maturity. I was a young person back then, and he was like 64. It's like 1 year ago.
Also, Nonfun, if you can pull this up for your chat, it even shows the specific interactions against different. Wait, why did it not send? 1 second.
What the study? I have the study pulled up. I have the.
No, not the study. The screenshot I just sent you. Oh, I sent it twice because it didn't send the first time. But that study does actually say exactly what I just said. So if Cope the Knock wants to admit they were now wrong, I will be ready for it. I will be waiting.
Interesting.
Anyway, Nonfun, do we got any more? I'm ready. Come on. I'm back in my RFK fighting. Yeah, no, there's a lot of things that I think he did retarded. That, a lot of it's just like, bro, there's a lot of things where you just gotta be like, why did you even do it? What is the? I don't know. The bear thing is just so weird. He was like, bro, I found a dead bear on the side of the woods or side of the road, and if you find a dead bear, you can buy a tag for it and keep it. And he was like, that's what I was planning to do. And then I was like, then I got drunk. Well, actually, I think he said he didn't get drunk, but his friends got drunk, so he definitely did get drunk. And then he's like, and I thought it'd be really funny to leave a dead bear in a bike lane. It's like, you just didn't have to do that.
Alcohol does those kinds of things to you. Makes you fucking.
Yeah, it makes you put dead bears.
Yeah.
To be fair, I haven't put a single. I haven't drank. I was saying actually. I was about to say the same thing. I haven't drinking a single bottle, a single drop of liquor. So maybe I'm just maybe I just don't understand. Non-fun's probably the same as me. He might have actually. No, have you ever drank non-fun?
No, not really. I mean, I technically at my fucking first communion, they make you drink a sip of wine or whatever, but.
Oh, Jesus' blood!
Yeah.
This is like the teetotaler boys right now. Like all three of us don't drink. That's
also, where's
incredible.
Kopanak? I'm waiting for him to admit to that he was entirely wrong and just said something that was entirely retarded by saying, this study's conclusion does not support you when it supports exactly what I said. Where's he at, non-fun? Drag him out here, okay?
I don't know.
Did you ever join chat? Can I get him to join chat?
I think he did once to debate MMT a little bit.
Kopanak, come talk.
It was for like 10 minutes.
Let's see how much you know about gene therapy, okay? Let's talk about eugenics, actually. Non-fun, what if we had a group of people?
Eugenics? Oh my god.
Bro, there was some dude who was in fucking Menar's thing, and he was promoting his stream. It was a pedophilia stream, like arguing. It was like, I'm gonna argue that pedophilia is an orientation, and then I was like, what does Menar bring
arguing
in?
That, or someone with Menar
How much do you know about gene therapy? Nothing, but this conclusion supports exactly what I said, and I think I'm pretty confident in that. Do you disagree? Did you also read the study? And wait, actually, Wool, since you're responding still, I still have you, okay? Do you agree that the study that RFK did source does support exactly what he said? I don't know anything about this, but I can understand this. Yeah, I can read English. I can read the conclusion. You know, the part where they say what they found? I'm not going to pull what's it called? Vegan Gains. Shout out to that Vegan Gains debate where he read the data, but it disagreed with the conclusion. That was crazy. You know what I'm talking about, on the vegan one?
No.
I can't read the study because I gotta go, and I value that more than just the conclusion. Why would? Okay.
Man, you're antagonizing Woolmouth too much. Woolmouth is a reasonable guy. He'll go and read the study, and he'll come back. He's a reasonable.
I will wait. I will wait. I know, but it's literally like one sentence. I can source you the sentence. It talks about how there's a unique.
I would not be pro eugenics if it
the
made
prevalence of polymorphisms in
TMPR
TMPR-SS, which is prominent in African American people. Like that's what causes it to be different. Just like that sentence alone, just enough to do it.
And I don't want to promise for him. I mean, he may not want to do it. He might find it too annoying if
don't. Are you pro eugenics if it makes people that's a good quote. Not fun. Not fun.
I answered that in the chat. No, I'm not. Like. That cost benefits analysis is pretty.
I was about to say, are you gonna have the position where it's like, well, that instance will be good. A world in which that instance is possible is not a good world.
No, I don't even think that instance would be good because I still value humans more than animals. Like,
what part of eugenics is the part that bothers you? Is it the part where we're adjusting the fundamental nature of human beings, or is it the No, I'm not arguing for anything. I'm asking honest questions.
Okay, that's good.
No, this is real. Like, no, is the fact that we're like fundamentally altering the nature of human beings, or is it the coercive aspect of it? So like, if you had non-coercive eugenics, whatever.
It would be. It's the negative utility associated with. I mean, like coercing women to not have kids that they presumably want to have, and like B, I mean, there is some value to like personal liberties and like negative rights generally, and like getting rid of that in any case is probably going to have some negative utility. In some cases, I might find it justified because it prevents positive utility on the other side, but I'm not convinced there really is positive utility on the other side. So.
Okay. All right. So your answer was principally it was the aspect of coercion. That was the answer? I'm sorry. I was half.
Yeah. Thanks for the
bad interview. Sorry.
Thanks for the elixir. Chat. Anyway, Yeah, I mean, so I would say there's negative utility associated with coercing women to not have children that they want to have. And then I think just generally speaking, there's usually negative utility for imposing on like negative rights, like imposing on bodily autonomy. There might be some cases where...
So if we had like a mass CRISPR program, you'd be like chill with it. Like if we had a CRISPR program and we were like, hey, we're all going to make everybody like genetically...
Bro, I can source so many things on one second.
Chill with it.
Yeah, I mean, like if we're going to make children immune to cancer, like that's probably like a good thing if we could.
One second.
Here's a more fun question. Assuming, let's say tomorrow, we magically had CRISPR technology that was capable of doing essentially any alteration to the human genome we want to possibly do. Do you think that there should be any limits on that, or do you think that it should just be like libertarian free range? You can make yourself like a fucking dragon if you want to do it, or is there some part of you which is like, no, we must preserve the species? Or not even necessarily that, but just any kind of limitation on that. You know?
I mean, there's probably like some. like some baseline quality of life I want people to have. So like I would say you probably shouldn't be able to like have your child be born like without legs and arms.
Without legs. Fucking football kid.
Yeah, you probably shouldn't be able to do that.
Yeah.
Or like give them other like genetic defects.
Okay.
I'm trying to think. I mean, well, like all the limits would basically be just on like the, you know, whatever negative quality of life it would give to a child. You know, okay. I don't know where exactly I would draw the line, but.
Okay, so like let's say. No, never mind. I probably shouldn't say that on the internet. That's probably unwise. I was gonna say, okay, no, I'll fucking do it anyway. I was gonna say like, all right, let's say theoretically you have like a thing where people start like making their children like other races than they were, and like it becomes like a fad. Like how would you?
Yeah, I don't think I'd be for that. I don't think. I've been out of the conversation. I don't think I'd be for that. No, I don't know about you.
Yeah. I don't know if I would. I would say that's probably. I don't know if I would ban that. I probably don't. I don't know if I think that's good.
Yeah.
I don't know. Ooh.
Would you say that they should be stopped because they would be subjecting their children to racial discrimination they wouldn't otherwise be subjected to? Sans the intervention. There you go.
Oh boy. Oh.
Now
maybe you can make that. But what if a black family wants to make their child white to give them white privilege?
No, okay,
actually,
no, but now we're getting into why are we? I hate
we should mandate that all children be born white.
Oh, so yes, no, I'm fine. No, that's horrible. Clipped out of context. I was joking. That clip is gonna kill me.
I didn't even.
Or actually, if we just mandate everyone is one race, theoretically, that would like that would be the colorblind society, like where.
I gave you like a fucking mild little like little prick on that argument, and you fucking ran into that own goal like it was a fucking suicide bombing. What the fuck, man? What was that?
Okay.
Why did you do it?
I mean, realistically, what we're talking about here is a society with no racism. Okay. Like we literally, we have they probably would come up with something.
Yeah, it would be like that. It would be like that Fairly Odd Parents episode where they wish everyone was the same, and they'd be like, "I'm more grayier and blobbier than you are." It'd be some kind of shit like that. It would definitely happen. You know, like trust me. Okay, listen. This is if the white supremacists genuinely got what they wanted, and they were able to conquer the whole world and get rid of everybody who's not white. They would turn inwards immediately and start dividing up different white peoples. It would certainly happen. They would be like, you're not of this like 10,000 and K level Nordic stock, whatever the fuck they decide is the best race that day. Oh, it would be a terrible thing. You know. Hot take on stream.
Also-
If white supremacists took over the world, it would be bad.
Not to completely side rail this because I'm arguing with the test dude. It's like I don't know where he went, but at the time of this video, by the way, 20% of people, that's like 1 in 5, to believe that COVID was intentionally developed. Just saying.
I mean,
Anyway, back to what groups of people we want to get rid of. I'm sorry to sidetrack you.
No, it's okay. I don't. That's not even the most crazy conspiracy theory. I don't even. It's there are
there's better criticism of RFK than this one. That's what I'll say.
There are definitely way worse theories out there than that I've heard in my lifetime. You know, I'd like at the very least, it's like, yeah, I can at least see where you're coming. The lab leak theory was pretty strong going there for a while. I think they've this is me speaking without much knowledge, but hasn't the lab leak theory been slowly losing some ground? They're just saying like, no, it probably was.
I thought it was actually theory. There was some new like CIA study or whatever that said lab leak was more likely. I remember seeing that on Twitter, but I didn't look into it, so I don't know. Maybe that was just...
You don't remember all the Republicans came out and were like, yeah, I think the current understanding is it was a lab leak.
Really? Because here's my model of how it went. Here's my model. Okay, and I'm totally open to being wrong because I'm just going from memory. My model is at first people were like, it's total bullshit. It definitely didn't happen that way. And then over time, they were like, oh, well, maybe it did, and it gained some credibility. And then over like the last year, they've been like, yeah, I don't know, it's going down in likelihood again. That was the model I had in my mind.
It could have recently. If that's from recent stuff, that could be true. I just remember seeing like in the last month.
Yeah, I remember like 2 years ago, they were like, oh, it's way more likely than we think it is. And
yeah.
Also,
it was gonna suck so much if it ends up being confirmed.
Bro, if the USA lab leaked it,
I don't think that's definitely. I would fight against that one. I'm sorry.
There's any evidence for that one.
That wouldn't even be like the worst thing America's done in the last 8 years. That would be like that would be not even cracking the top 10.
If we made COVID?
No, I'm kidding. I just fucking that was a complete lie. I was just saying it to say it. I'm sorry.
This is even.
I just have too much power right now on non-phone stream. I'm trying. I can say whatever the fuck I want. That's entirely my fault. No,
I think it's trying so hard not to crash out on chat right now. He's.
Sorry. Okay, actually, I will. Okay, compared to African American people and what was the other one? And Caucasian people, he is right. They are worse. They are not worse off. Sorry, the opposite. African American and Caucasian people are worse off than the Ashkenazi Jews were. That's shown in the study because the prevalence of the genes that were shown in the study. He said it retardedly. I agree. Okay, but he's not like he's sourcing something. He's just saying, listen, the problem is, okay, here's the actual problem, okay, is that we're too used to people, okay, who use these as dog whistles. And people are afraid that RFK is dog whistling, which could be true, okay? But good thing RFK came out afterwards and said, I do not believe and never implied that the ethnic effect was deliberately engineered. He said afterwards. I can send you the source on that if you want that. That's non sequitur. That's your point, right? That he's attacking, it's targeted. He's saying that he doesn't believe that. That is your exact point. Unless you want to shift the goalpost now. You said, where did he say it's ethnically targeted? He absolutely implied that in the moment. Like I said, but his point in the moment was from that study. He might have worded it horribly, so good thing he clarified afterwards. If you walked back afterwards, yes, he did. I said that before, though. Okay, we agree then. Okay, he was 100% right. He just said it wrong, and afterwards he confirmed it. Okay.
Do you think you might be giving this guy a little bit too much benefit of the doubt? You know, like if he walked it
I've said this 100% of the time. Whenever he does something I disagree with, that's the day I will bite that bullet. But until then, okay. Do you agree with his call to ban medicine advertisements? I agree with that entirely. Especially with, have you seen all the Ozempic ads coming out now?
I mean, I think Ozempic is probably like a net positive with the risk profile right now.
I'm sorry. For one more time, and then I'm just not going to engage. I'll actually close this chat after this because I'm going to. Okay, what he said is there is an argument to be made, and then he made that argument. When someone does that, usually they are dog whistling. Okay, I will agree. But it seems like he doesn't actually believe that because afterwards he said that. He said, I believe there is an argument that. Okay, that means that he does not. Whether or not he believes in that is not in that statement, okay? If we want to get super, like, autistic here, if he says, there is an argument that this is the true, he's not saying, I agree or disagree with that. Most of the time, okay, the dog whistle for racists, I agree. But again, until I see that day where he like does something that I disagree with, that's when I'll let him go. Okay, he didn't say that he even believes in that. He just didn't say whether or not he did, which is very wrong and very bad, very, very bad. Okay, but then he came afterwards and said, I do disagree with that. So he's okay. Anyway, I'm not reading that. We're done. I'm closing the chat. I'm sorry. You might even make a good point. You might even be right. Okay, I'm sorry. I will be in good faith with you. I maybe you're right. Okay, but I can't keep doing this. Okay, sorry. Now what were we saying about medicinal banning advertising?
Oh, I mean, I'm okay with getting rid of medical advertisements. I mean, I don't know.
I don't like the idea.
I'm not hardcore pro on it. Maybe there could be some negatives about it, but I'm like, yeah, you know what?
The only
fine.
The only negative I could think of is like you having like a problem and that you don't know like that there's a solution to. But I think it's like retarded because like your doctor would give you that. Like you would go to your doctor.
Right, and it sounds like the negatives of people totally who don't know anything about medicine asking about, hey, can I have XYZ medication without their doctor could probably on the whole is a net negative for society. But I was gonna say, like, honestly, I think Ozempic specifically is fine. I
don't like the idea. So my issue with it is going to be like the promotion of it is always going to stem behind some like trying to cause people a certain level of like body, like what's that word?
Dysmorphia.
Kind of like disenfranchisement. Like you want to build in like this like idea that like you shouldn't be fat. This is like is whether that's a good or a bad thing. Yeah, I was about to say whether or not that's a good or bad thing, I would agree with, but I don't like setting the precedent that you can do that for stuff, right? Like imagine if there's other things that like you can solve, like medicine comes out for other stuff. Like would we be, you know what I'm saying? Literally on the line. Ozympic's like one of the few.
Solving cancer, you can't just tell people to solve cancer. That's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, you'll get shot by the CIA. No, I'm just kidding.
What's up, Gilbertson? Welcome back.
That's insane. That's ridiculous. Man, I feel bad for Nonfon. We're just talking over him on his stream. We've just turned.
He loves it because then he doesn't have to do.
I mean, I was just thinking. I was just welcoming people in chat.
Yeah, see, he actually listen. Whenever I stream and two people are talking, I love it because then I can just play my video game and zone out, and then I don't have to, and then it gives me more time to make content. Cause then when I'm back, and then I have stuff to talk about. But anyway, then what do you think about? So yeah, like that one. Yeah, I was about to say if I see a good argument for why medical advertising should be around, I just don't like the idea of like your money from medicine shouldn't be like you getting normal people advertising it. It should be like your doctor recommending it to someone. That's probably where like the money should come from. I don't like the idea of like ads convincing people what they need and not your doctor, right? And then the other one is
I don't know. I can't.
I'm doing
it's
good
hard.
right now.
Like even if I did disagree with you, it'd be like, what am I gonna say? Like that's not.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I haven't heard a good argument. Yeah, I need to talk to people who actually do have that opinion and have a good argument.
Yeah, I feel like the only people who would really genuinely argue against that would be the very libertarian type of people who would just find it fundamentally an
one drop rule. Yeah, the one drop rule.
Like you could do that at all.
I have an issue with it, Isaac. You're violating the NAP.
Yeah, and then they threaten to sexually assault Nonfon and still win the debate.
Nonfon goes on stream and starts talking about the age of consent. Oh no. Not his libertarian arc. Oh no.
Okay, now what do you? Okay, here's actually one that I fight on a lot. I had a long 2-hour fight with Sample about this, but it because it bled into other topics.
2 hours.
He's an Israeli. He kills civilian children. It's a whole thing.
So
He's a vegan. He's a vegan, and I always make fun of him because he's in the Israeli army. So I'm like, bro, how are you gonna be vegan? Exactly. See, exactly. You stumbled into the same joke I love. Okay. Anyway,
Well, then it's not a good joke if I could just come up with it on the
Well,
spot.
Listen, I just always say it. I know, I always say it. The only problem is that I forget a lot of the time that they're actually forced conscription there. So he didn't really have isn't it literally unless you're a woman?
He's not even a soldier. He just
sorry,
he's
he helps them. He helps them. Sorry, true, but one drop, non-fun. Oh, I'm sorry. He's doing isn't it called the Likud? Okay, he's trying to get more educated so he can bomb more children more efficiently. My bad. Okay, no, I'm just kidding. I love Sample. He's actually a great dude. Then another one's artificial food dyes. What do you think about that? Do you think there should be artificial food dyes in food, especially when we keep seeing after 3 years a new food dye will get banned for being linked to cancer, and there's a lot of food dyes in America that are legal that are banned in the UK for being linked to cancer. Or I think it's a softer word than linked. I will be good faith in my talk, but it's a softer word than linked. There's just maybe correlation is the better word. It's been a while since I've had on this.
Correlated R squared 0.02.
Yeah, you're asking me questions that I feel like only a guy who is a professional who works for the FDA could properly answer. What am I supposed to fucking know about artificial food dyes?
Well, that's what I'm saying.
You know,
the thing I can tell you is that like the main reason.
Food.
the main defense I will say about this every single time is you can have the same food without artificial food dye. It would just look less appetizing most of the time. That's the thing. Like code red, that bright red, right? That makes people want to buy it. Like
but I want it. I want the
bright,
red,
the brightness of the color.
40,
like was Baja. I mean, like I have a Baja Blast next to me. Like the light blueness of the can, right? Like these the Mountain Dew voltage, like the strong like blue there, right? Like those things correlate to more sales. But like why? My always argument is why do we need those in our food?
Well,
especially if they're not natural. There's natural food dyes. They're just more expensive. Great, like crushed. Okay. Sorry.
Oh no, it's okay. I'm sorry. I probably cut you off. My bad.
It's fine. I talk a lot. No, you have to talk over me.
No, yeah, we've never talked in VC, but we've DM'd a lot over the last month, but we've never.
That is true.
So like I've never, and to be fair, I'm also kind of talking a little slowly today, so I'm not
I'm the opposite. I talk really fast. So.
Yeah, to be honest, I could talk pretty quickly too, but it requires me really locking in, and I'm just enjoying the non-fun vibe. I'm just partying right now. Yeah, I'm just having a good time with my buddy Non-Fun and Isaac. We're all just hanging out. Isaac's talking about how it was okay that RFK Jr. fucked that bear.
Bro!
You know, like we're
listen,
all
Non-Fun, in a moral vacuum, is it okay to fuck a bear, Non-Fun? In a vacuum of just you and the bear?
What?
If the bear is sentient, probably not.
Wait, sorry, if it's a dead bear, then Non-Fun. In a moral vacuum.
If it's a dead bear, then sure.
What? No, okay, that's just gonna be like actually corrosive.
Sorry, this is an inside meme that Non-Fun was like in high school, and he said that it was okay. Was it to eat a fetus? Is that what was it?
No. Okay, so the way it started,
I just think it's gonna be bad for you.
It is. The way it started
in my class, some guy was like, "This person in my other class said it was okay to eat someone if they were dead," and it was like, "What do you think about that, Non-Fun?" Because I go by Non-Fun in school too, obviously.
Yeah,
obviously.
And I was just like,
can't leak the
Naughtiest, funniest, Alberto Felipe. That's your full name.
I'd never leak my name.
I mean, my name is out there, but.
Oh, it is. I've seen it so many times because every time you sign into Google, it pops up. And I'm like, you're just doxing yourself.
I mean, I've said my name before too, but I was like, I don't really care about dead bodies. Like, I don't entail many moral rights to dead bodies. Like, if the family would be okay with it, then like whatever. Like, what the fuck? And we eventually this got like walked all the way down to okay, like, would it be morally wrong in a vacuum to fuck a dead body?
That's even worse.
And I was
not to you.
Honestly, I feel like it would just fuck up your brain. Like I feel like it would just fuck up your psychology, even if literally nobody else was around and it impeded on nobody else's conscious life. Like you would end up fucked up. Like it would,
I feel like it would be like, to be clear, I wouldn't do it. It would be gross. But
I'm glad you're at least willing to take a stand on something, you spineless motherfucker. Non-Pawn comes out, anti-fucking corpses. I'm glad this is the stream.
I'm glad this is the one stand he's taken in the last game, so I like it.
Yeah, I listened to him talk about tariffs, and he's like, well,
we could theoretically think of a position in which that it's okay.
Yeah. But he comes out, this is his one fucking Chad moment where he's like, you know what, fucking bodies.
Maybe it is wrong.
I would never do it. Necrophilia.
Wait, I didn't say it was wrong. I said it'd be gross.
Oh no, we're giving him more. Wait, Non-Fun, if there's a universe, okay, where you have to fuck a body to save 10 people, do you do it?
100%, yeah.
That's easy. That's not even like a moral conundrum. If that's hard for you, you actually have your fucking heart screwed on wrong, man. I'm just saying.
He does stand 10 toes. I respect it. He does stand 10 toes.
Like it'd be gross, it'd be horrible, but like fucking 10 people? Are you kidding me? Like fucking.
They all have to watch and cheer you on. That's the added.
They better be cheering me on. I'm saving their lives. What do you mean? Like,
no.
Yeah, they better be like clapping, like congratulations, like it's like some fucking bar mitzvah, you know, like fucking. You know, they should be having a party.
This is the best, dude. Imagine a superhero. His superpower. He can only save lives by
Yeah.
by fucking
Yeah, that's
dead
exactly
bodies.
what I was thinking of, Matthew. Clapping like at the end of the Evangelion. I mean, honestly, you know what? With how I feel about politics in the U.S., I feel like I have to live through that moral quandary every day. I feel like
That's pretty based.
I feel like with how politics are right now, and like how dark things are gonna get, the cost that we're going to impose on the American people to get out of this. Yeah, I feel like we're doing that like literally all the time right now. That's just like my daily life living here. I don't know why I was born in this hell. I don't know what I did, but I'm here. And now I gotta deal with it.
Probably fucked a dead body in your past life.
If it is true, okay, that the only reason like it is used, from my understanding, is the only reason it's literally used is just for that color like aspect. Okay, there's no actual benefits. Yes, I didn't get to finish this. Yeah, I would like to steer away from fucking dead bodies if you don't mind.
Right. Yeah, okay.
So if the only reason artificial food dye is used, okay, is to get these like vibrant colors for like more consumer purchases, right? And if natural food dyes are an option, do you at least see like that's a good? Not even. What's your opinion on that then?
Wait, can you restate that argument? I wasn't.
Yeah, I said retardedly. No, you're good. I am not on medicine, so I have full ADHD brain right now. So I said if it is the case that the artificial food dye is the only intended use of it, from my understanding, is for this this color aspect. There's no health benefits. There's no preservative effects. It's literally just for these vibrant colors, right? And if that is the only reason that it is used, do you see a case for banning artificial and just sticking with natural, especially when every like 4 years, every 3 years, every 2 months, we're seeing another artificial food dye get banned in America and other countries for being linked to health, what is it called? Opposite benefits.
My take on this. Defects. I'll take this non-fun. Don't worry, I got you, man.
I've already had this conversation with him for 3 hours. This is for you.
My take on this is. Hang on, wait, let me collect my thoughts. I dropped my train of thought there for a second. Honestly, the only reason I would ban it. Okay, if what you're saying is true.
Yeah, that's what I'm operating off of. Yes.
If what you're saying is true, that it's like yes, it causes these health defects, then yes, I would say yes. I just don't think you could I don't think you could ban it on the grounds of like, oh well, it doesn't have any health benefits and blah blah blah. Like I mean, there's plenty of things that don't have any.
Yeah. My point is that the only effect of it is the effect. Oh my bad.
Oh, I was just gonna say, like, if it's neutral, like, if we can't find any health negatives, then I really just don't see the goddamn reason to ban it. And I also don't want to. I don't want to play into this. I don't want to play into this. Oh, natural's always better kind of dichotomy.
Yeah. I'm not. I'm just saying there's other options that isn't like artificial. And also, I think everyone agrees that like artificial food dyes have like concerns with the health.
If it was totally safe, why? It just seems like. It also seems to me like maybe some artificial dyes are safe and some aren't.
Pretty sure Red 40 still in the U.S. Yeah.
Yeah, that seems.
Is it in Canada?
Probably.
Or not Canada. Sorry, California. I thought it's banned in California.
It might not.
It is. No, it's not. Red dye 3 got banned.
Red dye 3.
Oh, that's how they are. That should be the sign that they gotta go. It's like Red 40, Red 3, Red 13, Red 23. It's like these names are not like okay.
That's what I mean. Like I'm not even saying that. Hey, listen, if it so happened that Red 3001 had like a 0.01% chance of causing cancer, it's like all right, you got me. Like ban the fucking thing. But like just because it's artificial, I just don't care.
Here's my general argument with that though. My general argument is going to be that. You can see though that like what is the like reward that we're getting from keeping this around, right? Like what is the
if it's cheaper and it enhances the food experience by making it more aesthetically pleasing, that would theoretically
that could be seen, but you don't even have to have food dyes.
Right.
It would be cheaper without any food dye. Right?
Well, sure. No, of course you don't have to have it, but like obviously people like it. That's why they added it into the food.
Yeah, I mean,
no. The reason it's added is not because of The reason it's the reason it's added is not for any health reason, food reason, consumer reason. It's because of the fact of it's more likely to be bought if it's brighter.
Well, that is a consumer reason. That's it. Like presumably, I would imagine if you banned artificial, every company would substitute it with natural.
When I say consumer reason, I'm saying it's not like at the benefit of the consumer.
Look, breast implants do absolutely fucking nothing. They don't.
That's not true.
Babies. They don't do anything, but
they help a lot. Okay.
Yeah, but see, but that
Well,
I'm just saying that
they're cosmetic, but like it's a.
Exactly, they're
So is
cosmetic. You see, non-fun gets it. Non-fun understands the function. And
I do understand breast.
That's
to be clear, my 50 sub res now and non-fun will get a breast augmentation surgery. My response to that though is that just one, with the breast augmentation, that is a decision that someone makes upon themselves, right? That is a big difference.
Okay. So are you just saying we should have
some likes and secondly, we're seeing like every for the breast augmentation surgery.
And second, we're seeing every like 3 years another like how many people have gotten hurt over the years because of these artificial food dyes that aren't going through good testing or that aren't going through
Man, I agree with you. If people are getting hurt, then cut the shit. But I'm just saying
I can show right now that people get hurt. I can search your study right now that people get hurt.
Right, I'm just saying that I'm sure that there are many which still don't.
Yeah.
Because we all agree that like if it does hurt people, then stop. But I'm saying like in the event that it doesn't, it just doesn't.
My argument is even if on the whole it's not hurting people, like if not a majority of food dyes are hurting people, there are a big section of which that are. So like, what is the cost of banning artificial food dyes?
I mean, should we really go one drop rule with this kind of stuff? It just seems like why should we ban it as a category?
I don't think it's one drop. I mean, unless fair, I think it's
because it seems like we keep discovering that these food dyes are harmful. Like literally, we keep having these food dyes that we've had for like 20 years. And we're like, well, we just discovered this one's actually harmful. Then we discovered this one harmful, right? Like, doesn't seem like a process that we should probably look at. Like, maybe there's other options. Maybe we should just try using natural food dyes. Maybe we should try using no food dyes. Maybe stuff will be less appetizing, but people will be healthier. Also, that's not even a bad argument.
What? Wait, what was your end there? That's not even a bad argument.
I'm saying if unhealthy food looks less appetizing, is that a bad argument? Is that really is Doritos looking as yellow as it is really a line that we want to protect?
I mean, I'm just saying like there's no reason why we have to think of it we don't have to think of it as something that we have to defend. It's more like why should we take action if it's genuinely hurting people?
Because it is. Well, I think most people would agree. It definitely does hurt people. I think everyone would agree.
Do you think everyone would agree?
That artificial food dyes are linked to hurting people.
I think
not like every single artificial food dye. I think everyone would agree that there are artificial food dyes that have been linked to hurting people, and that we have used them for many years, and that seems like a process that keeps repeating.
I guess my issue is just I think you're just being too general about it. I agree. You know, if there's food dyes, we find that they're problems. Yeah, fucking get rid of them. But I just don't see why we should ban the class of substance. Is essentially my issue.
I mean, we do that a lot though. Like, do you think that if we carried over that way of like thinking with every other thing else, like imagine if we were like, okay, let's test every strand of this like thing, and like only the ones that are harmful we're gonna keep. Then like after a while we're gonna learn that these other ones are unhealthy. Then other ones that are healthy. Like it seems like we're just gonna be. Imagine the world, okay, where we ban artificial food dyes. Okay, it's just a better world. Let me give you it, okay. Doritos, less appetizing to the consumer. Think about the brightest foods you can think of, right? Think of the brightest foods. Those aren't healthy foods, right? Unless they're like apples, which are naturally red. Unless they're like grapes that are naturally purple, right? The colors that will still stand out are going to be healthier for consumers on average. So people are going to be healthier on average as well. It seems like a good, like I said, even if, okay, it's not harmful, which I personally believe it is. The world in which we ban food dyes is a healthier world for the average consumer because they are going to consume more healthy food than unhealthy compared to the world we're currently in.
I mean, okay, but by this same reasoning, why not just like ban McDonald's? Like, genuine question. If we're okay, like, why not just ban McDonald's completely?
Well, I feel like McDonald's provides a lot more benefits than
than food
coloring of food, like.
Right.
Also on top of that, people know what they're.
Like, if the negatives are so small and the benefits are so small, then it's like
the benefits would be extra. Think about it. I'm not claiming that the benefits are small. I'm saying that's a world where people are less likely to consume unhealthy food. That seems like a way better world.
What? Hang on a minute.
Well, I'm not saying benefits of McDonald's. Well, the benefit is you're paying for a McDouble and you get a McDouble. That's the benefit. He's saying in the consumer like way, like you want a McDouble, you go to McDonald's. He's not saying in the health benefit way.
Right. I mean, I'm saying kind of the same thing for the cosmetics, though. It's like, you know, if you want to.
But you're not buying the food dye though. You're like for McDonald's, you are buying.
Kill you. you know.
They're linked. There, a lot of them are carcinogenic.
I think you should
cancer.
tax
That
McDonald's.
does kill you.
You should probably
I'm saying
tax
that,
sugar
but also
and tax.
for sure, there's probably some artificial food dyes, which just
tax
don't.
maybe
I mean,
whatever
obviously, they're not all the same
especially in healthy
compounds. I mean, hey, we test every single drug, right? We do, like it's not, you know, like not every single compound is equally dangerous, even if it is artificial.
Unironically, tax fat people.
I don't like the idea of like we have to wait until we discover it
more healthcare
like
services.
being linked whenever we like. Do you like there are food now like that's actually how they operate now. And my problem with that is there are food dyes that are banned in the UK that aren't banned here, and there are food dyes in other countries that are banned. In UK, they're like this has some correlation to cancer. Let's just throw it away. Why would we fight to keep that? Maybe like a study will come out in 12 years, and whatever food dye they do ban in America, or whatever food dye they do ban in the UK, wasn't linked to cancer. What did they like? What cost like did the UK lose by banning that?
All right. I mean, I understand your point about a more proactive health regulatory regime. I'm not saying that you're like completely wrong in thinking that. I'm just saying that like, okay, but what if there's like literally no evidence for this specific dye, and it's just like, all right, you know, we've used this dye for 50 years. We have no real good sign that it does anything, but it makes things look cool and it's cheap. You know,
let's switch arguments then. Let's switch to a broader argument of all of artificial food dyes and not just even the bad ones. Okay, so for all of artificial food dyes, I would say that
I feel like there are some which are fine. And, you know,
my argument
probably some which are bad. But
it's going to be the same argument that I made earlier, though, that like banning them makes a more healthy, healthy kind of never mind. I'm not even gonna try to say it. I stuttered 3 times. We're out. It just.
But if they're not bad for you, how do they make you more healthy? They're just
because what's the reason food dyes put in?
Making it less that you don't want to eat bad food.
What's the reason food dyes put in? Because they make foods brighter for people to consume them.
Right,
so
but then in that case, you know, just if you're so worried about people eating those foods, just tax the food. Like just tax, like do a Pavlovian tax on Doritos.
Yeah. I'm not against a sugar tax. Yeah, we've talked about this actually. Me and Sample talked about this. I'm not against a sugar tax. It makes sense.
It seems like an unnecessary regulatory measure to get to the point that you want to get at. It just seems like a more complicated system.
I think it's a very easy, simple system to implement. What do you mean? You just say artificial food dyes, gone.
You gotta enforce it. You gotta fucking
the FDA. Guess who heads the FDA right now? The guy who has this opinion.
Yeah, but I'm saying like now you got to spend the money on investigating. Are you using this artificial food dye? Or are you using the proper?
I think you would just. I mean, they already have to label what's in their food, especially when it comes to food dyes. If I look at this right now, it's gonna tell me what food dyes are in it.
To speak. Let the gentleman.
It has yellow 5 and blue 1. Like they have to put it in there. They actually can like get major class actions if you mislabel your ingredients.
There is a cost to enforcing it, but I don't think it'd be that high. I mean, we
really?
already enforce.
What do you think is the cost?
I mean, obviously, there's not literally a zero cost to enforcing a new policy. Like,
I'm just saying.
Like you, I don't think it'd be that high because we already have like all the institutions necessary to do it.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. When you said that, I thought you were like saying that you believe that there is a like an actual cost. Like, I get what you're saying. It's not a non-zero, but obviously, it is a non-zero. But obviously, I agree with you there.
I completely agree with Ryan G. Getty. He's completely right, 100% correct. My point is just like, why don't we just do the method that is more direct and to the point if we're so worried about people eating these? Because here's also the other thing. I feel like the benefit is just about as small as the enforcement cost. Like if Doritos were like 4% less yellow, you think like
it's not 4%. It is. It's I'm not tell you this.
Say Doritos
it's like 70. Even maybe 80. Yes, that's where they get the color. Mountain Dew Code. Look up Mountain Dew Code Red without artificial food dyes. Before we continue this.
Hang on. Yeah, exactly. Wait. Fuck you. You're stepping ahead of me every single second of the way. Stop making my arguments for me. I'm sorry. Ryan's my friend. I'm being too harsh on it for comedic effect. What I was gonna say is like you made the point earlier though about natural food dyes. Like if they just switch to natural food dyes, the Doritos are gonna be just as yellow as before. Realistically.
Not really. Wait. Yeah.
Natural food dyes. They're just gonna be very.
Wait, Isaac, is there a picture of Code Red without artificial dyes?
Here's one. I'm about to send you one.
Are the artificial dyes are natural dyes incapable of replicating the?
Here's one dyes? From the. Okay, let me see this.
Oh man, I gotta read a study.
No.
presumably they're either going to be lower quality or more expensive.
That is it without food dye. That is that brand without
just
food
without
dye.
any dye. This is just without any dyes.
Yeah,
not like,
I'm talking
they weren't replacing it.
Okay.
Yeah, if we're just talking like they replace it with natural dyes, there isn't going to be really much of a visual difference.
Well, that's why they do artificial food dyes, though. That's the reason we moved to artificial food dyes, is because they are able to get a brighter sense of colors than like the natural are. Right. They're more vibrant.
Is it even going to be like a seriously significant change? Like
it must have for us to lean into it. It's the free market, right? Apparently, artificial food dyes did work better on consumers because that's what we kept with, right?
They could also just be cheaper. Like they could.
Well, that's probably yeah.
Like,
I would imagine.
True, but like you would have imagine at the I was about to say you have to think about that first step though. They had to first realize that it was better and then switch to it and then they made it cheaper.
My
right?
thing is, I feel like we're just teasing out this math and it's like such narrow use cases. It's like, oh well, the artificial dye has to be like 10% more vibrant than the natural dye. And then it's like, oh, all these fucking thin cases. It's like, oh, why not just tax the Dorito? Like, why not? It just this all seems like just a pain in the ass, to game this out.
What do you mean?
I'm saying like, okay, let's say we can't replicate. Okay, let's say that there's a natural food dye and there's an artificial food dye. And the natural food dye can reach a level of yellow that's like only 90% as good as the artificial food dye. And then we game it out and it's like, how many calories is that actually going to save in the American public? Like how many people are actually going to stop eating Doritos if the Doritos are 10% less yellow because they use the natural dye instead of the artificial dye? It's like, why not just tax the Doritos if we're so worried about people eating Doritos?
Well, because that sidesteps my major argument though. This isn't my major disagreement with food dyes though. The major disagreement is the
It seems like an overly complex regulatory regime for like if our objective is genuinely just to fucking like get people to eat less Doritos.
Well, my objective is to make the Doritos healthier, right? To not give people cancer.
Well, they're not going to be healthier. The main health problem with Doritos is that they're like a bunch of fucking calories.
They are going to be healthier though, right? Well, they're going to have something that will not give them cancer.
Dyes, which are not. No, because we established earlier that we're only talking about the artificial food dyes, which are not going to.
Oh, we're throwing them. Well, yeah, but now you're saying like if I take out your disagreement. Yeah, but now you're saying like if we take out the bad ones, like what's your problem with it? Well, my problem is going to be with the bad ones.
Sorry, say that again.
I said, well, my problem is going to be with the bad ones, and if you just remove all of them, you don't have the bad ones.
Well, no, I'm saying
and also
there's really artificial food dyes that aren't bad. Like,
I can agree with you.
Ones that don't cause
cancer. I think removing those is still a net benefit to the health of Americans. So why care to fight for them?
Right, and then my point is just like, just tax the fucking Dorito, because like the difference between the natural food dye and the artificial food dye isn't going to be that substantial. And if you really want to end it, if you really want to get people to eat less Doritos, because the whole problem is that the artificial food dyes make the Doritos look too good.
My argument isn't like that people shouldn't eat Doritos. I'm just saying it should be safer, right? Like I don't know where I lean exactly on like what food should be banned on their health to cost ratio. I would probably lean to more libertarian in that aspect of like letting people want to eat what they want to eat. My thing's just going to be though, you should probably take out these dyes if they're not like there's not a good reason for the consumer side for it to be there.
I guess my reason. Okay. We can move on this discussion.
Yeah. We don't want to spiral instantly.
Yeah,
I understand what you're saying. I agree that like with the ones that are safe, like it is a what's it called? I am kind of overcutting. I agree with you, but that's because like I don't see a lot of value in the overcut. But we agree that it is an overcut. I will concede that.
Yeah, that's what I was worried about too, Ryan, was like I feel like this argument applies to like all food dyes essentially. I don't even necessarily but okay, we can leave it alone. What the fuck
natural dyes are 1 second. Wait, one more thing. Natural dyes are biodegradable, non-toxic, non-allergenic, and they're always going to end up being better for the economy. Environment. They will always be better for the environment. It was too listen, I'm dyslexic. Yes. I would put my life on that.
I feel like this is just reifying the like that problem with like the natural artificial distinction too much, because like you could totally like again there's no particular reason
there's obviously like a hypothetical non-natural thing that's going to be way more unhealthy than or sorry, a natural thing that's going to be way more unhealthy than a non-natural
Right,
thing.
exactly.
Like
It's like,
literally,
again, why are
like,
we
can I
saying,
use
like, oh,
uranium as a food dye? Like,
True. Yes, you can actually.
Presumably,
yeah, you understand my point though, right? Like that 99% of the time it's going to be better for the environment. I think every natural food dye as of right now is biodegradable. This is from my RFK research though, so I could be wrong.
That I could.
Okay. I think all of them are non-toxic from the studies that we have on them and non-allergenic. Okay. I have my RFK notion pulled up now, baby.
Right now, what if I go read like a million studies and it turns out actually you're just paid by the natural dye lobby and all this fucking time.
I'm paid by Big Grape, Big Apple Skins.
Total bullshit.
Big Grape got me.
You're just using the naturalistic fallacy to fearmonger about Doritos because you
yeah. I don't use the naturalistic argument a lot, by the way, to be fair. But listen, I'm pretty pro-environment, and this is one thing I stumbled onto with the environment as well. Like the artificial food dye, the artificial food dye industry is really bad. But for obvious reasons, you can think about why it's bad.
I like the environment too. I like the birds.
Exactly. See?
What if I hate the environment? What if I want to keep the food dyes because they're bad?
Buy as much Red 40 as you can. Yeah, buy as much Red 40 as you can.
Put it in the local water supply. Give everybody a 0.0.
Well, you can look up list of what foods are using. I have a list of the most common foods used for food dye colors naturally. It's beets, red onions, yellow onions, turmeric and purple cabbage, and blueberries. Those are all biodegradable. They're all very healthy. It's just for the environment. What I'm saying. It's a lot better than dumping off some red 40 into a lake. Okay.
I mean,
what they do actually, they dump it into lakes, and so when they have excess red 40, they dump it into lakes and barrels. I'm just making this up, by the way. I'm completely lying. But
appreciate it. What's up?
I'm thinking of that Family Guy thing.
We all knew that you were a degenerate liar who works for the Frito-Lay's lobby.
Yeah.
Doritos.
I think Frito-Lay's doesn't use natural dyes. Maybe they do. Maybe I'm disrespecting them. I was about to say. I think they're a part of the I think they have money. I think they have a hit out on me actually as of right now.
They have a hit out on you for $10 because you're not even that fucking.
Yeah, it's actually $2. It's $2 and a Pringle. It's $2 and a Pringle.
Bro, $2. That's like your total ad revenue all time, bro. You're not worth that much. It's
Whoa, I'm at $24. Okay.
Shit,
on God, I just need to double it and then I can cash out. First time ever on Twitch.
I made $100 last stream. I'm fucking.
Shut up.
Last stream? How the fuck did you make 100? Someone donated.
Yeah, no.
Right? That's it.
Let me guess. Big artificial food dyes. Big artificial food dyes came in and donated. What's your opinion on Israel? I just want to get that real quick.
My opinion on Israel is firmly neutral.
Nice. You said they had that opinion before October 7th, after October 7th, after the check hit. When would you say that
when
you got it?
When did the Mossad check?
Yeah. What do you know about shekels? Do you know what shekels are?
That would be such a funny fucking thing, though. Can you imagine the guy who just kind of doesn't care? He's like, yeah, I mean, the Palestinians got a point, the Israelis got a point. I don't know.
You know what they say about being neutral? It enforces the status quo.
The 100% neutral guy. No, not even status quo guy. He's just like.
Well, that's what that neutral is. If you're neutral, you're just enforcing the status quo. So it's an old fuck. I forgot who made that quote, but
Hasan.
Ryan Getty. Okay, but what were we gonna say before you guys started accusing me of being a member of the
big artificial food
dye? I don't know at this point.
I can give you the last.
You guys called me an anti-Semitic slur live on stream 10 minutes ago.
Whoa! Did someone? Wait, you're talking about the K one?
Yeah.
Did Nonfon? Did you call him that?
I don't believe so.
Only reason I know about that slur, by the way, is because an NBA player said it in a COD game, and he ended up getting banned from the NBA. And his defense was like, "Guys, I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I didn't even know it was a slur. I just heard people use it in COD." And I was like, "He might be right. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, that's the one defense that I've ever heard." And I'm like, that's probably actually what happened. You still gotta be banned, my boy. I'm sorry, but that probably did happen.
Yeah, that actually sounds real.
Yeah, that sounds very believable.
I don't think I have much more to say on the artificial or natural food dyes. My basic point, and I'm just gonna close it just out of kindness, is that I just think that your totalitarian regime would just be too generalist. I prefer a more particularist system where that.
Are you big government, small government? Where do you lean?
What did you say? Sorry.
Where do you lean towards? Do you lean small government or big government?
I don't know. I mean, I feel like I'm a liberal. I feel like I lean towards generally smaller government. Like but I'm not like a libertarian where I'm like, oh yeah, you gotta really freak out about every single fucking thing. But I do have concerns about like snowballing regulatory complexity and stuff like that. You know, that's something that I am concerned about. And you know, like little changes like this, they add up over time. They get annoying to enforce and to regulate, and it's like, ah, man, it's like, why not just fuck it? If you're just gonna do it, just target the thing directly. Don't have like an insanely overly complicated regulatory regime, is my take, you know?
Oh, I mean, that was kind of targeting. I don't want to get back into it, but that was me targeting directly. I was saying get rid of all of it, okay? All the artificial.
Oh, I know, but I was saying, like, if the problem is just,
you want to get rid of all. Wait, do you think that we should? What's your opinion on like banning unhealthy food?
Banning unhealthy food? I mean, to be honest, I mean, banning it's pretty strong. That's definitely strong. I think I kind of
would you move towards like soft incentives then?
I think I would definitely be up for subsidizing healthy food. I don't just I waffle a little bit on like sugar taxation. I'm like, do I want to? Do I not want to? I'm not sure how I feel about it because I get it. I definitely do. There's definitely good reasons to be like, hey, listen, eating sugar is bad and it has externalities on society. But then I'm also like, but you know, I'm a fucking American. Blah blah blah.
What if I could offer you a soft? What if I could offer you a soft incentive that make people eat healthier?
I know what you're about to say, and I'm not fucking.
Oh
I'm
my
not
god,
stepping into your trap.
bro.
You stupid
I'm leaving. We can move on. We can move on.
Oh boy.
What do you think I am?
Who do you think they should primary? Who do you think that we and Nonfun have already talked about this? Who do you think that them should primary? I know it's a little early, okay, but who do you think?
I would like Polis. Chat goes completely quiet.
Yeah, why?
Fucking drops the worst take ever.
I like Polis. What's wrong with Polis? I mean, I think Polis is...
Exactly, what's wrong with him? There's
actually, wait, Isaac, you would like Polis. Didn't he have an RFK tweet? I think
that's the one thing I don't like about
everyone likes RFK, okay, in the beginning.
Yeah, this is the See, you would like him because he was pro RFK, okay? So.
Oh shit, he did actually. I'm reading the thing. He is actually, he's calling for people to take the vaccine. WRFK. I need to read this.
No, here's with Polis. My main thing with Polis is he's like a reasonable, like market liberal. He's like culturally moderate, and I like that. He likes land value tax. He's like reasonably charismatic. He doesn't have anything that's like super off-putting. So it's like, you know what? I think he'd be a decent candidate. If I could just pick any out of the hat right now, I'd probably be like, he's at least my front runner.
Without knowing Stephen A. Smith.
I actually don't know that much about him. He seems like a fun candidate, but that's all I literally know about him. You know, I have no idea beyond that. And you know what? I gotta be honest. Like after this whole like Kamala then Hillary stuff, I'm getting anxious about running white men.
You're just like me. I literally told Nonfun that.
People really willing to do it? Like I don't know.
I remember when I told Nonfun, I said, can we just run one more straight white dude to win it?
Yeah, like I'm getting anxious, man. Like this, like we can't be hanging the Republic on on my desire to have a female president. Like, I mean, it'd be cool and all, but like, I don't know if the American people agree. I don't know. You know.
Yeah, I had that instinctually. I've talked about that. I have a podcast that I used to run, and I used to talk about that all the time. I'm like, but that's what really worries me, because I would have a lot of my friends before the election be like, you really think a woman can run the country? And I was like, fuck, these are people I've known my entire life. And I got like more than like 4 of those instances, and I'm like, holy shit, like, we might be cooked.
I know people don't like talking about this. I'm gonna put on my pussy hat for a second, but I genuinely don't think people appreciate how insanely insanely is a really strong word. There is a lot more sexism in American society than people appreciate, and it's. I'm not gonna go crazy into it because like frankly, it's not the biggest issue in the world right now. It's not like the biggest issue America's facing by far. I'm a lot more worried about the fact that the government just like legalized surveillance on the basis of your gender or sex. But I still think that American society just like it's surprising how many Americans have like prejudices against women. It's like wow. It's more than you would think, honestly.
Yep. And unfortunately, though, I will never be a person to like argue that on stream though, because I'm like, bro, I can't come off as a fake feminist. After Destiny, I can't come off as a fake feminist. I can't do it. I'll never defend a woman on stream.
That's actually the problem. Is, like the second I say that, people would immediately accuse me of virtue.
You just want pussy. Yeah, you just want pussy. You just have the position for pussy, and it's like fuck.
And it's like, no, man. I listen. I don't even care that much. Like I just don't want them to be prejudicial against like women candidates. That's not a good thing for society.
That's so much to ask.
I know. And listen. I know she had wine mom energy, and that was difficult to deal with. But you know what? I'll take that over like fucking aspiring king. You know, like I'll fucking. I'm sorry. I'll take the wine mom over like 6.3 million dead from PEPFAR being repealed over the next 4 years. Like I'm sorry. Like I'll fucking. I'll take an awkward laugh. I'll take it. But like that's like people are really uncomfortable with that kind of energy. They really do not like it.
I'm gonna go eat. I'm gonna head out. Love you both. Stay safe. Nonfon is a Israeli shill. Watch out.
Yeah.
That is true. Accurate. I haven't been tuned into the conflict for forever, but I don't know.
Yeah, you know, honestly, I feel like whenever Israel comes up on my streams, I'm like, I feel like I'm always like, oh, I don't like this whole human rights abuses stuff. But I feel like I'm a lot more moderate than most Twitch streamers on Israel. I get that feeling. I feel like a lot of Twitch streamers are like full on long live the self-sacrificing fighters.
Yeah. That's why we have that's why our ad revenue is so low, brother. That's the
I know. So wait, I DM'd you. Wait, specifically, did your ad revenue cut when that happened? Because like that it happened.
It's fallen. Yeah, I mean, I wasn't streaming that long before it happened, but
okay. I went from $20 a month to zero once that happened. I was like, fuck, man, that was like a fucking Netflix subscription that just got
I know, yeah. Dude,
and that was when I was like
a
third of the size.
Ad revenue until recently. There were 2 months where I straight up just did not make ad revenue at all. It's like, dog, like it's not like I wasn't streaming. Like I had streams. It's just like there's just no ad revenue.
I'm a little bit upset about it right now because like I've been cracking like 30, 40 average viewers, and I'm like, if I had ad revenue on, I'd be making like 40 fucking bucks a month. And I know that's not a lot, but that's not nothing. That's
I know.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like decent money that I could put to something, you know, and it's like, oh, now I don't get that, and it kind of sucks. And so it's sad.
Yeah, we'll see. Is Hasan unbanned yet? Have they?
Yeah, 5 minutes. Get Mr. Hassani Poo a little slap on the wrist. You know what? My hypothesis is that Hasan has like some fucking blackmail on the mod team because he gets treated so fucking benevolently.
Yeah.
I don't understand why. It's either that they love his political beliefs or he's like got dirt on him.
I don't know. Let's see. Well, we know Dan Clancy loves him for some reason, but.
See, I don't know any of these fucking people because I'm so new to Twitch. Dan
like Clancy's just the CEO. I mean, I don't really know.
Oh, he is?
That's actually probably the only person who works at Twitch that I do know.
Oh, fair enough.
Yeah.
I mean, it'd be crazy if you did know all these people, like, personally. I'd be like, holy shit, you got 10
I have
viewers?
so many Twitch representatives, bro. They're all... I told them to take Hasan down, and they're going to put me in the top of the politics category now. I'm,
They bought you to 30K every single day.
Yeah.
And still only 7 real people watch you. Oh, poor bastard. Poor non-fun.
Man, chat must be lagging. It's going really slow for some reason for someone with 30K viewers.
Oh man. You know, I feel like I feel like the only reason I get more viewers right now is just because I just have like shorter streams. You have like very long streams at very unusual hours, man. Like you got some fucking crazy ass streams here.
It depends.
You're streaming at like 4 a.m. You know,
it's because my sleep schedule is so erratic. But yeah. I need to.
What do you do? Like, are you a student? If it's too personal, please tell me. I don't want to like dox you.
No, you can. I don't really hide anything. Yeah, I'm a.
Yeah, but I had to, you know, like, what if, you know?
Yeah. I do school online. just my community
Now.
college right now. So
dope.
I can basically I can do my work whenever. I mean, well,
Oh,
I mean,
man,
there
we
are
both
due
do
dates,
community.
and sometimes it gets annoying because I like go to bed and wake up on the same day, and it messes up my schedule super bad. And it's
Oh,
like
poor bad.
I wake up at 6 p.m. and then I have an assignment due that day, and then I fucking
gotta
that's
get
my
better.
time management issue. But yeah, but
Are you
But
an
yeah.
ADHD man? Are you?
Oh yeah, I am. That's part of the reason why I don't have any like stream schedule or anything. Is I'm so unbelievably like erratic and can't pay attention to shit.
That-
I
that
open
explains
YouTube
your
Shorts
take on
and 2
Tariffs.
hours of my day are gone.
Oh,
It's just-
really?
yeah.
It's a lot. Oh man, I feel like I got I feel like I spent a lot of time away from social media and computers. I feel like I give off this vibe of just never knowing what's going on. Like I'm like borderline Northern Lion kind of vibes, you
Yeah.
know? Where it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? What are you talking to me right now? Someone like someone had to explain to me what Hasan did today. I was like, oh okay. I'm like that unplugged from what's going on at all times. I don't even really like streamer drama that much, honestly. It's like it's like, oh man, I gotta listen to these fucking people. It's
Yeah,
like it's like
usually- I don't pay much attention to streamer drama usually. I mean, I talked about the Destiny stuff a little bit just because I was invited. I don't know if you probably don't even know who Darius is, but he's like a Destiny orbiter, and he has his
okay.
like his own show about it. Whatever. I was invited there a few times.
Oh, that's cool.
But yeah, I almost never like. Sometimes like chat will tell me something, and I'll be like, "That's crazy." Anyway, back to reading some Paul Krugman. It's like,
Yeah, fucking. Yeah, I will admit, I regularly tune in quietly, and then sometimes I'm like, what the fuck is this stream? It's like unironically reading Paul Krugman for fun, you know? Which is like,
yeah.
you know, I kind of respect it, but also at the same time, it's like, ah, fuck, these are some dry streams, my brother. Like these are.
well, that's that's probably the real reason the ad revenue is low.
Yeah.
But I'm,
what would they even advertise on this stream? You know? Like
bro, Paul
fucking,
Krugman books, bro. They'll
Viagra. That's like the I don't know. Paul Krugman personally comes on your stream and says, "Non-fun, my child. You've done very well. You've represented
Bro,
me in the global homo world order."
One
One day, it'll happen.
Actually,
I
mean,
believe
he's
in
pretty
you.
old. By the time I would get to the position where I could talk to him, he'd probably be fucking dead. But
Yeah, that's the unfortunate reality of life.
yeah.
You know, what do you think happens to you after you die? Where do you think you're going, man?
I don't think. I don't know how serious of a question this is, but
No,
I don't think
it's like, okay,
I don't think
it's
anything happens.
It's like at that level of question where it's like semi-serious, where it's like, you know, you can talk about it, but also at the same time, it was intentionally a little ridiculous.
I mean, I've never done I did
How often a day do you think of death?
I don't think of death that often. I don't like debate religion ever or anything, but like I am an atheist. Like I don't I've done a little bit of reading into it. I've read a few things. I've watched a few fucking videos, but
I would have been pretty surprised if you were like, yeah, I'm a Muslim.
yeah, I'm a devout practicing Muslim. I'm a Sunni. I'm working on my plans to go to Mecca right now.
Debating this guy. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm reading from your chat because I'm so used to reading from chat.
Yeah, well, no, that's content,
impolite.
bro.
I know. I'm so used to reading chat. And
Wait,
just
also, I
being
don't
like,
even know the big JC. Are you? I don't even know if you're actually like Christian or not. Like, this guy's name is the big JC. He used to stream in a fucking Jesus outfit, but I don't even know if he.
Oh.
I don't even know if he actually.
I feel like the reason debating religion gets so old so fast is you're dealing with these fundamentally unfalsifiable concepts. That you pretty much just like constantly circle around. Like, how can I win any metaphysical debate? Basically,
Yeah.
How can I prove to you or not prove to you that the world is like just ideas or material? It's like, fuck. there's no winning in that kind of debate. It very quickly boils down to like, well, I believe it, so fuck you. I think Alex O'Connor made a similar argument to Destiny once, where he was like, yeah, if God literally personally talked to you, you would internalize it as schizophrenia, right? Like, it wouldn't even be evidence. So your metaphysical assumptions are already preceding any debate you could possibly have, even if God literally revealed himself to you. You know? You went through a whole edgy atheist phase. I'm sorry for your loss, man. That's a hard phase. Now you gotta explain that to everybody. You're gonna have to be like, no, I promise, I'm not an edgy atheist anymore. That was just me at one time in the past. Rock hard phase right there. It seems to be a phase that a lot of fucking people go through.
Yeah, well, it seems like half the people on the internet went through that phase at some point at least. Like,
even though statistically that makes no sense, because most people never, ever do, but it's just like, I guess politics selects for the kinds of people.
Yeah, there's a selection for people who are in like politics Discord servers. They probably went through a pretty edgy atheist phase. Oh my god, sample text.
I guess you could say I had an edgy atheist phase when I was a Maoist. Hey, what's up?
You were a Maoist. You were Maoist. Wow.
Yeah.
What are you now? What are you now? I don't know.
I'm just a liberal. Just hanging out.
Let's go. Let's go. Bro got the correct position. Bro just got the correct position.
I like.
Yeah, I'm in the process of like reforming this Maoist guy.
Oh yeah.
But yeah.
Oh yeah. Just throw him in a re-education camp. He'll be used to it. It's not a big deal.
No,
No, he'll be like, no. He by law he's gonna have to go fair game, I guess.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Nation gets you on stream. What do you mean?
No. I was joining because of
Do you mean to join the
oh my god, I can't believe I'm forgetting the other guy's name. Isaac.
I mean, my Discord server is public.
Yeah.
Yeah, Isaac. No, Isaac was making. Oh, he's gone.
All right. Well, anyways, back to what I was saying.
Yeah, Hamas got him. Damn.
I was going to talk about my edgy atheist phase. Actually, to be honest, I don't think I've ever had like a true edgy atheist.
Yeah, we're in Yale's based.
I feel like. Oh, is he back?
No, this is a new person. It's the big
new
JC.
person. God, that's confusing.
Wait, I can't hear anyone.
Hey, buddies, what's going on?
How you doing, handsome?
Well, I'm flattered, frankly, after that.
Yeah, that's good. I'm glad. That's the function of that statement. That's exactly the desired outcome. I'm very happy.
Pleased to see Non-Fon branching out in his gaming repertoire for Minecraft.
Yeah, he's playing.
Wait, what made you a Maoist? Was it like R Zedong or something? Like Jen Zedong or whatever?
Oh no! I grew up with Maoists. I was I was 9. And I don't know if you guys know about the Red Guards or anything like that, but I was 9. You know, being 9, I didn't really have the best judgment.
Can't relate.
And you like a land value tax or no?
Oh, I love land value tax. I'm a big Georgian.
See, still Maoist.
No, I'm not. That's not true. That's not true. I am like, being a Georgist is like being like the non-alcoholic beer version of Maoism. Okay, I get to still hate landlords and I get to still complain about that stuff. But
I was gonna say it's decaffeinated Maoism. You know?
Yeah, I won't summarily execute them.
Just tax them. Yeah, okay.
Just imprison them.
Yeah, I'm good with that. I mean, I'm glad with this. I mean, people make this joke all the fucking time in Georgism. They're like, "Oh my god, you are actually the meme." What the fuck?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I mean, what made you not a Maoist anymore?
No trauma.
No, that's fine.
I will say I was not logically convinced out of Maoism because I grew up around it, and it, you know, when that happens, you're very good at motivated reasoning yourself into continuing holding a belief that would be costly for you to change, right?
Yeah.
And I mean, it was very costly for me to change. Leaving the Maoists was like, I mean, I lost fucking everything at that time. I lost.
They're cold. They're cultists. They're a death cult. Yeah, I mean, even Mao said that, like, you know, half the people of China can die and it will still be worth it to bring about socialism. Like, they're a cult.
I mean, I
Yeah.
still agree with that. But
No. I'm reforming this. I'm reforming this Maoist. I'm sending him papers on like China's development. And I'm like, you see, it's marketization. You can see if we're breaking down by sectors.
Silly leftist, you only believe the things you believe because you haven't read what I've read. Here, read this.
Yeah.
It's a study, bro. It's not a fucking r/revolution now.
4 volumes of theory.
You're arguing against this guy's religion. You can't be winning through studies, man. You gotta it doesn't work like that.
Maybe.
Oh, I'm telling you, I promise you.
But right now, the fight needs to be against MAGA, not against like the lefties online. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I need to practice for. I practice for the lefty debates by winning the MAGA debates.
A little bit, but it's like, I don't know. With MAGA, it's easier, and it's you get more bang for your buck. Both because larger audience probably.
Honestly,
and second because it's better.
Well, you do run the risk of them being so stupid that they're actually incapable of arguing with your position.
Or that they.
But I wouldn't know anything about that.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Feels bad, man. I know why.
All right.
You're definitely not in the brightest timeline, friends.
That's right.
All right. I don't mean to be rude because this isn't even my goddamn stream, but who the fuck is has
It's
like
fucking
the 4
samples. It's like outside right now. You're fucking.
Yeah.
Oh, my bad. Didn't know liberals must not touch grass. I'm sorry.
Liberals have to stay in their gremlin basements, you fool. Didn't you get that memo?
I'm sorry.
I'm walking here.
That's right. Yeah, the wind. There's a lot of wind in here. Don't worry, we can tell. You don't have to announce it.
This is terrible.
Yeah, okay, whatever.
This is the worst listening experience I've ever had in my life.
Is it better now? I'm not walking anymore. Hey, I'm not walking here. Is it better now?
Yeah, it's better, yeah.
You're good, man. You're good.
My favorite streamer, Pentuple TV, is live.
Oh, I can't even watch him. I'm still banned.
Let's go.
Who is this Pentuple man?
No, you don't want the
streamer.
answer to that question. That's exactly. He's my favorite streamer, but you wouldn't understand. He's too cool for you. Yeah.
Okay. Well,
you're not a lawyer, so.
No, it's all right. I don't gotta understand. I don't.
You're not a lawyer. You don't have a law degree. You'll understand when you first year law class, buddy.
I have a PhD in Marxism, Leninism, Maoism.
Yeah, well, you know that PhD. No, wait. Okay, so first of all, what
MLM equals multi-level marketing. That's what it is.
Dope, as all people know.
Wait, sorry.
MLM is multi-level marketing.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Chairman Gonzalo was a big fan of fucking perfumes and selling them and buying them and selling them.
He's watching Bill Nye the Science Guy.
Climate's not changing and hurricanes aren't.
Oh, he's talking about climate change because he's a well-known climate scientist. I bet he has a.
As we know, climate change, one of the biggest liberal lies.
Very true.
They just want to take your gas stoves.
Climate change is right.
The way to solve it.
Have it in the wrong direction. Everything's getting colder. Actually.
The way to solve it is degrowth. We gotta degrow.
We gotta degrowth.
Henry George would fucking put degrowthers in
no more big water.
In like a fucking WWE body cage and just slam him on the floor. It'd be great. I wish he was still alive with us today. But unfortunately, he's not.
I mean,
I wish 90s Krugman was still with us.
Did he even say thank you though?
Who said thank you?
My wife was so triggered about that
Zelensky
Vance thing. Because my in-laws are a little MAGA. And she's like, I was prepared to get in a full argument with my mom earlier because of the dumb shit she posted about JD Vance.
Bro, I know this guy who said, like, I think JD Vance is an intelligent man and an intellectual, and I was like...
I think he is.
You think he is?
Yeah, I do. There's an NPR interview that he did in like 2018 where he's talking about how one of the Democrats' big failures is the not addressing like a rural white America and like kind of leaving them out of their consideration when they're trying to appeal to their various constituencies. And it's not just the point that he makes, because that point is kind of obvious, but it's the way that he talks about it that I think, I think he's an intelligent person, which makes him even worse. He sold himself out.
For sure. I guess, okay, let me rephrase what I meant this guy said, because like I agree, he is an educated person. JD Vance has an education. He does know how to talk about things, right? What I meant was like this guy was saying like he's a respectable intellectual. Like,
oh no,
you know what I mean?
No, he's like a reasonably intelligent person, but that's about, I mean, I don't feel like that's charitable.
That's
but
pretty much the beginning and the end of it.
yeah, that's a good way to put it. Yep.
Yeah. Oh, well, thank you.
Elon Musk, on the other hand, as we all know, is 145 IQ genius. Top Diablo 2 streamer or player or whatever he lied about. I don't remember.
If you had to pick a JD Vance, who would it be? Like, who would be your JD Vance?
Who would be my JD Vance?
No, I was asking non-fun. You're not the fucking.
Oh, who is?
I'm so sorry.
What do you mean?
I think it's like a dork that you
JD
just
Vance?
like drag along.
Like
yeah.
Yeah, a dork that you drag along who's a DEI hire.
Yeah.
Oh, a DEI.
That's basically what we're talking
Yeah.
Yeah. Who's your JD Vance? Joe Biden.
Isaac.
I mean, of people I know, it would either be Isaac or Sample. Let's see, which one do I think is more of a loser?
Which one cares more about whether or not thank you was said? Which one has better manners?
Well, Sample. Better manners. Isaac probably has better manners, so it'd have to Sample will be the one to provoke the argument. I would have to choose Sample. Sample would be
Sample 2028. Make America great again, again, again.
Do you get in trouble on Twitch if you condemn people to hell? Because I did condemn the entire administration to hell in my last stream.
No, but you do get in trouble with the Catholic Church.
You can probably get away with it. You can probably condemn people to.
Because I did say that the treachery against Ukraine will not be forgiven, and JD Vance will be tortured for 10,000 years in hell. I wanted
One
to
can
make
only
sure
hope.
That was big of a deal. Well, I mean, I actually had a vision.
Oh wait, Jesus!
Sick.
31 minutes ago.
Not,
Charlie Kirk tweet: President Trump has paused all military aid to Ukraine.
Oh no! Oh, see, that's what I was. See, I
saw something that said this whole fight was staged as like a prelude to like them announcing this.
Absolutely, bro. It was a
I mean,
setup.
JD Vance obviously wanted this to happen. Like,
did you say thank you?
Like, I don't think there's any interpretation where they didn't. JD Vance did not at least want this to happen. Like, I don't know how you could.
My JD Vance is Jimbo. I'm saving that psych. I'm screenshotting that and sending that to Jimbo right now. You fucking asshole.
I see we have more people.
Yeah.
Wait, what's going on now?
No, you're talking about JD Vance. I said Sample would be my JD Vance because you're nicer than Sample.
It was a tough competition, though. You were in the running. You almost won.
Who, me?
Yeah. You.
I don't get picked, not fun.
Okay, wait. The context though was we were talking about
birdied.
like.
Oh God, I got birdied.
No, we were talking about like instigating like the shit show.
A conflict. I called a dude a spineless piece of shit on your street. Actually, no, I didn't call him that. What did I call him? What did I call him again? Non fun. No, not unhuman. That would be crazy.
Subhuman.
Scum of the earth. Scum of the earth. I remembered it. Scum of the earth.
I know that meme.
How am I not the one conflict?
Sample is
building,
just more confident and aggressive.
That is true. He's gonna
come in and he's gonna want to get concessions. Okay, he's gonna.
I'll bite the bullet. He is better. I have one time where I called someone scum of the earth, and that's like it. I'm not usually. I need to work on it. Or actually, who are we? Who's in the context?
Okay,
am I arguing with chat? Because if it's chat, I win. Okay, but if it's just people, Sample does beat me.
Sample had a minor disagreement with Akana Boy, and he said he told Akana Boy to kill himself today.
Yeah. That's what I'm gonna say. If it's a normal person, Sample wins top down. I agree with you. I'm nice. It doesn't matter with sample.
A little bit about inequality.
It doesn't matter.
Possibly said to piss someone off.
It could literally have been like them disagreeing on like a very, very specific like tax policy. It literally could have been something very small. Sample is just
you know
like
what?
that.
That does sound like the kind of thing Economy would get heated over.
Just that.
No, Economy was not heated. It was Sample who they didn't even actually interact. It was just Sample was like watching Economy stream.
We crashed out at like the smallest.
Yes, if you do not have the exact same policies as Sample, you should just tell yourself you're not.
Of all.
Yeah.
So
there was a guy like that in Wix server, and he would just mute people. I think he just half the server muted whenever they would like argue with him or like disagree with him.
Sorry.
Yeah.
His name is not Pentuple, although that is funny.
Honestly, if Econoboy killed himself, he would certainly he would calculate the marginal utility of that action. I know he would.
Oh my god.
But I will say not fun. If it was like you arguing with Chad though, I do take that. Okay. I don't think he argued with Chad as much as me. Okay.
No, I don't think he does. No, he usually doesn't have a chat.
He's smart enough to not get one guide. Okay.
Speaking of, I was making sure.
One guy is when you let yourself get like
and didn't
deranged
just see that.
By one guy in chat. Yeah, it's called being one guide. It's common from it's Hasan. It's a Hasan slang.
I don't know who that is. Is that recently banned Twitch streamer?
Yeah, he's a really small streamer politically. I'm surprised Non-Fun
Gold is really the biggest political streamer these days.
He's who I watch for all my takes. That is so.
No,
based,
see, I watch Non-Fun. You might have heard of him for my takes.
The dude who wants to fuck dead people.
I did not say that.
What? Wait a minute. I'm sorry.
I specifically said I wouldn't do it. I'm just saying it wouldn't.
Except there was no one around that he'd do it.
Works for the Leahy question mark.
The position, which is correct and true, and I stand by this.
You're taking sample mannerisms.
In a world, in a universe in which there is only one conscious being, and that is you. That is the only conscious being that exists. That's the only conscious being that has ever existed in this universe. And there is a dead body. I don't believe it would be immoral to fuck the dead body.
Man, sometimes I feel bad about eating carrots.
Because, literally...
Because Non-Fun will let it happen. If it's Non-Fun and another guy in a dead body, he lets it happen. He's like, I don't think that's wrong.
Wait,
that's not true!
I'm autistic. I like weird moral quandaries. Why do you think it wouldn't be immoral?
Literally who...
There's no harm being done.
There's no harm being done to anyone.
So your moral system is based solely on harm, then?
Basically, based on...
Utilitarian, yeah.
Okay.
Based on, negative sentient experience, considering I don't think there's any negative sentient experience.
One of the correct statements would be that there's no utilities being no harm is being. It would just go down to harm. I was gonna try.
There's never other than
what if your wiener shrivels up and falls off? That's kind of utilitarian harm or whatever.
Well, I mean, you could maybe make an argument that
type.
If you fuck the dead body, you'll feel bad afterwards or something. In that case,
I mean, that would be the argument that I would.
Yeah,
if you're choosing to do it though, assuming you're informed of somehow you have knowledge of the risk and you choose to do it anyway. I don't know how. I don't know if I would say is it immoral for you to do that to yourself. I don't know. I don't really. I don't think it's immoral for people to go skiing, even though that entails some risk.
I saw The Moral Landscape was in your book stack there. Have you read that yet?
Yeah.
What did you think of it?
That was crazy.
The Moral Landscape was pretty good. I mean, I like.
Non-Fun will read The Immoral Landscape. He will write it.
He will write it.
Sam Harris will agree with me.
I read that
fucking a dead body is not. It's not.
Is that where you learn these weird ideas, Samuel Harris?
Finish that statement, please.
There's a chapter in the book devoted to that. He says, I have this weird obsession with dead bodies, and I don't think it'd be wrong to fuck them. That's it.
Non-fun is actually, you know what? I wish I could have a baby with a dead body. I heard him say that once. It was terrible.
I did also hear them say that.
I believe it.
That's not true.
I couldn't fucking believe he said it. He said, I wish I could get pregnant from it, too. I couldn't believe my ears. I had to close them. You could get Sam
That was definitely a philosophy channel of politics.gg 3 a.m. conversation we just had right there.
I mean, it was pleasurable. It increased my net utility.
Like fucking a dead
it
body,
was utility
right, non-fun?
maximizing to have that conversation.
Guys, I'm getting uncomfortable.
You fucking pussy! Don't start getting uncomfortable with me.
I've only started.
Yeah, exactly. Let's non-fun. What is your hottest take? Your second hottest take?
Yeah, you already know that.
Yeah.
He thinks child labor's okay. He thinks child labor's okay. Got there.
That's
not
that
a
might
hot
be
take.
it. Okay, based.
That's just
Yep.
that's just non-fun embracing his Maoism.
That's
Oh,
me
Jesus.
embracing my
Letting-
dogmatic free tradeism. Okay.
He has a favorite
The
quote of
children
the only.
yearn for
The only
iPhone
thing
factory.
worse than being
Yeah, there it
exploited by
is.
capitalism is not being exploited by capitalism, okay? The real issue is that Isaac wants children to be subsistence farmers and unemployed, okay?
Not fun, what's your
Isaac
job
wants
right now?
these children working
Not fun.
on,
What's your
working on
job right now?
family
I
farms.
want children to achieve the American dream of owning a 2.5 bedroom home. okay,
Exactly.
at age 11 with the profits that they've earned from their job at the iPhone factory. What's wrong with that?
Exactly.
That's the American dream, damn it.
You know,
I thought this was America. Didn't we make America great again? What the hell?
Oh fuck.
Okay.
I was gonna say.
All the woke liberals won't let children work. All the.
True.
But they want to give them their pronouns next, I guess.
Okay, to be
Look,
clear,
listen,
in countries...
No, don't want to finish. Don't want to clarify. Don't want to clarify. No, fun. Just stand in those.
All non-fun is saying is he wants children to be suicide bombers for the defense of Kamala Harris. That's all he's saying. He just wants 1 million 12-year-olds.
Okay,
to line up.
but suicide
Elon
bombers
defense.
for Kamala Harris would be better than suicide bombers for like Muslim theocracies.
I genuinely thought you were gonna say Donald Trump, and I was gonna burst
Well,
out.
that would also be
Depends
better
on what-
than those as
depends on what
well.
the suicide bombers are doing.
I just think that'd be the funniest fucking lesser evils argument ever. Well, you know, I'd rather be a suicide bomber.
I would, if I had to choose...
Listen, I'll be brave. I would rather be a
Yeah,
suicide
yeah,
bomber for
say
Kamala.
I'd rather be a suicide bomber than pentuple.
True.
Oh wow, that's pretty intense, man. I think I'd rather be pentuple. I think it'd be
You don't
you don't
Oh,
know.
no, man.
You don't know.
I don't know about that one, Chief.
I want
Man.
someone to open the door and he missed the handle 5 times.
That's embarrassing. I mean, I'm not gonna say I've never done that, but I mean, you
Oh,
know.
he's streaming right now. How funny would it be if I open his stream and he's watching?
Does he have like an?
If he's watching this stream, I hope that he comes into this stream. Stop feeding. Stop. Help you what? You're playing Lux. Stop charging, idiot.
Is that
You're a
like,
range
wait,
champion.
pause. Am I hearing League of Legends right now? Is that
No.
a fellow? Is that a fellow League of Legends player that I'm hearing?
Okay, bro. Ain't that stupid cat thing like the worst?
What, the set skin?
So similar
You
thing to
mean-
minimum wage, being
Oh,
a price floor
I-
for labor, where minimum wage work is like a labor supply ceiling.
When I just want to play League and I don't want to focus too much, I do play.
You are so like the level of hell that JD Vance is going to for throwing Ukraine under the bus. You're
David
far
Helms-
below that.
Nonfun has played one game of it, and it was a
lost
great game for
immediately.
Nonfun.
Non-fun is talking to
That's
my
okay.
chat right now, and I'm fucking.
It's a bad
furious.
game.
I was,
Quick-
yeah, I
quick-
was.
I'm fucking furious. He's talking to Psych. That's my fucking guy.
It doesn't
So to be-
require as
to be
much
clear,
skill
it's
as
like-
Minecraft.
The actual argument I'm making, if you want a like more formalized
No.
version, Krugman has an article about it. It's called "In Praise of Cheap Labor." It's just that
Pay the children nothing.
essentially, like, the children.
Yeah, you can talk.
The children working is preferable to the like less visible poverty that they were in before, right? It's like, it has nothing to do with like labor supply really, and I do think that in developed countries, child labor should be banned for the most part. I mean, you might be able to catch me on like some specific like things.
For the most part.
For the
I mean,
most
like,
part.
I'm just hedging a little bit because people will be like, "Oh, dude, really think a 17-year-old shouldn't be able to work on his
Yeah.
family's
What about
farm?"
eliminate
And it's
state?
like, and it's like,
What about
I-
7-year-old?
It's like, yeah, but basically,
Yeah, non-fun makes an exception for Hooters, but only.
Nonfun
then.
has Nonfun doesn't let 7-year-olds have lemonade stands. Print it and ship it.
yeah,
Wait,
I know,
no,
yeah.
wouldn't it? Wait, didn't South Park have like a Hooters with like kids working in it? That's what we're talking about.
South
Okay.
Park's had everything.
You know what? My attempt to throw non-fun onto the bus has gone too far. I'm lost.
That's like my favorite thing to do. When he's talking to someone new, I'll just join him, but like, he wants to fuck dead people. I love to just throw non-fun under the bus.
I mean, actually, I'm in total agreement with non-fun, to be honest. Like, people just do not understand how fucking awful subsistence farming is, and people would do literally fucking anything else. They would rather be in sweatshops in Bangladesh than be a subsistence farmer.
I mean, that's the reason these people are in the... I mean, you can talk about, like, is it really a free choice if your other option is subsistence farming? But the reason these people choose to work in sweatshops is because it's better for them than, like, subsistence farming.
I mean, if you want to get through this development phase as quickly as possible, it's very simple. Open up trade and tax land. And that's like literally all it takes. And then people will go from like sweatshop guys to like millionaires in 2 years. It'll be so
I have a completely original idea, guys, that non-fun disagrees with me with. What do you guys think about a UBI?
I like it.
I don't like the effect that like government subsidized anything has on the market to begin with. There are arguments for like what the subsidies we already have, but the idea of like does that not just make everything cost however much it is more? Or are we assuming that like people work less hours, or like there's some kind of mandate like that accompanies it that would like mean the prices wouldn't fluctuate that highly?
I mean, listen, I'm a UBI guy as long as it's funded through non-reproducible rents. Like, I think that's the best way to do it if you really wanted to do it. I think it's basically fine. I mean, I'd probably say like a negative income tax is probably more mathematically sound, probably easier to do. But like, I'm cool with it. I think it's basically fine.
Yeah, I think it's...
Well, so you're talking more like a wealth equalization or something then?
No, I'm saying like if you were to tax like non-reproducible things like rent, like nature or IP or things that things that are essentially fixed in supply, and use that to fund a universal basic income, I think that'd be basically fine. I mean, I'm sure that there would be some distortions, but I think it'd be basically fine. Because, any price increases resulting from the introduction of the UBI would go back into the non-reproducible things.
I'm in. Love you all. Stay safe. I gotta go. WWE starts in 20 minutes, and John Cena turned heel. I gotta live with that.
Is the issue you're trying to solve? Do you think it can only be solved through UBI, or are there other options like you've looked into potentially?
No, I don't think it's the only way. I just like it. You know what I mean?
It's like, yeah, I know. It's very attractive to a lot of people, but that's
I mean, for sure. Like,
it's really like weird anytime we start talking about the government introducing like artificial wages. I don't know. And maybe I'm very like economically illiterate compared to all of you, I'm sure. Like my focus is like the Constitution, philosophy, and theology. So like,
okay,
I'm very in the dark here, but
all right. Well, then would Jesus Christ support a UBI? Yes.
Probably.
Oh,
he would support it in concept, but he would say that you should still pay your taxes. Jesus always said pay your taxes, which is why all these conservative fucks are not real Christians.
Well, I don't think anyone is saying a UBI without taxes. In fact, I think...
No, that's different.
Usually, like...
Jesus said render to Caesar what's Caesar's.
A UBI would, like... In fact, taxes are usually important to make a UBI like actually progressive, because I mean you don't really want rich people to get the UBI, but you just tax it away. So on net they don't actually get the UBI. They're still net taxpayers, but
yeah. I mean, in that case, just do a negative income tax.
Well, then that's something that's never gonna pass. So I guess I'm more interested in practicable solutions.
You wait. In my perfect utopia, we will have a $30,000 UBI.
I mean, Alaska has their sovereign wealth fund, check every year. They have that.
Breach. King.
True.
Fucking Alaska, greatest Georgia state in the union. Breach. Breach. King. Breach. Tell him non-fun. Fucking get his ass. Tell him about how Alaska funds a UBI through oil rents.
Through resource rents.
I don't like the government. I don't like sovereign wealth funds either, so good luck.
Well, then
Whoa, get a convoy here right now.
That's it. Hang this guy by his toes for 10 minutes.
Hey, they already tried that 2,000 years ago, and it clearly didn't fucking work, all right?
What, a sovereign wealth fund? Oh,
No,
no,
Nick
you
hanging
mean
me by my
the
toes.
resurrection? What was like?
Yeah, that's right. I came back on the third day. He rose again on the fourth day. He instituted the Judean Sovereign Wealth Fund.
Judean Sovereign Wealth Fund.
No, I think non-funds actually heard my position on this. I'm just not big on the government. Like, in my mind, like, the government should stay out of the market as much as fucking humanly possible, because their role is to prevent the market and its like big actors from taking advantage of the little guy to the extent where they're just like completely destroying them. I don't believe like that the market will naturally self-correct to like equalize like living conditions or set a decent living standard. I like, even if you have workers dying by the bucket loads. So like I think the government needs to step in and stop shit from like that from happening. But as for like investing, that's
I mean, it depends where you get the money to invest from, right? Because I think the government probably should collect, resource rents, which are unearned payments, and I think that can also be used to alleviate poverty. Like you can just give people a check, or you can fund some type of like income security program, and that'll alleviate poverty. And
Can we get this non-fund?
Okay, when we're talking about sovereign wealth fund, are we just talking about like a collection of funds that are like belong to the government for the purpose of like implementing? Because my understanding was that they had to do specifically with like reinvesting into a sector of the economy.
There were different models, but like usually, what people do, like Norway does, is Alaska. I actually don't know if Alaska invested. What they do is like will tax like resource rents either from land or from oil or from other types of like resource extraction. These are like unearned payments. These are not distortionary to tax. They're just taxes on the basically unearned profits from extracting natural resources. And then we'll take that money and we'll like invest it in, into the fucking S&P 500, into a bunch of funds, into a bunch of stocks. Usually you do want it to be managed by like an independent agency, because like clearly there are models where it could go wrong. Like if we're living in Venezuela, then I don't trust the sovereign wealth fund to be instituted correctly. But like when it seems like
it depends on state capacity a lot. Like
it seems like in democratic countries, like as long as you have it run by an independent agency, like they seem to be fine. Norway does this. It doesn't seem like Norway has significant like corruption problems. Like and like
but the United States clearly does right now.
Yeah,
I don't know if our issues are so bad that like we couldn't have an independent agency to manage a sovereign wealth fund. Like,
we're getting there.
Okay, with Trump maybe being the exception, because to be fair, Trump has not like fired the Fed head yet. Okay, so we haven't seen.
But the fact that you're saying yet is kind of the problem, right?
Yeah. That's the whole reason we're
like any of these kind of arguments are like fine if like Obama is president and we don't know what's coming, but like now when we know what politically seems to be potentially viable in the US, I don't know.
Like any system is gonna have some potential for bad faith actors to ruin it. I don't know.
Yeah, but that's not an argument for the good or bad of a system.
Yeah. It would be. Oh, sorry. I just started reading out your chat. I'm so fucking used to reading out chat.
You can read my chat. You can do my job for me and read my chat. Like that's fine.
Like... Okay. Sykes said it would be hilarious if the Alaskan PFD was gutted by Republicans when it was instituted by potentially the only modern Republican I expect. So true, Sykes. Bro, the possibility for a Republican to be like a liberal and like to actually understand economics, and not just be like it is like. It has actually gone negative. It's not just reached zero. It has gone below the floor. Unfortunately. You know what? Non-fun. I have a totally unrelated question that means absolutely nothing to this chat so far. What is your favorite thing about America? What is the thing that you like sincerely in your heart of hearts? What is the thing that you love the most?
I haven't. I don't know. I haven't thought about this much.
I know. I'm having fun with it. I had a feeling because somebody asked me this in my Discord last night, and I was like, "Ooh, this is a fun question." So I'm just rolling it back at you, basically.
I think Hooters is pretty based. Oh shit! Never mind.
Hooters is bankrupt now, so.
Yeah. That one guy on Twitter is really sad. That Nick guy or whatever. God damn it! How does this Udyr keep finding me?
I do really like our Bill of Rights, and that is like in our like actual like foundational document, like law of the land, that we have, you know, these rights guaranteed to us. I think that's really good, and I think even other European let me pull a JD Vance. It seems like even other like European countries don't have those rights protected as strongly. I don't know.
It's okay if you don't have an answer right now. It's just
I feel like yeah, I don't know. I'd have to think about it. Like literally, what is my favorite thing? I really like. I mean, other countries have independent central banks too, but like I like that our central bank is pretty independent.
It doesn't necessarily have to be anything special.
An exclusive, yeah, but
because whatever it is, regardless if it's done elsewhere, we do it better because we're America.
This is true, actually.
So true, young man. So true.
Young man, how the fuck old are you?
I'm not telling you that answer.
That's what I fucking thought. I know I'm older than non-fun by an embarrassing amount.
Well, I know that you're 2,000 years old, but like in a cosmic
oh well, yeah.
In a cosmic sense, you're young to me.
Oh, I see.
Look, listen,
for now, I would just say the Bill of Rights.
I think the Bill of Rights is a good one. I do think it is, actually. I think that's a pretty solid answer. I don't think that's a bad answer. Yeah, you can always think about it. You can always DM me later and be like I was in the shower and I had like a eureka moment and I realized that my favorite thing about the United States of America was fucking the Hamilton play or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah, you got it. It's actually Donald Trump, but he can't say that on stream.
Yeah. No, he's been doing this liberal grift for years, and it's still not working.
He's like me. He's a conservative neoliberal.
A conservative neoliberal.
That's
worst.
what we call ourselves now.
That would be the worst fucking guy ever.
I am truly politically homeless.
Neoliberal who supports Trump. That would be the worst.
Oh
guy
no! I'm so sorry. I'm like a Republican conservative neoliberal, like a real Republican, not a cultist.
Oh, okay. See, I
mean, like, when Republicans cared about the economy instead of just selling it all down the river to Trump.
Like a bulwark.
Bro,
guy?
the tariffs will help, bro. Do you guys think we're gonna get? Has Trump said anything about the tariffs that are supposed to go in place today / tomorrow?
Like, are so embarrassing for me. I did a 7-day hunger strike about the tariffs, and then he fucking backed off, and I was like, God damn it!
I think we might. I mean, we do have tariffs in China now.
I know.
Good.
But I don't care about the Chinese.
Show 'em.
Like, I'm not gonna hunger strike for the Chinese. Like, I'm
yeah. Did they? Do we have word on the response tariffs? Like
I think he passed that executive order, right? So I think it's just up to his determination, like when he wants to just kind of decide one day, actually, the Europeans' VAT is really unfair, and we need to, you know, I mean, the whole reciprocal tariff thing, the way that order is phrased, basically just lets him mostly arbitrarily decide when to put tariffs on other countries, because he can factor in VATs, he can factor in other, I think, like, literally just says other practices which may distort trade. So it's kind of like he could probably use anything.
It can just be whatever he wants.
Yeah.
Whatever he feels like when his dementia-addled brain decides to go into like fucking whatever.
And as we know, by the Supreme Court, none of it can be criminally prosecuted.
Exactly. None
of
it can
be.
Because that's what a republic is about. It's about one guy being above the rest. It's about elected dictatorship.
That's so awesome.
One guy being above the law.
Well, wait, isn't Hungary still like technically nominally a republic at least?
Sorry, say that again?
Isn't Hungary like, aren't they nominally a republic?
Yes. Wait.
Yeah.
Yes, I think so.
Well, North Korea is like the obvious example, but
well,
they're a democratic people's republic too.
That's pretty impressive, actually. I'm not gonna lie to you. I mean, we don't even have one of those. Like, I'm moving to North Korea, frankly.
Oh wait,
We don't even have one peoples.
We don't have one peoples. We need 3 peoples in our name.
It looks like they do begin tomorrow.
Democratic People's Republic of America.
Trump said a few hours ago that the tariffs would go in place tomorrow with no room for delay. But it will. I mean, we'll see. Maybe there'll be a phone call sometime tomorrow, and they'll delay again. But
wait, 25%?
In Canada, Mexico. Yep.
Are these the blankets?
It was just 10%. Like last. Oh fuck me.
Well, it was 10% on oil, but it was 25% on everything else.
Oh right. My bad. Sorry, I'm negative $3 streamer right here. Can't remember what number percent the fucking tariffs were.
Well, yeah, I don't know where he's put out 100 different.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I can't keep track of this shit, man.
Oh, and don't worry, we're doubling the tariffs in China to 20% tomorrow too.
That's excellent.
Oh, that'll be great.
That is how we make America great again.
I can't wait to have America be so great. I can't wait
It's gonna be so great. Those tariffs are huge.
When it is great, and my mother can't get her medicines, and my old man father has his social security payments interrupted, and I can't go to school anymore because the grants are all canceled. I don't know where to finish this sentence. It's just kind of dark. I don't know. It's like I'm just sorry.
I mean, hey, I know that we're all at least familiar with lefty languages. I, for one, believe that we're already seeing people respond to the shifting, or the non-shifting of their material conditions, in contrast to promises they were made.
Anytime I hear the word non now, I think of non-fawn.
Unironically say.
That's
best advertising.
Yeah.
Psychological.
All I got is a stupid fucking river. Wait, you got the word non? That's ridiculous.
I only got the most well-known human being in the history of the species.
Yeah, non-fawn only has I mean, he's actually the guy who invented the non-aggression principle. That's why they named it after him.
Oh, that's good Lord. Oh, have we all seen the Fallout show?
Oh, I have.
Yeah.
Do you remember the scene where, like, Lucy starts reading Homie the non-aggression principle? I started laughing so hard because I knew what she was saying. I recognize it, which is, like, the ghoul is, like, coming up at her, and she's, like, pointing the little gun at him. And she's like, you are aggressing on me, and I see that no one is aggressed on you. So good. I thought that was pretty funny. When There's the idea that, like, vault dwellers are just taught that, like, the NAP, like, actually does apply post-apocalypse.
They're reading Hans Herman Hoppe in the fucking.
You know, I could go to.
They're reading argumentation ethics and.
He's a fucking professor emeritus.
What else are they gonna do?
Like me and him could just hang out. We could smoke some weed. So he would call me a degenerate for offering, and I don't smoke, so it would not really work out. But
why would you suggest that? What a terrible suggestion for an activity.
Well, I never said I was socially competent. Suggest doing an activity that both parties would absolutely fucking hate.
Look, man, I don't know. Maybe we could just, like, you know, pry off our fingernails. It sounded fun. I don't know. Will I hate it? Yeah, but, like, maybe he'll like religion. It. Oh.
That's just what Tantra is. That's just my religion, man. Like, I'm not even kidding. Like fucking all the other Tantrikas are like, hey, you wanna do something horrible today to learn about the nature of suffering? And it's like, yeah, I guess. That's terrible. I picked the worst religion.
You want to pull out a tooth so you can learn what pain is?
Yeah.
God, I went a little butters there for a second. Hey, fellers.
If you could, yeah. No, they're all like, hey, you wanna go to like a competitive edging session to learn what like.
Yes, to learn what true pain is. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. To know to know the nature of the mind, of the human mind. I fucking bet some tantric.
I thought that there was that. I thought that was like Kenja time or something, like the sage time.
So let's get to that news.
Time?
Just moments ago,
Yeah.
the president at the
Real
White
quick while
House
they're
addressing those tariffs that are expected to take place tomorrow morning. Eamon Javers has the very latest for us. What did the president specifically say, Eamon?
Scott, the president is in the Roosevelt room right now where he's participating in an announcement of a major chips investment. He's also taking questions from reporters. He was asked about those tariffs set for tomorrow on Canada and Mexico. The president said those 25% tariffs will go into effect tomorrow. So to the extent there had been any drama or suspense about whether the president intended to go through with this or not, he is saying he intends to go through with it. The question is now, will there be any exemptions? What kind of details will we get? What kind of timeline will we get for those tariffs in an announcement tomorrow? We have some sound here from the president just a short time ago in the Roosevelt room. Take a listen to what he said.
Tomorrow, tariffs 25% on Canada and 25% on Mexico, and that'll start. So they're going to have a tariff. So what they have to do is build their car plants, frankly, and other things in the United States.
The president also taking to his social
sense of what direct experience is like. It's not literally enlightenment. It's just like that. There's an example for you. It's not the pleasure of it. It's the direct experience of it. Now you know. Now you know. Yeah.
Apparently,
I know.
Trump was fucking like signing a new like chips investment thing when he was doing it, or when he announced that the tariffs are going to continue tomorrow, which is just like so. I'm gonna make
He
chips
truly is the
factories build their
president.
shit here, but also I'm gonna raise their cost of importing steel from China by 20% and from importing any shit they need from Canada and Mexico by 25%.
So
like,
is there
wow.
a moment where like the economy does just kind of fold in on itself?
I mean, eventually. I mean, they're projecting 2 to 3.
Do we think that
negative
like
growth.
House GOP will actually let it get to that point?
They will. I believe that.
I don't think the House. I don't think the House GDP is going to like it. The problem is it'd be like so clear that this is a move against Trump if they said like, hey, we're going to reform the presidential tariff power now. Like, there's no way enough GOP and House Senate people would
they are
stand up to that.
Too cooked.
Yeah,
like they are actually too cooked, and I don't use that word lightly. Like a lot of people use cooked to mean like literally anything. No, I mean like they got the chair, like and everything. They're too deep. I will say, oh, fuck man, I hope that if this economic collapse is gonna happen, it happens really fast and really sharp, so we can start like mentally recovering from this mass delusion as a country. Instead of it just being like some slow decline that people don't even really notice that much.
Listen, as long as it happens before the midterms, okay?
That's what I mean. Like,
Yes,
if it can happen before the midterms and happen like fucking hard, then at least people might learn a lesson. Or maybe I'm thinking too optimistically. Probably too optimistically.
I mean, it's hard for me to know. Like I was talking about this earlier in the stream. Like, what if we actually just had stagflation? Like, what if we literally had like 5% inflation and like -3% growth? Like, what would? I don't know what MAGA would look like. I don't know what MAGA would do, but I don't think they would. I don't know if they would even acknowledge that reality, or if they would say they already say the BLS numbers are fake. They already say the numbers are fake anyway. So like maybe they would just.
See that they were saying that they weren't gonna they were gonna change the GDP formula.
Yeah, they were gonna take government spending out of.
Yeah, which is like what the fuck?
I know.
Yeah, that's going to create a stable business environment. That's going to allow people to want to do business here. Yeah.
It's the departure from reality that's more concerning to me. Like I said, I'm more of like a theology, philosophy kind of background.
Man.
But like watching like the I think dogmatism is always bad, religion or no. And watching like Trump supporters wrinkle their foreheads as you like try to explain things to them, as they like you can like almost hear in their head them self-rationalizing, like coming up with, oh well, here's how this isn't Trump's fault, and that's like Nonfun said, like just won't accept the reality. That's kind of what I'm afraid of.
Oh no! I totally agree. I mean, there's a reason I don't talk about economics too much in my stream, is just because honestly, it's hard when the like actually a substantial portion of your country is not even grounded in reality itself anymore. It's like how do you play this game? I mean, it's a fun thing to talk about for sure, but you know.
Yeah.
Like if your culture is that fucked up, what do? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it sucks
because I feel like I'm young
annoying.
And I never got to appreciate America. You know?
Oh, I'm sure it's annoying for you, non-fawn.
Well, I know. It's horrible because like I know because I see like bullshit on Twitter and then I have to know. It's like I should not have to know like exactly how many times their BLS numbers are revised and exactly what data like they're revised on, but I have to learn all this shit so I can like explain to MAGA like, no, like they revised BLS numbers, there's a benchmark revision based on tax information, we don't have the tax data until all the tax returns are filed, so we have to wait long to get the tax returns, but before we still want to know the monthly job numbers, so we use surveys from businesses, but those aren't as accurate. Like I shouldn't have to know like all this shit.
Yeah, you gotta work
just to like
so much harder to stay in reality.
I know, yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Which is kind of a testament to it, right? That's why so many people got sucked down the Trump rabbit hole. Yeah,
it's like you can just lie on Twitter, like, because people see, negative $800,000 job revision and are like, well, that's just insane. I can't believe they like lied about the job numbers, but like nobody knows how the BLS works.
Then Elon Musk quote tweets it and says, "Interesting."
Exactly.
And then our allies respond to this Elon Musk quote tweet and are like, "Yeah, but it's actually greed which causes inflation. It's like actually the biblical sin of greed itself that manifests within the souls of men that causes prices to rise." It's like, what the fuck?
And then elected politicians say that. Based.
Yeah, and actually, and they will go to hell, eternal hellfire, and it's like, what are you talking about?
I mean, that's the only, like, I kind of hope Christianity is, right? Because some of these people who think they're getting into heaven definitely fucking aren't, and while I'm in hell, I want to look over at them and at least get that smug satisfaction.
I mean, I do admit I'm a terrible Buddhist, but I do want these people to go to hell, but maybe only for like 10,000 years. I feel like they could get out. Forever hell is really long. All right, that's a very long time. But like 10,000 years of having your skin peeled off, I could deal with that. That's fair game. That's fair game.
That's fair.
I think it's fair. I mean, like, like horrible cosmic punishments. I mean, why do you think you're here right now in the Trump era? What do you think you fucking did, huh?
There was all the dead bodies in the last
parallel
life, man.
universe. I
kicked all the dead bodies in the unconscious world. thought he could get away with it. Thought no one was watching, but someone was watching. Someone snitched on Non-Fawn dick deep in some dead guy's corpse. It was terrible.
Damn.
That was a terrible sentence. I'm sorry. I apologize. That was fucking
It's
nasty.
a terrible hypothetical that I actually think Isaac brought it up this time, but
I'm just sorry. Like that was I'm just repentant for even saying that at all. Fuck.
Oh god.
2025 recession. No, one vote.
I think it was me who did. My chat did not. They were not interested in voting.
They're just listening right now, if they're even listening at all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you think? Here's a question: if Trump actually goes ahead and fires Jay Powell, just says like, Jay Powell decides to raise interest rates or keep interest rates steady, and Trump doesn't like that, he fires him. A, do you think he'll get away with that legally? And B, what do you think the market reaction to that is going to be?
A, yes. B, terrible. I think that will actually be the line where it'll fucking be like, oh fuck. Or at least that's one of the lines I think that people would freak out about. Because he's already making the markets really nervous with all this tariff shit, and
yeah.
It's really starting to sink into a lot of them that, oh shit, we probably should have priced in what he was saying about tariffs. It was only one of like most strongly held opinions next to immigration. So yeah, I think legally, yes, he'll get away with it. Frankly, I actually don't know what he can't get away with legally at this point. But like I think the market will like freak the fuck out because they're already getting nervous now. Like the stocks are already kind of like struggling.
They already. I mean,
I feel like we're about to find out if we have a shadow government, like a real one. If there is a deep state, they're mobilizing.
I am praying for the neoliberal deep state to save me. Fucking,
I know.
Please. No, they actually missed. They only got his ear, so unfortunately they aren't as competent as we thought they were. The neoliberal deep state. They thought they could save on hiring out of. the neoliberal deep state thought they could save on hiring an out-of-country assassin, but that's what you get for hiring fucking Filipino assassins.
We shouldn't even need a fucking deep state, bro, because you know what fucking if these like 25% tariffs were a like anonymous Senate vote, it would be like 95 against. It would be like
oh, for sure.
Like we shouldn't need these powerful deep state actors. Okay, we should just need our reasonable people in Congress to not be cut.
Hey,
but there.
And you know what though? That worked for like 250 years. So all things considered, it's about time.
That is true, actually. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like it did work. It actually went quite well for quite a while, and then
we need Scott Sumner to chair the Fed. True. If Trump fired Powell but replaced him with Scott Sumner, I might be okay with that.
You know who I think should chair the Fed? Non-Fawn.
This is true, actually. I would just do everything Scott Sumner told me to do, honestly.
When I become first director of the reconstituted American Republic, you'll be my Fed guy, Non-Fawn. You'll be my point man. And you'll be like, actually, I think we should make interest rates -300. And I'll be like, yeah, whatever you say, man.
We're doing so much QE, baby. We're doing so much QE. I'm going to nationalize the entire economy through quantitative easing. This is monetary socialism, okay? We're socializing the means of production through monetary policy, baby. Let's fucking go.
I can't believe it. Non-Fawn just confessed to being a Maoist on stream.
I'm a monetary Maoist.
Well, on that wretched note, I'm gonna head out. Enjoy your night, lads.
Monetary Maoist.
Man, that's actual nightmare fuel kind of stuff. That's something some autistic kid would make up for Polk and Ball. I know he would, and I mean I would find it funny. I respect the autistic kid. Listen and learn, autistic kid who likes politics.
Add the whole U.S. economy to the balance sheet base. True. This is how we build socialism. Make AOC chair of the Fed, and she will build socialism.
Turns out AOC was a Hayekian this entire time, and she was just hiding her power level.
She's an ANCAP. She's a full-on Austrian NAP, like...
AOC's like Javier Milei fucking levels of... she abolishes her own position.
Lena Khan for CEO. Based. I mean, she would actually, as CEO, I guess you don't necessarily have the authority to do that because the stockholders do. But she could, if you were the main stockholder, you could tell them to split up. You could say,
you know, this is how I would describe democracy to a libertarian. I'd say, okay, imagine stockholders, all right, but imagine everybody gets a share in this company, and imagine there's a board of directors that the stockholder elects, and the libertarian's like, this sounds pretty good to me, what's the catch? And then eventually I'm like, yeah, but you gotta pay taxes, and they just fucking fillet me alive on the spot. That's basically Curtis Yarvin and what I just described. Basically.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah. Well, just us now.
Yeah. Well, I have to go pretty soon, but.
All right. This was fun. I'm actually glad I got to come on finally. It's been like a 3 weeks.
Yeah, I know. I'm so horrible at. I don't have any consistent streaming schedule.
It's just that, like, every single time you were live, I kept forgetting to come on, and then whenever we were both live, oh my god, I keep telling my audience, please help me remember to raid Non-Fawn back, because I keep fucking forgetting. Because by the end of my shows, I'm always so tired, I just totally forget to do it. So one day I'll remember, and you'll get like, I don't know, like 10 guys. It'll be great.
Hell yeah, let's go. All right. Yeah. Well, I appreciate you coming on and everything. Fun time,
thanks,
fun
man.
chat. Yep.
I'd be happy to come on again if you want to give me the role or whatever, and you can always come on my show if you want, if you got anything interesting to say.
Hell yeah, brother.
Take care, man.
Take care too. Yep. See ya.
How do I fucking leave this Discord call?
Wow. Wow.
Hang on a minute. Wait. Okay, bye.
Okay, bye. There we go. There we go. I have to go back to watching Gary's Economics. All right, people. Head over to fucking Prime, guys. Think I'll stream again tomorrow. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll figure out. I don't know. I don't know. Oh, I hate the way this haircut looks when I don't have my fucking headphones on. Okay. I love streaming. Love you guys watch me stream. Okay. Sub to the YouTube channel if you haven't, of course. YouTube, all the highlighted edited debates and shit. That's just pretty cool. Twitter, go follow me there. That's pretty cool. Non-fun420. I mean, all the socials are, you know, down there. Nonfun.gg, actually. If you go to nonfun.gg, you'll see all my socials listed there. Most of my socials listed there. Technically, not all of them. Yeah. You know what? More you guys need to follow me on Instagram. You know what? That's the platform that's fallen behind, okay? I don't use Instagram that much, but nonfun.gg.com.net. But that's the real platform we need to be using. Anyway, head over to Prime Kai Love Stream. Love you guys.